Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is, right there. So there it is, right there. Here I am. There you are. Here we are. Good to see you. Good day. Good to see you. Good day. So it's the morning after the night before. Is just an abundance of news yesterday. And now it's farming within the news cycle. But we'll pick through what the news cycle has to offer us today. So we pick through what the news cycle has to offer us today. So good day, good to see you. Good to have you around. Always a delight in your company. Before anything else, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come and actually click on subscribe as well whilst you're clicking on like. So click on like and subscribe. Then the hyperlink that says StreamYard, your open invitation to come and join me on the screen. So do that. If you're a new voice, we're especially canvassing for you. We are constantly on the lookout for new voices to come and be part of the goings on around here. So if you are that new voice, then come and join us. So do that. And then, of course, your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. I think you've all abandoned that, but I still continue to present it anyway. You can always hope. So there it is. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the studio, and of course the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. So what are we contending with today? Let me remove that from the screen. What are we contending with today? So it's still the fallout from the what happened yesterday. So it's still the fallout from what happened yesterday. And hold your sport, because there might well be an additional, even equally seismic thing that is happening. There are speculations, and it's being widely reported that, anyway, let me not go there just yet, but just stay steady, because there might well be news that might actually take its full-fledged in the course of this session. So stay steady. But before we get into what potentially is the follow-on news from yesterday, let's go through the news that are already established for today. So we go through the news that Shehu, if you want to come and join us, we need a northern voice. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So let's stay with the news that is already confirmed for today. Presidential Tribunal rejects Peter Obi's request to interrogate electoral body INEC on 12 key areas. So, we have to understand that this is a law and order situation, and we must divorce as best as we can sentimentality and emotions from some of these headlines. So we know already that a judgment has come in from and congratulations, by the way, to Man City. So if you wondered why I came later for this session, I was busy watching the Champions League finals, which I'm sure a lot of you did watch. I was rooting for Man City. I follow Newcastle United myself, but of course, always following every English club when they're playing internationally. So I was rooting for Man City to win that cup, which they did do. So already I'm in a good mood, just off the back of that. But of course, we're looking to take everything next year. You know, my club, Newcastle, the richest club in the world. But let's leave football to one side. So Presidential Tribunal rejects Peter Obi's request to interrogate electoral body INEC on 12 key areas. So one of those key areas, we already know that it has been established that that IREV has no contributions to what went on in that election. So we already have that established. So if the tribunal is now refusing Labour Party from interrogating IREV, that should not either come as a surprise or anything that you should throw sentimentality to. But what are the 12 key areas? That's the question. The answer you'll find out if you hang around long enough. Presidential Tribunal reject Peter Obi's request to interrogate electoral body INEC on 12 key areas. So those key areas, we'll be landing on them just eminently. We'll be landing on them eminently. Still staying with the Labour Party and a follow-on from yesterday's session. Investigate INEC, not CBN. Labour Party condemns Emefiele's suspension, says action vindictive, unconstitutional. Vindictive and unconstitutional. So those are the sort of feedbacks now that you're getting from it just beggars belief, you know. Vindictive and unconstitutional after all the things that that Emefiele did, especially what he did in the last quarter of his session as the CBN governor under Buhari's administration. Let's go on from there to this. It's ethnic cleansing. Onanaeze Indigbo condemns Emefiele's suspension, and there it is right there. So there it is right there. We have landed where we always land within the Nigerian political space. There is nothing, no matter how worthy or no matter how low within the Nigerian paradigm, no matter how innovative, no matter how brilliant, any and everything in Nigeria always boils down to 3 key areas: ethnicity, religion, and tribe. So they're now trying to tribalize now, ethnicize the arrest of Emefiele, who should have been arrested from his second day in office under the Goodluck Jonathan administration. But then, of course, this is where we always land within the Nigerian space. Ethnic cleansing. Onanaeze Indigbo condemns Emefiele's suspension. So quite what the business of Onanaeze Indigbo is with Emefiele suspension. You ask that question because to all intents and purposes, Emefiele is not even an Igbo man. So Emefiele, not even an Igbo man, So we'll probably land on this. Like I said, it's a very Spartan news cycle, and we'll see how the session goes, but it's a very Spartan news cycle. We'll go to this one as well, actually. We'll go to this one as well. Orji Kalu crying on national television on how he was witch-hunted by past administration that sent him to prison. So Orji Kalu has been making some sort of funky noises about being disadvantaged because he's Igbo for the Senate presidency. So that's up for grabs as well. So sorry, I'm just looking at the news cycle. All right. Oh, okay. So let's go to this one. Like I said, ethnicity and tribe always the backdrop of the Nigerian space. The person that has now been put in place to stand in situation for Emefiele is this guy right there, Fola Shodun Shonubi. So of course, unmistakably Yoruba, of course. So now that comes into play as well. So that comes into play, and that plays now with this headline. So that plays with this headline. Adeyanju attacks Tinubu for appointing Shonubi as acting CBN governor. And we're back to where we always were, ethnicity and tribe. So all of that's in place. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come and join us on the studio. And of course, your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee that is pinned in the comment section. So do all those. Let me take a micro musical break to recalibrate myself, and then we launch into the throes of it. The Kegites first.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, you go me water. Only water, where they see my Hapa oh naido. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Obi master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Latif kekere elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So, amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So let's go straight into it. Our Presidential Tribunal rejects Peter Obi's request to interrogate electoral body INEC on 12 key areas. So this is anyway, everybody is hopeful that this whatever it is that is going on with this Peter Obi space, everybody is hopeful that it will get out of the way as quickly as possible, because there's something interesting going on in governance in Nigeria, and this rather whispering noise in the ethers that we're constantly hearing from the Peter Obi space is somewhat of a distraction from the seismic moves that is going on in governance. So as quickly as this can be shut down, it needs to be shut down. The Presidential Election Petition Court, PEPC, sitting in Abuja on Saturday, struck out an application of the candidate of the Labour Party LP, Peter Obi, filed to interrogate the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, on the technology it's deployed for the conduct of the general election. So we're at that IREF space now. And like I said, anybody that is claiming that this is either some cheating or whatever language that they use in those wild spaces, that person must be suffering from water on the head. So water in the brain, anybody that feels that there's any sentimentality to this, because we already had the judgment from Osun State, so we knew this was coming. And that was a Supreme Court judgment, by the way, Adeleke versus Oyetola. So we already had a judgment on this. The Presidential Election Petition Court, PEPC, sitting in Abuja on Saturday, struck out an application of the candidate of the Labour Party, LP, Mr. Peter Obi, filed to interrogate the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, on the technology it's deployed for the conduct of the general election. Specifically, Obi, who is challenging the outcome of the presidential election that was held on February the 25th, had in the application prayed the court to compel the electoral body to answer 12 questions he listed on an interrogatory he filed on May the 22nd. He wanted INEC to, amongst other things, tell the court the date it conducted the functionality test on the purported improved technology system it deployed for the elections, as well as the names and details of those that conducted the test. So if we just, hopefully it's not a long read. Yes, it's not a long read. So if we just stay with this paragraph for the moment, you know, there's an euphemism that is called flying a kite. Flying a kite. So you just throw an idea or something out there to see what it generates. So they call that flying a kite. So this is kite flying. There's another idiom called casting a net. You know, you should know what that means. Casting a net. So you've seen a fisherman. They'll throw the net into the sea. That's the casting, to see what the net brings. So a lot of this Peter Obi something, whatever it is that they're doing, is just flying kites and casting nets. This is just the ridiculousness of it. Okay, let's take this paragraph as a standalone and tell me if you are not equally as irate as I'm sounding to be. Specifically, Obi is challenging the outcome of the presidential. No, that's not the paragraph. This paragraph here. So this is the one. Right. He wanted. So I want you to pay attention to this, because this is quite important. This shows you just the level of ridiculousness, and to that metaphor casting nets. He wanted INEC to, amongst other things, tell the court the date it conducted the functionality test on the purported improved technology system it's deployed for the election, as well as the names and details of those that conducted the test. So what Peter Obi's team, and you then, because you are smarter than me, you can tell me then how this is pertinent to his challenge of the results of the election. So what Peter Obi and his team is asking is that INEC should be, that the court should compel INEC to tell them the date that they conducted a trial test on the technology that they deployed, and the names and details of those who conducted the test. So what does that, what has that got to do? So listen again. What this piece is asking the court to compel INEC to do is to compel INEC to tell the court, and via the court the Obi petition. Listen, it says tell the court the date it conducted the functionality test on the purported improved technology it deployed for the election, as well as the names and details of those that conducted the test. So what has that got to do with the results? You know, do you see? Do you not get it? It's just wild. It's just they call it they call it the scattergun approach. It's just you hold a machine gun and you spray it and you hope it hits something. It's just we need this thing out of the way because we're too busy now monitoring Tinubu and his moves, and we need this out of the way. He wanted INEC to, amongst other things, tell the court the date it conducted the functionality test on the purported improved technology system it's deployed for the elections, as well as the names and details of those that conducted the test. According to correspondence, Obi equally urged the court to compel INEC to supply its answers to the following questions. Who created and deployed the 4 application patches updates to fix the HTTP 500 error that prevented the e-transmission of the results of the presidential election on the 25th of February? What was the exact time of the occurrence of the technology glitch which prevented the e-transmission of the result of the presidential election on the 25th? I'm almost minded. It's just, I don't want this to drag on to be a long-winded thing, but I'm almost minded to go and dig up the Oyetola versus Adeleke judgment by the Supreme Court, where all of this was put to bed. According to correspondence, Obi equally urged the court to compel INEC to supply its answers to the following questions. Who created / deployed the 4 applications patches / updates to fix the HTTP 500 error that prevented the e-transmission of the result of the presidential election on the 25th of February 2023? What was the exact time of the occurrence of the technology glitch that prevented the e-transmission of the result of the presidential election on the 25th of February? What time were the technological glitches fixed and or repaired? What percentage of the result of the presidential election was uploaded on iRev on the 25th of February 2023? So this is the Obi petition, by the way. This is what it has to offer us. What percentage of the result of the presidential election was uploaded as at the time of the declaration of the result? We all know that because we all saw it. It was in real time. If the presidential election was conducted concurrently with the National Assembly election on the same day and at the same time, using the same technological devices, why were these glitches only with respect to the presidential election? Obi and his party added. So this is the gotcha of their application. It's just I'm sorry that I have to torment you with this. It's quite a grind, isn't it? They maintained that the answer the commission would provide to the questions would be very vital to the determination of the petition they filed to challenge the declaration of Bola Tinubu, etc., etc. However, all respondents in the matter urged the court to dismiss the application for want of competence. Cited as first to fourth respondents in the petition are INEC, the President Tinubu, Vice Shetima, and APC. Meanwhile, in a unanimous decision on Saturday, Justice Haruna-led 5-member panel struck out the application on the premise that it was filed outside the pre-hearing period. And by the way, this was some of the things that Ogbeni has been trying to highlight to us on this platform, that are all these add-ons to the petition outside of the time limit that the petition should be filed will be thrown out. Meanwhile, the panel gave Obi and the Labour Party the nod to play in court 2 video recordings he tendered in evidence. While in the first video, the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, whilst addressing a press conference before the general election, assured that the result of the election will be electronically transmitted, with electors being able to view the results in real time. So I'm hopeful that there's substance more, because I think subsequent to that, sequel to whatever video that they did play, Yakubu did come out that the thing might not necessarily be transmitted in real time. So if that is the substance of what these people are presenting, then everybody can go home. In the second video clip, an INEC National Commissioner, Mr. Festus Okoye, equally assured that the result would also be transmitted in real time with the IREF portal made accessible to citizens. So, how quite does that substantially alter the elections? That's just the simple question. How does that? How is does that then mean that because INEC did not transmit election results quick enough so that everybody can view it, that then means Peter Obi is president? I don't quite know. It's just a farrago of nonsense. A farrago of nonsense, but this equally nonsensical. This equally nonsensical. It's ethnic cleansing. Onanaeze Indigbo condemns Emefiele's suspension, and there it is right there. But then, of course, you will recall that when that Naira swap thing happened, a lot of people that thought it served their political narrative at that time, they rallied behind it and were championing it. And it's pretty much that cusp again that are gravitating behind Emefiele. But what is the ethnic cleansing? Let's find out. Ethnic cleansing, Onanaeze Indigbo condemns Emefiele's suspension. The Apex Igbo Socio-Cultural Organization, Onanaeze Indigbo, on Saturday, condemned the suspension of the Central Bank of Nigeria CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele, describing the action by President Bola Tinubu as a sign of ethnic cleansing. So, as a sign of ethnic cleansing, let me actually align. Yeah, let me align this here. So, yes, the Apex Igbo Social Cultural Organization of Onanaeze Indigbo on Saturday condemned the suspension of the Central Bank of Nigeria CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele, describing the action by President Bola Tinubu as a sign of ethnic cleansing. The group disclosed this in a statement made available to journalists by Mazi Chima Uzo, Director of National Interest Matters. So the sort of funky job titles that these people give themselves. The Director of National Interest Matters. What about the tea maker? The Director of liquid lubrication? What about the person that gets the biscuits? The Director of Refreshment? Just ridiculous. Especially these people, but the Nigerian space. The group disclosed this in a statement made available to journalists by Mazi Chima Uzo, Director of National Interest Matters. The organization observed that Emefiele's suspension did not follow due process, adding that the decision was part of the current administration's deliberate effort aimed at alienating the Igbos from public office. So, the first thing to state, sorry, hold on. Una momento, por favor. The first thing to state is that by my understanding, Emefiele is not an Igbo man. They say he's from the Delta. They say Delta Igbo and all of that. So it's certainly not an Igbo man. But then more to it, Emefiele has done more than enough to have been suspended. The organization observed that Emefiele's suspension did not follow due process. So there is let me just speak to this space. We'll probably still speak to it even more if there are panelists assembled. Otherwise, you know what happens. Just to speak to this space, the organization observed that the suspension of Emefiele did not follow due process. So the due process for the central bank, because the Nigerian constitution tries to make the central bank as autonomous as it can legally make it, in order that then the monetary matters are not overly put upon by politics. So to remove the central bank governor, I think you need 2/3 from the parliament and all of that. So there's a lot of safety net baked into that space before you're able to remove the central bank governor. But what we saw in, was it 2014, Goodluck Jonathan versus Lamido Sanusi, what we saw then was that even though all of this independence is baked into the constitution to protect the central bank, what we saw in that period of time was that the president has supervisory oversight over the governor of central bank. So the president, he has supervisory oversight over the governor of the central bank. And that's quite crucial. Pay attention to that. So if the president has supervisory oversight over the governor of the central bank, then the president is empowered to suspend him. Do you understand? And you have to note the distinction between a suspension and expulsion, because to sack somebody is to expel them, but to suspend them is to put them in abeyance. And that was what Goodluck Jonathan did in 2014, Lamido Sanusi, and that is what Tinubu has done now. So no constitution was flouted. Maybe some people don't have an understanding of what they're talking about, but some people don't have an understanding of what they're talking about. But certainly the ethnic inflection that they're trying to put, pardon me, is all this talking. It makes you purged. So now the ethnic inflection that they're trying to put on the suspension of Emefiele is certainly enhanced by this now new headline. Meet acting CBN governor Fola Shonubi. So Fola Shodun, so you remove Emefiele, who the Igbos claim is one of their stock, and you put Fola Shonubi, who is your stock, and then they accuse you of ethnic cleansing. So where is the deniability? So now let's meet then the acting, almost certain to be confirmed, probably the substantive CBN governor. Fola Shonubi is now the acting governor, Central Bank of Nigeria. Shonubi was born on the 7th of March, 1962. He attended the University of Lagos from 1978 to 1983 and obtained a Bachelor's of Science in Mechanical Engineering. So how quite mechanical engineering lands you in banking only in Nigeria. Thereafter, he obtained a Master's of Science still in Mechanical Engineering with bias in Production Engineering from the same university. From 1998 to 1989, he shifted grounds to finance and obtained a master's in business administration, specializing in finance. He began his working experience as a consultant engineer at Mech Ind Associates and worked from 1984 to 1989. From 1989 to 1990, he was the marketing executive for Inlac Computer Limited. He moved to Citibank Nigeria as head treasury operations 1990-1993. He joined Agosto & Co. Limited as supervising consultant, where he moved to MBC International, etc., etc. Deputy General Manager, Banking and Information. He joined First City Monument Bank Limited as Vice President Operations. In 2003, he moved from FCMB to EcoBank. So it doesn't really have this. This guy doesn't really strike me, especially as somebody that is grounded and granulated in banking. He's an engineer, so that's all. That's not all he is. So because that's a plum job, but he is an engineer. In 2003, he moved from FCMB to EcoBank Nigeria PLC as Executive Director, Operations and Information Technology. And by the way, you have to look at because most instances, you just hear that the guy works in banking, and from that you think he's a banker, but you have to look at his job title within that banking. He was the Executive Director, Operations and Information Technology. So he was a technician within the bank rather than a banker. In 2007, he became the Director. He became the Director, Information Technology and Corporate Services, Renaissance Security Nigeria Limited. He was recruited by Union Bank Nigeria as Executive Director, Operations, Technology and Services, September 2009 to 12. He became the Managing Director, CEO, Nigeria Interbank Settlement Systems PLC from 2012 to 2018. Mr. Folushodun is the deputy governor operations of the Central Bank of Nigeria, representing the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria on the board of FIRS since the 9th of December 2019. He is married with children. So it is not substantially, essentially a banker. But then, of course, now that undertone of ethnic cleansing now. So that seems to be the narrative there. That seems to be the launch pad. So that seems to be now the strategy of launch against the Tinubu administration. So there it is right there. So that is the direction. So that sets the backdrop then, I suspect, for the next 4 years. So the backdrop for the next 4 years: investigate INEC, not CBN. Labour Party condemns Emefiele's suspension, says action vindictive, unconstitutional. So we've already dealt with unconstitutional. I'll probably just give you a few paragraphs of this. The Labour Party LP on Saturday condemned the suspension and investigation of the Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Godwin Emefiele. Correspondents report that President Bola Tinubu on Friday approved the suspension of Emefiele over an ongoing investigation of his office and the planned reforms in the financial sector of the Nigerian economy. Emefiele is currently under the custody of the Department of State Services for investigation. I remember when we broke that this guy was arrested yesterday and people were arguing. And we have clips, by the way, of the arrest. We will play to you in a moment. Reacting to the development in a statement on Saturday, Acting National Publicity Secretary of the Labour Party, Obiara Ifo. I promise not to do this too often, but in too many instances, most functionaries of the Labour Party of this name, Obiara Ifo, described the president's action as vindictive and unconstitutional. It described the entire action against Emefiele as a punishment for the Naira redesign policy that was meant to check the vote buying. So, and of course, reports from Nigeria now that the new Naira currency is no longer in circulation. So that then tells you then that that's entirely and purely a political move. And to have changed that Naira at that short notice, we're talking about a $2 billion waste right there. So another $2 billion just thrown in the bin. According to the party, if indeed there is any government agency that should be investigated with utmost urgency, it is the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and its chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu. The statement reads, Mr. President has the right to ask the CBN governor to resign. Same way Nigerians have, it's just this thumb-thumping and jingoistic nonsense. In the same way, you know, I'm reading this actually in the accent of Niger Watch, or that Edo Watch space. I'm reading this piece in the accent of Edo Watch, because this is how they speak. Mr. President has the right to ask the CBN governor to resign, the same way Nigerians have the right to ask him or anyone to resign. However, he does not have the power to do so. Sorry. Anyway, Emefiele was not asked to resign, and Emefiele was not sacked. Emefiele was suspended, which is perfectly within the rights of the federal space. Having a right is one thing, having the power is another thing. So what's the distinction that's been drawn there? Many have asked Mr. President to resign, but lack the power to compel him to do so. Femi Gbadabe-Amila, the minority leader of the House of Representatives, 2014. The leadership of the Labour Party is disturbed by the decision of the President Bola Tinubu to suspend/sack the governor of the central bank, Godwin Emefiele, albeit unconstitutionally, without seeking the permission of the National Assembly, and we insist that that action was not in good taste and sounds punitive. Drawing inspiration from what Femi Gbadabe-Amila, then a minority leader, had said years ago, over a similar situation when President Goodluck Jonathan sacked former CBN Governor Sanusi Lamido Sanusi wherein he questioned the power of the president in sacking the CBN governor. The opposition leader made it clear that the president lacks powers under the laws of the land to sack the CBN governor. What wondered what has changed between that time and now? Agbadabiamila is the current Speaker of the House of Representatives and also holds the enviable portfolio as the Chief of Staff to President Tinubu. He had then argued that the law requires the President to seek the approval of 2/3 of the Senate to be able to sack the Governor of the Central Bank. Reasons being essentially to enforce the doctrine of checks and balances, and to avoid the abuse of powers of a capricious and arbitrary president, while at the same time guaranteeing the autonomy of the CBN. But under Agbadabiamila's watch, Emefiele was fired in the most unconstitutional and vindictive manner. It is only in Nigeria that we find people that are appropriate and reprobate at the same time. People say one thing from one side of their mouth and another from the other side, especially when it favors them politically and otherwise. So it goes on and on in that vein. So I think that's already been addressed. Emefiele was not sacked. So, and please don't take my word for anything. Just go back, just reverse back, teleport to 24 hours before and read what was said. He was suspended. So there it is. So that settles that. But certainly, a lot of people after Emefiele, but who are they? Central Bank Governor, prominent Nigerians who asked for Godwin Emefiele to be sacked, and why? So a lot of people have been, even the person now championing that it's not constitutional, Falana, he was one of the people wanting him suspended. So let's pick it up from here. Before the suspension, some prominent Nigerians had called for Emefiele's sack. Here are some of them. Femi Falana, human rights activist Femi Falana, urged the immediate former president Muhammadu Buhari to sack Godwin Emefiele as the Central Bank of Nigeria governor. Falana said Emefiele could not be trusted with sensitive electoral materials. So that was when Emefiele was wanting to be, he wanted to run for president, but he wanted to run for president. But then, of course, INEC materials were also stored at the CBN. So he's then sitting on top of the materials that will be conducted, to be used to conduct the elections. Concerned Northern Forum, CNF, once issued a 7-day ultimatum to immediate former President Buhari to sack Emefiele and his team. As reported by correspondents, the group made the call over the controversial redesign of the Naira. So a lot of people were after this guy. ADC presidential candidate Yabagi Sani, lawmakers, etc. President Tinubu's aide, Ononuga, President Tinubu, so yes, that guy, he was a marked man all the way through. So now let me take you to this storyline. So this storyline that I'm about to take you to is one of the breaking news that is coming through this cycle today. But where I am taking you to is a narrative that debunks it. But then, of course, this story is often debunked, but it is my estimation that by this time tomorrow, this will be what we're talking about, because this guy will be gone. So this guy will be gone because there is absolutely categorically no justification for sacking or suspending Emefiele and not suspending this guy. Ignore fake news. Carry still substantive GCEO of our NMPC presidency. So we've seen this sort of storylines before. Contrary to speculations making the rounds that President Bola Tinubu has directed the suspension of Malam Melekiare as the Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, there is no such directive from the president. Presidency sources confided in correspondence on Saturday night that the president has not given such directive for the suspension of Kiare as the NNPC boss. Social media platforms were abuzz on Saturday evening with several posts claiming the president had directed the immediate suspension of Kere as a NNPC GCEO. The social media post of the purported suspension of Kere gained traction as it was coming barely 24 hours after the presidency announced the suspension of Godwin Emefiele from office as the governor of the central bank. Multiple sources in the presidency told correspondents that there is no such plan to suspend Kere as the GCEO of NNPC. One of the sources said, "We got to know about the purported suspension through social media post, but I can confirm to you that there is no such directive coming from the president. Nigerians are known to play a lot with trends, and someone may have just sat down somewhere to make such post. There is no iota of truth in that post claiming that the president has suspended the NNPC czar. There is nothing to be worried about because the Petroleum Industry Act is clear on how the NNPC GCEO or any member of the NNPC board could be removed." So I think that lock-in, that the constitution facilitates for the central bank is also probably the same, and I'm quoting just off the back of this commentary. I suspect it's the same level of lock-in that somewhat guarantees Kerry's position. So let's reread that. It says there's no iota of truth in that post claiming that the president has suspended the NNPC GCEO. There is nothing to be worried about because the petroleum, so this is the part that I want you to pay attention to, but because the Petroleum Industry Act is clear on how the NNPC GCEO or any member of the NNPC board could be removed. So is that tie-in lock-in again, that you cannot just at whim as a president just sack him? So you have to go through some parliamentary process to remove the NNPC board. And having exercised executive order sort of oversight on Emefiele, I don't think they want to use the same tool to go after Mele Kyari, but Mele Kyari, to all intents and purposes, is gone. He will not be in that seat for the next within the next 5 days. That's almost a certainty. Maybe he'll be persuaded to resign and then go and take a room next to Emefiele with DSS. When contacted, an aide to the Secretary of the Government of the Federation told correspondents that they have not received any of such directive from the president. Please disregard those reports because they are fake news. We don't have any such directive from the president to suspend Kyari, the aide said. The source said the presidency will not dignify rumor mongers with an official response. So the presidency responds by not dignifying them with an official response. So that is just that's just a meaningless nonsense, isn't it? Right. Tribunal dismisses Labour Party petition. I think we've already done that. And let me just show you this. So Man City 1, Inter Milan 0. I think we've already enjoyed that. Let's take this as the last one. So let's take this as the last one, and then I'll play you a couple of video clips. I'll see if there's anybody in the room. So we take this as the last one. Emefiele now in our custody. You know, the one thing about the DSS is that they kick it off with a denial, and then because we had that with Nnamdi Kanu as well, and everybody, they always deny first that somebody is in their custody. When the story broke that Emefiele was suspended and subsequently arrested, they put out the news that he was not in their custody. But then, of course, eventually they admit. The Department of State Services, DSS, has confirmed that Mr. Godwin Emefiele, the suspended governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, is now in its custody for some investigative reasons. Peter Ofanaya, Public Relations Officer, Department of State Services, in a statement, urged the public, particularly the media, to apply utmost caution in the reportage and narratives concerning this. So I'm not quite sure. That's just a meaningless statement. Of course, the public and the media will act as they will. They will feed on this sort of news. So forget all that. Correspondents had earlier reported that Emefiele was suspended sequel to the ongoing investigation of his office and the planned reforms in the financial sector of the economy. This was disclosed in a statement signed by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Accuse. Following Emefiele's suspension, Tinubu appointed Fola Shodun Adebisi Shonubi as the acting CBN director. So yes, the ethnic undertone already playing out. So the ethnic undertone already playing out. Let me just give you, because we're scrambling somewhat for impactful news, although those ones are sufficiently impactful enough. But let me give you this. Let me give you this one as Jara. Let me give you this one as Jara. You know what they call Jara? You are Jabotas. You don't go to Mama Put, so you wouldn't know what Jara is. So yes, Emefiele Adeyanju attacks Tinubu for appointing Shonubi as acting CBN governor. So I'm only really bringing you this to see if it blends in with then now data. Or have I read this already? No, I haven't. Yes, to see if it blends in with that now ethnic inflection that they are giving to the sacking of Emefiele. President Bola Tinubu has been criticized for appointing Adebisi Shonubi as the acting governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. Deji Adeyanju, it's been a while since we landed on this joker's name. Also, have we read it? No, I don't think we have read it. We haven't read it, Ola. Deji Adeyanju, a social political activist, said it is a disappointment for Mr. Tinubu to appoint Shonubi as acting CBN governor. Following the suspension of Godwin Emefiele as the CBN governor, Tinubu appointed Shonubi as the acting boss of the Apex Bank. However, Adeyanju said Tinubu's decision to appoint Shonubi, who is a mechanical engineer, might lead to Nigeria's failure. So what? Yes. So yes, I think I get where it's coming from, because it's not pure banking, is it? And a lot of people say you don't need a pure banker, you need an economist, but it's not an economist either. It's an engineer. In a Facebook post, Adeyanju wrote, "While I commend President Bola Tinubu for suspending Emefiele, I am highly disappointed that he has appointed Shonubi, a mechanical engineer, as acting governor of the Apex Bank." And by the way, I'm not sure what the credentials of Lamido Sanusi are, but I'm sure he did not study banking as well. Kenya just appointed an economist with PhD as its CBN governor. Turkey has also recently done the same. While we are still saying the FG must stop appointing bankers as CBN governors because they know nothing about fiscal policies or how to run an economy, the new president goes to appoint a mechanical engineer as acting CBN governor. This is why nations fail. So that's a different inflection. So he's not actually going at it from that tribal undercurrent. He's going at it just from the credentials of the guy. So let's pick it up. From hold on, let me just do something. Yes, let's pick it up from here. So let's pick it up from here and let's come in. So we've got Ola with us and we've got Ajanle Koko with us. So a nice little tidy little session we're likely to have. So before I come to you, Ola, first, let me play this couple of clips and then we'll pick it up from there. So let's play this.
We We're still on the coverage of the suspension of Godwin Emefiele. We can now confirm to you through an exclusive footage obtained by TVC News that the former governor is now in DSS custody. In a press statement by Public Relations Officer, Department of State Services, the Department of State Services hereby confirms that Mr. Godwin Emefiele, the suspended governor of the central bank, is now in custody for some investigative reasons. The public, particularly the media, is enjoined to apply utmost caution in the reportage and narratives concerning this. Details are sketchy, but what we can confirm is that the CBN governor is now in DSS custody, and we're confirming that through an exclusive footage obtained by TVC News. All right, that's the footage there, the exclusive footage obtained by TVC, where you can see that the DSS now has the former governor of the suspended governor of the CBN in custody. There was a press statement released by the Public Relations Officer of the Department of State Service, where he's enjoining the media to apply utmost caution in the reportage and narratives concerning this. He's also confirming that the DSS now has Godwin Emefiele in custody. You'll remember that he was suspended yesterday by the president, and that's because of investigation around some of allegations, about him and policies he took while in office. We understand he was arrested in Lagos and is off to Abuja.
All right. So what particularly struck me was the DSS made sure to flash handcuffs just to hammer down what was taking place. And I'm not sure that I spotted Emefiele in that clip, but nevertheless, they said he was about to run. That's what's been speculated, that he was about to run, and then they just snagged him. So they snagged him. But now this man,
you said you didn't spot him. He was the one in that.
He was the one in native
gray. In the
what was he? Is it the one? It looks tinier. Yeah. Oh yeah. Was that him?
Yeah, you can play it all over. I mean,
let me play it again.
We We're still on the coverage of the suspension of Godwin Emefiele. We can now confirm to you through an exclusive footage obtained by TVC News that the former governor is now in DSS custody. In a press statement by Public Relations Officer, Department of State Services, the Department of State Services hereby confirms that Mr. Godwin Emefiele, the suspended governor of the central bank, is now in custody for some investigative reasons. The public, particularly the media, is enjoined to apply utmost caution in the reportage and narratives concerning this. Details are sketchy, but what we can confirm is that the CBN governor is now in DSS custody, and we're confirming that through an exclusive footage obtained by TVC News. All right, that's the footage there, the exclusive footage obtained by
It looked like an old man. I didn't know he was that old. He looked like, I thought he was more young and sprightly than that. But for the optics, they should have put that handcuff on him. That's what we want to see, isn't it? We want to see him in handcuffs. Look, never my dog.
Wow.
You know?
Oh, man.
Is that not what we want? Is it not a criminal suspect? Did they not push over in handcuffs? Did they push over in handcuffs?
No, that was just to humiliate you. So, but even though they needed not to put that handcuff, so it's okay. It's okay, but should I continue?
No. Let me play this one more clip, and then we come into it. Yeah.
They took over all my businesses. and want to kill me. But I survived it. I'm in the Senate with you people. It's not the end to what we have done. It's not the end to United Nigeria. It's not the end to Brothers Keeper. But these senators I called were with me. I never lacked. When the PDP that I was governor for 2 terms was being formed, I brought every money they used in forming that party. Every penny in 1997 and 98. And I later became a thief. And people I gave transport money from my house in VI became agents. This is what Nigeria represents. I want to thank my colleagues for giving me these 4 years of uninterrupted support. Because this country is not fair to so many of us. I built this country, I employed 13,800 workers. People employing nobody. And nobody asked them their source of wealth. I have 3 factories in Lagos, Nigeria. I have 2 factories in Ota, build manufacturing. I have 3 factories in Aba, manufacturing. And I'm a thief. And people that cannot explain where their source of wealth comes from, they are not thieves. I leave everything in the hands of God. May God be the judge.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip.
So that was Orji Kalu belly aching how he's been maltreated. So Orji Kalu belly aching about how he's been maltreated, and there was a subsequent headline still Orji Kalu speaking of how the country. I had it lined up, but then it's off my screen now. Speaking of how the country is somewhat undermining him for reasons of ethnicity. So we get into all of that, but let's kick it off, Ola, with this space. Presidential Tribunal rejects Peter Obi's request to interrogate electoral body, INEC, on 12 key areas. So you heard the readout. Just the level of, did you understand the metaphor that I was using, that they were casting a net to fish?
Well, greetings to everyone, all the our audience. Yeah. Thanks for coming. Thank you, Ajali Koko, for coming early. Otherwise, one man would have find a way to run away. So we got him. So he's here so that we can enjoy the content this evening. Thank you, Bishop, too, for coming. So to me, well, you know, I'm not too political, and I'm actually interested in that Emefiele and this CBN governor, but I will still say something about what LP, what they be doing. You know, right from time, I know that these people, they are just there to waste the time of the public servant within the judiciary. So these guys, they are just abusing the processes. You are supposed to be coming with your evidences. It's not for you to be trying to look at loopholes. Maybe by the time you start interrogating all those CBN, all those INEC officials, you are now trying to look for loopholes to come in. When you know for the fact that you don't even have any case, but you just base it on, okay, let's just try our luck and let's see how we can track them down. To me, I don't want to give my time to that. Maybe people that are more knowledgeable, they can talk about that. But to me,
you are an IT guy, Ola. So you are better placed to have an understanding of this. Let me give you this paragraph. This is one of the things they were asking the court to compel INEC to do. He wanted INEC to, amongst other things, tell the court the date it conducted the functionality test. So you would explain to us what a functionality test is. He wanted INEC to, amongst other things, tell the court the date it conducted the functionality test on the purported improved technology system it's deployed for the elections, as well as the names and details of those that conducted the test. So what is a functionality test? And how is that pertinent or relevant to the subject matter?
Okay, functionality test is what we call logic and accuracy testing here. So
no, don't go to detail though. But you know,
I'm just telling you. So the equipment, the IT equipment we use to capture the votes, you know, this on like the one in Nigeria, you know, we use a biometric. So what functionality test is okay, you feed some data into that machine ahead of time. Assuming you feed 1,000 data.
All right. Take us to the space where this might be relevant to Peter Obi's case.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. So you feed 1,000, you feed 1,000 into the machine, and the result will display 1,000. You do that before you deploy the machine on the election day. Then when you finish, then you perform that logic and accuracy testing again, which is functionality they are talking there. You feed those in there, and you see that okay, the figure you put in is the same figure coming out. You don't want to put 2 there and get 10. And you don't want to put there for a particular candidate and get like 15. So,
all right, take us to how it's relevant. It's just we get lost when it gets too technical.
What they are trying to establish here now is this. You know, when someone is cleverer, is too clever for himself, that's where the problem is now. These people, they are being too clever. What they are trying to tell you now is this. Okay, if two candidates vote for Asiwaju, and the thing is saying 10 people, that is exactly what they are trying to say. Okay, oh, you feed 2 candidates. Okay, 2 candidates, and you try to approve for 2 candidates. All of a sudden, you have now 10 for Asiwaju. So based on that 10 now, you now have that gap for you now to rig for in favor. That's exactly what they want to do. So it tells you that politicians, they think likewise everywhere, even where we are here. I'm telling you, because politicians will come to me that, oh, they can rig this thing now. You can feed 3 here and you get like 10. Exactly, that's exactly what these people are doing. So politicians, they think everywhere. You know, I like about 2 weeks ago, I still ran. I was still participating in an election for the same machine, and the thinking has never changed. So they want to say that machine rigged in favor of APC. That's exactly what they want to. That someone has tampered with the machine. So that's what accuracy and logic testing is meant for. Whatever you put in is whatever you get. You don't get any exaggerated figure, period.
All right, let me take you to this space then. It is ethnic cleansing. Onanaeze Ndigbo condemns Emefiele's suspension. So how did they arrive at that? Because a lot of people feel there are countless reasons outside of ethnicity to both suspend, then sack, and arrest Emefiele. But of all of the reasons that people can come up with for the suspension of this guy, Onanaeze Ndigbo have boiled it down to ethnicity. How do you think they've arrived there, Ola?
To me, with due respect to Onanaeze, I think it's unfortunate that those people that are supposed to set us on the right path are the one trying to mislead us and the one trying to create unnecessary disunity. Because when you call this one ethnic cleansing, you are not trying to tell us, and you are not trying to be sincere about the crime that this old man has committed. We are talking of someone that is holding the critical part of the economy of Nigeria. You know, knowing quite well that if our monetary policy fail, the entire economy of that country can crash. Because in some aspect, our monetary policy is even more important than the fiscal in some aspect. And this guy now got to that office, and I can even say that he did beyond Abacha, the way he was managing that place. All of a sudden, you destroy a currency to make some people rich overnight. All of a sudden, you brought a policy that will create hardship. It's unfortunate that Nigeria is not a place whereby we have accurate data. Otherwise, we could have measured fatality in what happened. Because don't think that Naira, the design policy, didn't send some people on the mission beyond. All these things, when you look at the entire impact, this is what you can call that this guy has done a lot of economic sabotage. This guy, see, you can almost equate what this guy did, even if not even worse than what a coup plotter in the country will do, because what he did is like ganging up against the entire citizens of the country in the name of politics. You know, it has never happened anywhere. I stand to be corrected, whether in the advanced world or in the developing world, when a CBN governor that will be in care, that is supposed to be an umpire, that is supposed to protect even all those materials that will be used for election, we now just come out without resigning, and you want to stay in that position, and you say you want to manage everything. No, it's unfortunate. So we are talking of a potential criminal here by what he has done. Because I'm saying a potential criminal because no court has declared him a criminal. But from even my own analysis, I can pin a lot of things on this guy. That this guy, because if I
let's clear up a certain space, because part of the criticism of the Onanaeze space and some commentaries in the social media space as well is that the suspension of Emefiele is unconstitutional, which is wrong. It's not true,
because I have evidence there from that of Sanusi, because I was unable to talk so much yesterday because I didn't do enough research. Look, see, this guy, we should agree that he has abused his office. Confirm. Now that this guy was suspended, the suspension is illegal. What is illegal is that if a president cannot remove Emefiele, not that he cannot suspend. When Sanusi was suspended in 2014, he took the case to the High Court. I cannot remember. I thought Justice Gabriel Kolawole then, when he now referred that case to the National Industrial Court. So even referring it to Industrial Court, it still even cited two parts of the Constitution then. I think Section 251 and 254 that, and he established that CBN is an act of the National Assembly, and Sanusi is a public officer. That by virtue of that the president can discipline Sanusi, because that they should see that suspension as some kind of disciplinary action that is within the capacity of the president to discipline him. That what he cannot do is to remove him, because we need two-thirds of the National Assembly. So people say it's unconstitutional, and you know it baffles me too when lawyers are saying this, because if an ordinary person like me can follow the event, I can see what is happening, and to the best of my knowledge, a judgment not set aside is a precedent that anything that you want to even rule tomorrow, you still cite that as precedent, because no court, as far as I'm concerned, has set that judgment aside. So for this guy to be suspended by the president acted legally. You know, I was saying it yesterday that I'd be shocked, I'd be surprised that Tinubu, with the level of his experience, will be so daft and so naive to the point that he would just act like that at the beginning of his administration. So to me, I'm totally convinced, based on the judgment in 2014, that this guy, the suspension is absolutely legal, except another court of higher jurisdiction will say otherwise. So to me, they can shout from now till tomorrow. Any lawyer, because if a lawyer tells me that rubbish, I will first of all question his competence, because I will always refer him to what Justice Gabriel Kolawole said in 2014. So then moving to this guy, they cited one man. This is funny really, because if someone says this guy is not qualified, then I'd be surprised, because now even let's look at this from this angle. Even this is not even the final appointment. A person
a lot of the commentaries about who should be the CBN governor has always recommended that the CBN governor should be an economist. So that's what a lot of people feel should occupy that space, an economist. So that's one. And this guy is a civil engineer. So that's one. He has a bit of a history in banking, but his history in banking, because we just went through his CV now, his history in banking is not robust enough, and he's more being on sort of a technology operational side of banking rather than financial or economic side of banking. So there is nothing in that backdrop then that inspires confidence, and that's somewhat is what DJ Adeyojo's criticism is.
You didn't look at that profile very well, and I'm sure I can tell you. Now, I work in a bank where accountant was our executive director, strategy and finance, and IT was other finance. People forget that IT in a bank is a strategy. It's not. So don't look as IT in the bank as just one kind of a technical distance. So we are talking of the management of that sector. The management of that particular section in the bank is not your regular PC that will be carrying PC and screwdriver around. No, it's a strategy, and that strategy.
No, it's not. No, hold on. Don't get too technical.
I'm not getting too technical.
No, can you hold on, please? The criticism is more that it's not core pure banking or economics, which is where people envisage that the
because people didn't look at the situation. Now we are talking of we have 4 deputy governors, right? And even some people raise the sentiment that, oh, the guy is not the most senior. And I asked the people why, because he was appointed September, while some people were appointed in March. But when you look at the entire industry, this is most experienced. The other guy I would have normally prefer is a PhD holder, which is Obiora, Kingsley Obiora, because he's an economist. Because a person like me too, I normally prefer economist, someone that has not dealt with any bank at all, a neutral person like in the league of.
So there are no economists in the CBN for them to have gone for a civil engineer.
Okay, now look at it. Look at this.
How much did ethnicity? Hold on, because there's another Fulani woman that was a lot of people thought will get the job. How much did ethnicity play in this guy being put forward? How much did ethnicity play?
This is not the case of ethnicity. It's the case of the most senior person, the most senior deputy governor.
Yeah, but he's not the most senior, is he?
But how do you know that it's not the most senior? That's exactly what I'm saying. It's the most experienced in the industry. Because okay, look, that they employed someone in January and they now brought another person in December doesn't make that the person by the appointment in January doesn't make the person senior. It depends on the negotiation and your appointment letter as at the time they were bringing you in. That's exactly the way you look at it. Forget about the date of appointment. So now people don't say this guy is not an economist. Mohalu is a hard PhD in law. There's no way it's written that this guy attended anything on economics. But this guy, as far as was a good economist to the Central Bank of Nigeria, given the opportunity, he could have easily become the CBN too and be carrying law degree. See, you have economics by practice, you have economics by experience, and you have economics by academic degree. Now, this guy moved to finance in 1989. And we should not forget NIMS, Nigeria Interbank Settlement, that handle all the settlement, every operation, interbank operation, because this is the whole by CBN and all the banks in Nigeria. This guy was the CEO of that place. And this guy was in charge of treasury of a bank for a very long time. Not only that, this guy went through MBA. I stand to be corrected. Any serious MBA that knows the honor, you have 3 cutting you deal with in MBA: economics, finance, and strategy. So that way now.
Because it took economics as a model in university, that qualifies him to be central bank governor.
Well, I want to challenge you, woman. Have you taken any serious top MBA before, and you see how people cry whenever they do economics. Economics in MBA in the top school is not a joke. It's not a joke, because I know sometimes people will be expecting, oh, okay, they should have PhD. It's only when you have PhD or they expect economics openly that is when they see you as an economist.
The CBN governor of Kenya has a PhD in economics.
Wait, you can even have bachelor degree in economics. Then the question will now be, what type of module do you take in economics? You can take some jargon of economics, and yes, they see you as economist, but you can still perform. But don't forget, people are seeing Tinubu as someone with just a BA in business administration. Even Tinubu is an economist. You can't do undergraduate degree in business administration. Now you say you don't know of economics, then I will doubt the type of school you attended. MBA and general managers.
Don't worry about all that. A lot of people find it an uninspired appointment, ethnic-led. That's just what people are saying.
It is unfortunate for them to see it that way, because this thing, we've not pushed to even the National Assembly. It's just a case of someone, that is even senior taking over, pending the time that we get proper appointment. Okay, now. You take, like we were saying yesterday, DSS were just respecting the position. They didn't want to light. They didn't want to light the country up. They didn't want to light fire. That was the reason they sought for the approval of the president. Otherwise, normally there's no immunity. Once you're a criminal in this country, it doesn't matter your position as long as there's no executive immunity. This guy was supposed to be arrested. Even when Tinubu was even still campaigning, the DSS were already on this guy as far as November last year. Tinubu just contested the election in February. So DSS, and we are saying the institution in Nigeria should work. This is how institution should work. Normally, this guy should have gone as far back as last year, but it was being protected, and this is where
it's not going that's the question, but the person that replaced him. But still a lot of questions around what led to him being removed, and a lot of people, for all of the criticisms that Emefiele has been leveled against Emefiele, for all of those criticisms, a lot of it can be parked under the banner of incompetence rather than fraud. Let me bring you two pieces, because Reno Omokri has come out, and Yemi Osinbajo has come out too. So let me bring you Reno Omokri first, still with the Emefiele space. It says it appears to be a vindictive act to punish him for the patriotic Naira redesign. Reno Omokri faults the suspension and rumored arrest of Emefiele. So it's no longer rumored, it's confirmed. Reno Omokri has faulted the suspension of Godwin Emefiele as governor of Central Bank of Nigeria. In a post shared on his Instagram page, Omokri opined that the suspension appears to be a vindictive act to punish Emefiele for the patriotic Naira redesign policy he introduced last year, which was meant to, amongst other things, reduce the impact of money in politics. So he wrote, it says, the suspension of Godwin Emefiele, the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, by President Bola Tinubu is not in good taste. It appears to be a vindictive act to punish Emefiele for the patriotic Naira redesign policy, which was meant, amongst other things, to reduce the impact of money on the general elections. President Tinubu started well. Indeed, I have had cause to praise him, but he should not mar the progress he has made by this act of seeming vengeance. The country needs unity and stability after a fractious election. Now is the time for appeasement, not punishment. It is hoped that the president will reconsider his action for the nation's greater good. And then he went on to where is Emefiele. So we'll know where Emefiele is now. So that's Reno Omokri launching into that narrative of it in a vindictive act. But this is Yemi Osinbajo's take on the suspension and then subsequent arrest of Emefiele. Emefiele failed to redeem himself. Osinbajo spokesman Laolu Akonde, media aide to former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, has said the suspended governor of the central bank, Godwin Emefiele, is being embattled due to corruption in the dual exchange rate policy of the Apex Bank. In a tweet on Saturday, Akonde opined that the battle against Emefiele was not about the CBN cashless policy, as was widely speculated, but due to corruption. He said the suspension and subsequent arrest of Emefiele by the DSS was a relief for Nigerians, he wrote. It was about time the CBN governor faced suspension and investigation. All people of goodwill and those who value integrity, irrespective of political leanings, will be thankful for this development. Emefiele was given a long rope, but he failed to redeem himself. His shenanigans and the colossal damage he perpetrated at the CBN was to the utter detriment of the Nigerian people. This is not even about cashless policy, but apparent corruption, especially in the dual exchange rate policy, which never made sense. What a sigh of relief. So this is essentially Yemi Osinbajo, because of course Laolu Akonde is spokesperson for 8 years solid. So what are you making of that then? So if Yemi Osinbajo was of the view that Emefiele was not fit for purpose, and he was the vice president of the country, the chairman of the Economic Forum, what did he do about it? So a lot of people knew this guy was no good. But then, of course, he continued in that post till Tinubu caught him.
Okay, we know how it went when Osinbajo was in charge, before they smuggled Buhari back from his on emergency, when this guy was already on those cabal that were using our forex for round tripping. Look at it this way: if anybody will know what was happening, then will be Osinbajo and his spokesperson. Because we were there when Osinbajo was presiding, everything improved. Then all of a sudden, when they smuggled Buhari in, and the next thing they removed his staff, everything went back to how it was before. So if this they know. So this thing about and now saying that what did Osinbajo do? Osinbajo himself, that they wanted to frustrate out, that they were after, that this guy was trying to do his best, at least for the few months that we witnessed.
If Osinbajo, hold on, I don't quite know why you, especially, and the Osinbajo followership, they always go back to some 6 weeks cameo that he was told to sit on the seat and keep it warm as evidence of him being capacitated in any way. He doesn't have capacity for anything. But if Osinbajo, which is now telling us, knew that not only was Emefiele not fit for purpose, but he was also very corrupt and he was ruining the economy, and he sat there as the vice president of Nigeria. What did he do to alarm at the space? What actions did he take to address it? And if he felt that this guy was leading to the ruination of the country, why didn't he step down? Because he did not want to be part of it. So he's equally as complicit, Osinbajo.
No, like this type of politics you introduce, woman. Yes, we had a situation whereby the like of Awolowo, the like of Batonaji, they resigned at a particular period in time. But you know, things like this will be weaponized in Nigeria if every person that is supposed to, even if you are not able to do something today, but you can have information for whosoever that will count tomorrow to do something. So I don't encourage anybody to step down because someone is trying to frustrate.
What did he do to address it first? Because he has identified it as a problem. What did he do to address it? He was the vice president for 8 years.
See, we know quite well that Osinbajo at a particular point in time was just there and could not do anything. We are talking of the government whereby even the wife of the president himself.
So it was just sitting down there and looting money. Was that all of it?
How can we say he was sitting there to loot money? There will be some other functions that will be performing that was not that political that he could still do for us. So it doesn't like, okay, look at that during that of Ruga now, for example, when everybody was saying Ruga, and they just needed this man to speak. They interview about Ruga, and he told you that we never agree on anything like Ruga, and everybody were going, no, Ruga. Immediately he mentioned that thing, all the idea of Ruga just died down immediately. Look at him there, assuming he was not there to just give his own voice that time. Probably Lekki Phase 1, VGC today will be Ruga. So to me, this is just too political, because we are looking at the situation whereby Buhari himself was already.
Is Oshibanjo trying to exonerate himself by coming out in this way?
When you are saying he's trying to exonerate himself, I don't know what you mean by that. But the thing is that if you have anything criminal to pin on Oshibanjo, go ahead and pin on him. Of course, I will support you 100%. But I'm saying that his boss was there, which was the one that had the sole authority. Because sometimes Oshibanjo will only act based on what his boss asked him to do. Okay, look at this. Okay, Oshibanjo maybe went to the president, for example. I said, okay, boss, this guy is dangerous to our economy. Okay, let us do something about him. Okay, well, it's okay, I will do something about him. Okay, and then maybe Abakiari comes, say, don't mind that guy, they are just trying to remove you from power. Okay, let's just go this thing. I want to trust my cousin, and the thing will just change that way. So it's not as if this guy will just go ahead and override his boss. Even when Atiku tried the same thing against Obasanjo, we all know the consequence. So to me, I would rather focus more on this guy, on Buhari, than now start finding a way to blame Oshibanjo. No, we deal with the issue. And people that are saying they are wish-shotting this guy, like one guy will say, I say, if someone is trying to wish-shot you, then don't be a witch. The question now, because people are now saying, okay, this is now ending on that tone. The question the person you ask say, I know mockery is flip-flop, we still flip over time. We still flip. Because the question you ask yourself is this: did this guy do all these things? Even in advanced world, in fact, less than 50% of the crime committed are successfully prosecuted. So it simply means that the significant number of criminals escape with some things. But the fewer you can, the few people you can get across to, make example of them. So if we start talking about it's a political issue, so we are simply saying, okay, Tinubu should just stay. Okay, so that they won't say I'm doing political I'm being vindictive, I should not do anything. No, that means that it's free for all. Even if it's like Obasanjo did to Tafa Balogun and Alamesi, he just made example. Those examples are clear example to set signal that don't mess up with me. So all these ethnic and all these things they are bringing on this thing, okay, I can say shame to those people that are trying to bring that. Let those people come and tell us that, okay, Emefiele did not this thing, that his arrest is politically motivated. To me, all those things are BS. So they should not come with that kind of thing. Did this guy commit that crime? It's glaring that he committed it. So now take the case to the court and prove it. That's the only thing we want. So as Tinubu acted the way he should act, yes. So to me, nobody should come and do this kind of emotional blackmail or political blackmailing that is wishing. Otherwise, if we go that way, nobody will want to do the right thing because you'll be afraid that people should not shout that you do the same thing. Is this not clear to everybody? But people not suffering. But all of a sudden, our dollars move from around 200, just jumped to 700. Okay, when Buhari was not available, the thing came down. Immediately he arrived
all right. Let's know.
This guy went to Caribbean to celebrate birthday and hire creatures. And how many private jets followed that guy to that place?
Dangote was part of the people that went with him.
Okay, at least we know what Dangote is doing. But the CBN governor, The person that's supposed to be prudent with that monetary policy.
Hold on. You know, part of the you know, there's a lot of speculations about why this guy was arrested, and one of the speculations is some billion-dollar deal that he did with Dangote. So Dangote's name is also part of the wrap-up of these things that is going on with Emefiele. That's just one of the things being speculated there.
One man, I will not fall for all those gimmick. Let us see let us see that thing. Okay, what you do with Dangote is what they want to hide. Okay, we can see what Dangote is put in place in Lagos. Let's even assume that he supported Dangote to put that thing. Okay, take that one out. Is Dangote the
well, no, he did support Dangote. Dangote made special mention of him that the thing would not come about without the support of Emefiele.
That arrangement to support Dangote has always been there as far back as 2013. So take Dangote out. Are you saying Dangote is the only person? I want to see other people that were mentioned in this thing to come and put the physical thing they put on ground in Nigeria that warranted that depreciation of a naira just to favor some rank chippers. So put Dangote there. If you need to publish anything on Dangote, publish it. I remember when Sanusi was doing the banking reform, immediately they mentioned Dangote name. You know what Dangote did? He just said, what a nonsense. He just ordered that they should go and pay all those things and they were performing debt. Dangote was just angry. Say, okay, please go and pay it off. The bankers were even the ones say, okay, no be like that. So we are going to solve all these things. So to me, publish Dangote and let's see the reaction, what Dangote will say. So no, I won't fall for some kind of cheap political collusion and all those head-on collusion just to bring this thing. Publish it and let's see the fact. Then when you publish that, we want to see those portfolio, political portfolio here investor that you cannot find the investment somewhere that became billionaire or multi-billionaire overnight because of the way they ran triple currency. So to me, whether political or not political, the only thing is that if you didn't commit a crime, I'm okay. But if you commit a crime, nobody should come and tell me some kind of BS about it. It's annoying, honestly. It's very annoying.
But what do you mean is annoying? He has an association with Dangote, which Dangote publicly acknowledges, and there are speculations that the length of time it took Dangote to bring that refinery into being, that it was all wrapped around the narrative of round tripping. And now the Laulu Akonde piece from Oshibanjo is telling us that the dual exchange rate policy is the key reason why he has been arrested. So all of that wraps around the Dangote narrative. So I'm not sure.
It's more, when I read that allegation against him, it's more than dual. It's more than dual. Because part of the
what allegation against him? Sorry, what allegations against him?
When you read it, I think there are about 6 allegations of financial terrorism.
A lot of it is nonsense now. A lot of it is nonsense.
Where you are saying this nonsense. Look at it this way. How do you call it for financial terrorism when you give that short period of time? See, everybody knew what happened in India, even when India even did this thing.
No, leave India. So sorry, you always take us on this. No, can you hold on? Can you hold on? Hold on. Stay within the Dangote space. Don't take us on a journey. What people are saying, and we have from Laulu Akonde, who is the voice of Yemi Ashibanjo, the vice president of the country for 8 years. So what he is saying is that the key reason why this guy has been arrested, and we have to take that as substance because he would know, that is wrapped around the dualization of the exchange rate and the corruption embedded within it. And we also know that there's a narrative that Dangote was kicking the can down the road for the refinery for reasons that he was getting favorable exchange rate because of the national importance of his project. He was getting favorable exchange rates from the CBN, and it paid him more financially to round trip that money than to use it for the purposes of the refinery. So a lot of that interlinks with what Yemi Oshibanjo is saying. So forget India. So that's where That's where the allegation is being pointed.
Like I said, all these kind of things are just political manipulations. Let them publish the full report. We are here for us to get access and let us read. Then when we come to that time, we are going to apportion blame appropriately. We've seen someone, we've seen the time they accused Femi Otedola, and someone that went to Femi Otedola to now pocket, to now put some money on his head and capital. And we know what happened to the person today. Let them please publish it. When we are talking,
no, hold on. Are you saying Otedola is exonerated? Is it that
I'm not saying totality that Otedola was exonerated, but what I'm saying here is this: I don't want unnecessary diversion, distraction, and all those stories that this. The question is this:
hold on. How is it a diversion? The guy has been arrested. The guy has been arrested for financial impropriety that significantly impacted on the economy of the country, and the narrative is that some of these big names are wrapped up within that those allegations.
One man, I was in Nigeria when Soludo said banks should go and recapitalize, and we had so many big men that were standing on his way. What did he do? He had an option to compromise, but he booted everybody out. Judas had the tendency of corruption before he betrayed Jesus Christ. So Yoruba will say, whatever you have within you, that is what when you drink alcohol, the same thing you were going to speak out. If Emefiele was not going to have his own benefit to this, he had every option to say, I will not do. We saw Sanusi, how he was being a talkative when he was there and was playing everything. We knew I was running after the big men in Nigeria instead of romancing them. So Sanusi was there, and Dangote needed money that time, and he didn't give him money. So how come that it is when it is Emefiele that we now have justification? So to me, what I'm saying is that let him go and be prosecuted and let him state all those things there, and we can take it from there. But as far as I'm concerned, I want to base it on what I have now. I don't want some kind of sympathy for a crook. I don't want us to start, no. I don't want to go to that route. Let us stay by what the DSS guys are saying now. Let us find a way to say, okay, is there any merit to this arrest? And let us prosecute it to logical conclusion. I don't want any political undertone there. Please, I want it to be purely legal. So Dangote or no Dangote, for now, I don't care, and I don't even want to entertain it with those people in the social media. I don't want to. This guy created economic crisis, and from what we can discover, or in quotes, that this guy benefited from all those activities. So those are the things they need to establish. So when they establish it, if you can deal with him. That 10 of us are going, police now pull me down when all of us. No. That's not the business. Police will tell you, say, okay, my instrument can only catch only one person at a time. So there's no business with other 10 people that escape. You that were caught.
All right. Let me take you to this space. Let me take you to this space, Ola. So off the back of the capture of Emefiele, the whole of the social media and news cycle space, it was awash with the information that Mele Kyari, the lead person of the NNPC, that he has also been suspended. So now, very quickly now, they've come to address that it is fake news. But is it fake news is the thing. Because, of course, they were talking about that it requires a process to remove Mele Kyari, but it also required the process to remove Emefiele. He has been removed. But fake news or not, all of the reasons that justified the removal of Godwin Emefiele, are those reasons not even more amplified to require the removal of Mele Kyari? And whether this is fake news or not, is it your estimation and expectation that Mele Kyari should be gone before the end of the week?
To me, anybody that his hand is caught in the cookie jar should be dealt with accordingly. But when I got this news too, I jumped just to look at it, because normally I could have forwarded this thing to you, so assuming I believe in that. So I tried to search to see how concrete the news was, but I couldn't find anything. So I'm just looking. To me, if there are enough evidences to hook this guy, why not? These are the kind of thing we want. You see the thing. I have this mentality that you don't necessarily need to spend your energy to go after every crook in Nigeria, but there are some strategic crooks that you need to pick up. The CBN governor, we know that monetary policy can crash the entire economy of Nigeria. The NNPC, the GCE, because of the revenue coming to that place too, if the country will not have revenue, that thing can collapse the economy of the country too. So people like this, if you find something concrete on them, you have to go very hard on them. Yeah, do I believe that the DSS guys, do I believe they are still working on capturing this guy? I want to believe so, but it's just an assumption. But as it is, so if you ask me, is it my expectation? Of course, yes, it's my expectation for the government to go after people like this. So you go after the big guys, those people that are holding on to the key parasitas that can easily cripple the economy. So it's my expectation, but unfortunately, or should I say, I don't know whether it's the right thing, in the right mood to say it's unfortunately they've not been able to pick him. So I won't be able to say anything about it. So to me, if he has if he has some questions to answer, yeah, pick him up. That's what I will say. But I still now it's never in news because they've never picked him. So I won't talk so much. Woman, are you there?
All right, brilliant to oppose. No, I am here. So brilliant to oppose. So so stay there. Let me go from your and go to let me go to Bishop, who hopefully is there. So Bishop on mute. Let's see if your connection is Bishop.
Yeah, I hope it's good enough.
Yeah, it's brilliant actually. It's a lot better than yesterday. So I want to hold you still to the Yemi Osinbajo space because I've come across now. It looks as though Yemi Osinbajo has expanded on just this Emefiele space. It says Emefiele freely looted Nigeria's treasury, sabotaged economy under Buhari, Osinbajo. So this is Laulu Akonde. Laulu Akonde, of course, the spokesman for Yemi Osinbajo, so he would not be coming out except directed by his principal. Laulu Akonde, media advisor to former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, on Saturday decried how Godwin Emefiele had free reign over Nigeria's treasury under the erstwhile administration of Muhammadu Buhari, using policies to steal money while sabotaging the nation's economy. Mr. Emefiele was ousted from office as the head of the central bank on Friday evening in a move critics said was unconstitutional, since President Tinubu was not allowed by existing law to remove the CBN governor. Mr. Tinubu's move was also expected to rile up investors who have long expected a CBN free from political interference in Nigeria. Mr. Emefiele was arrested in Lagos on Saturday and transported to Abuja by the State Security Service, which said the former CBN chief will be answering questions about his role at the CBN since June 2014. Mr. Emefiele could not be reached for comments, and it was unclear if he had retained lawyers since being taken into custody. So now let's get into what he said. So we've gotten one bit, but let's get the fullness of it. His shenanigans, the colossal damage he perpetrated at the CBN were to the utter detriment of the Nigerian people, Mr. Akonde said on Twitter. This is not even about the cashless policy, but apparent corruption, especially in the dual exchange rate policy, which never made sense. What a sigh of relief. Mr. Akonde served as presidential spokesperson attached to the vice president's office for 8 years, starting from 2015. He once issued a statement for Mr. Osinbajo, criticizing Emefiele, who regularly courted public controversy for his handling of the nation's exchange rate regime. So this is the new bit now that adds on to the narrative. In October 2021, Mr. Akonde's statement for his principal said Mr. Emefiele was supervising unbridled corruption in the forex exchange market in Nigeria. Mr. Emefiele denied the allegation, and it was unclear whether Mr. Osinbajo proposed any official measures to investigate or exact sanctions on the CBN chief to the president. It was about time CBN governor faced suspension and investigation, Akonde said, saying former CBN governor was given a long rope, but he failed to redeem himself. Mr. Emefiele appeared to be the first Buhari regime official to be arrested and held on fraud charges by Tinubu's administration, with anti-corruption experts saying many of Mr. Buhari's aides are likely to be held on similar charges for their year-long looting of the nation's treasury. So apparently, Yemi Osinbajo had tried to alarm at that space as far back as 2021, but unbridled looting is how Osinbajo described it. So Emefiele, the ethnic undertone, the replacement with the Yoruba person, and Osinbajo coming in with his commentaries. Bishop.
Thank you once again. Good evening, compatriots. Mr. Compatriots, and kindly do the needful, as we used to say, click the like button, share, subscribe if you have not done so. Thank you once again, Woman. On the mystery space, let me try and separate it. And let me start from on this, what I would call the undignified outburst now. I wouldn't know if he was speaking for himself or on behalf of his former principal. Whichever one it is, I think it's a little bit too belated. If he was speaking for himself, then I can kindly tell him to please kindly shut up. If he's actually speaking on behalf of his principal, I'll say that's a little bit too tardy and a little bit too late. If the focus was Nigeria, and the man was rowing us to a shipwreck, you know, and you had opportunity of doing something, and you waited until probably the doomsday Armageddon could have come and gone before you announced shouting Eureka, hey, hooray. I mean, how did they say? You're not singing Kumbaya? I think it's very foolish. I'm disappointed. If you noticed that the man was driving us towards an economic doom by some of his policies, what action, critical, real action did you take? Did you go to your principal, the president? I'm talking about the vice president now. Did you go to him? You have about 2 or 3 different committees that you should pretend that the CBN governor is a member of those committees. At least I know he's a member of the National Economic Council. He's a member of 1 or 2 other committees that was set up by the president or the government of the day. What did you do when it mattered most? Only for you to now wake. Now you're now reminding, you're now telling us you were there. You had a front row advantage, how do they call it? Front view advantage to be able to comment, not only just to comment, but to be able to help formulate. The president was away. You acted as a president for about 6 months at an instance. So if you are aware, yeah, I mean, I know Emefiele had done a lot of damage. I'm not a fan of his, frankly so, because I saw him as a mole, being an appointee of the former government that was removed, and the pain really did not go away for some people. So, but if you see him even taking on policies that are not beneficial to the country, and you kept quiet for that long, I'm tired.
Bishop,
Yes,
you know that the vice president doesn't have any control over the
that's what
governor.
he doesn't have control. He might not have control.
Done. There's not when the president is there.
Okay, hold on. What I'm saying is this.
Best position.
What I'm saying is this. If he's not there,
but president protected him. So what will he have done?
No, what I'm saying, I said two things now.
Yeah.
I said one, there was a period of time he was the acting president for about 6 months. Even if he was not able to remove him, if he had recommended his suspension and table out, enumerate those his shortcomings. Even if that one did not work, speak out at functions. I remember there was a point in time he spoke out about clashes between monetary policy and what do they call it, fiscal something. I know there was a time he spoke. Have more of it so that people will know your position. It is not just now. It's too late to cry when the head is off. This man caused more than enough damage that almost practically plunged the country into anarchy. I mean, the last straw of that naira swap, naira conspication. Don't let us call it naira. So for me, I'm sorry. I don't pity the vice president at this time. I think he's very culpable. He's guilty of silence. He's guilty of silence when he was supposed to have spoken out. I won't deal with Lalu. I mean, well, it's just but he coming out now. That's why I separated it. If he was speaking for himself, okay. But if he was speaking for the vice president,
do you think he's guilty of more than that, of just silence? Do you think he's somewhat complicit, Oshibanjo?
Well, maybe
there's a lot of allegations of financial impropriety against Oshibanjo as well.
Maybe I might be too hasty or in generalization if I go that far. I don't have evidence to that fact. But this one now that is coming out and what we saw that Emefiele perpetrated. Look, the thought of I said something in my page when that the Emefiele bought the presidential nomination form for 100 million naira under a president that asked all his ministers and appointees to resign if they want to contest, and they did. We had 4 ministers that resigned and other people that went to resign to want to go and contest for House of Rep, Senator, and the rest. We have minister of what do you call it now? This one that is building railway, minister of what? Minister of Transport, resign. Minister Amechi, Minister of State, Wajuba or something, Minister of State for Education, resign. I think this guy too was a minister before he resigned now. The one that wants to be Senate president now, the Akwa Ibom man. What's his name?
Akpabio.
Akpabio. I think there was one or two other persons that resigned from their post to go and contest. And you are a CBN governor. You bought form. You actually went for screening. And the president disappointedly, shamelessly did not sack him before, during, and even after that show of shame. I said it. I said, as much as I really love the president, on this matter, you dropped the ball and I'm ashamed. Those were my statement, and I can pull it out with the date stamp and put you. The president dropped the ball the way he handled Emefiele's case. I was really, really disappointed and ashamed, and I documented my voice. So if Oshibajo has all these things, Yoruba used to say, how do they say this adage? If somebody was driving the country in the best interest of the state, you should have spoken out. Look, the Minister of Finance spoke out. Even though initially people harassed her.
Pastor, why didn't Tinubu spoke out for 8 years, but only when it was contested? Why didn't he speak out? Why did he wait until when they came out with a policy that was, seriously trying to hurt his chances of winning the election? So why do you want to blame Emefiele and not blame the entire party, because it is the APC, including Oshibajo, Tinubu, all of them, that, you know, is the party that governed this place and mismanaged the Nigeria. So Tinubu did not speak to. It was only when a few months, I mean, during the election, I mean, prior to the election, when this Naira policy came out, and it looked like it's going to affect his chances of winning. That was when he spoke. He didn't speak for 8 years against any bad policy of the administration. So just blame everybody, not Oshibajo alone. Just all of them, including Tinubu.
Okay. Was that question to me, Adani?
Hello?
Yes,
oh,
now.
Yes. Okay, I thought you said pastor. I thought there's somebody on the platform.
And now you be pastor now.
No. Come on. Anyhow, see, let's put it this way. In the first instance, I will not exonerate. I'm not defending Tinubu. I'm not exonerating him. But let's be very fair. Tinubu was not in government. His party was in government, but Tinubu was not in government. And we all saw what played out right from the beginning. Tinubu was not in government. He should have been
in a better position to even speak.
No, see,
you know,
well, morally.
Hold on, Bishop. You see, we have to balance this thing.
Also, MFL is not APC guy. It was Jonathan that put him there in the first place.
Well, no, don't say that.
It was Jonathan that put him there.
Buhari retained him, and he
Buhari appointed him now.
Yeah, but the point is that you say he's part of the APC party stuff. It's not a
but
party.
He was. But he bought form now to contest.
Okay, maybe, but okay. Initially, it wasn't put there because he was an APC guy or anything. It wasn't part of the APC establishment.
You forget whether it was APC. He was the central bank governor under APC administration, and
that's right.
APC, they corrupt, they mismanaged both the fiscal and monetary policy together, so they destroyed that country. So my argument is that Tinubu was there too. And I don't want to hear this argument that you people that are pro-Tinubu comes up with all the time. Oh, he wasn't in the government.
But it was not
offense for him not to talk.
Does he have to be in the government before you speak?
Does he have to speak? Did you pay him money to speak?
Okay. Why did he speak?
You are angry somebody for not speaking. Is it by force to speak?
This is pro-Tinubu.
Hold on.
Why did he speak?
Why didn't your other people? You go and name all Nigerians that didn't speak and hang all of them now for not speaking. Is it by force that we have to speak? It's not part of the government.
Please hold on. Please hold on.
Speak against the policy that go to look like it's going to destroy his chances.
Wait. Bishop, give me 1 second. Will his speech have changed anything? So if you first of all, if his speech had the power to change something, then your argument will be valid. Wait. Your argument will make a lot of sense that okay, he had the power to make a speech that would have changed something, but a speech that won't change anything, won't influence anything. He should make the speech and kill his chance of becoming a president. Is that what you're telling us? I mean, what kind of logic is that?
Hold on. Do you know why Tinubu did not speak all for 8 years?
He should make anti-party speech and kill his chance of becoming president, right? A speech that has no effect, won't hold any weight to change anything. What kind of logic is that you presenting, man? Come on now.
Hold on. Do you know why Tinubu did not speak? Because he's
a member of the party. Simple.
Because what? He was going to contest for president, and he did.
Exactly.
Okay, hold on. So, do you know why Oshibajo did not speak? Because Buhari protected Oshibajo. Oshibajo knew what was going on in the government, and standing up or speaking against what do you call it? Emefiele is like he's speaking against his master. And we knew what happened to Atiku. When
if I may ask you, how did you know they didn't speak to him?
From the sake of the past. So that guy kept quiet. He was doing his own thing. He didn't want to cross the line against his boss. And you people want to
No. Ajanico, let me ask you this. What evidence do you have that he didn't meet with Tinubu, with Buhari and speak to him? speak? Do they have to come on TV before they speak? Before you know that they spoke?
Okay.
How do you know they didn't meet with him and speak? We don't know that.
In the public.
Why does everything have to be on TV before we know that he was fed?
Okay, Oshibajo. I mean,
should I go to Channel TV?
Take the same argument, wrap up that same argument with Oshibajo. The argument in defense of Tinubu, wrap it up with Oshibajo as well. So let us balance this thing.
Oshibajo is the vice president.
Okay, let me just leave it. Bishop. So
hold on. Ajane Koko, hold on. Who is under more obligation to speak? Oshibajo, who is the vice president and has supervisory oversight over somebody like Emefiele, or Tinubu, who though a party member, a private citizen. So who is under more obligation to speak?
Go back there. We are not going anywhere. Go and sit down there. And that one too.
I'm already sitting down. No, it's
not. He knows. He's just being tricky.
Look.
Okay, Ajane Koko, can you calm down?
Hold on, Bishop. Yeah, hold on, Bishop.
Autonomous agency is not under the control of what do you call it? Oshibajo.
It's under the supervision of the presidency.
The head of the presidency is the president. So, if at any time that Emefiele,
the head of the Economic Council is Oshibajo.
He doesn't have any control over him for a bit. One second of control, he doesn't have it over him. And the president is the one that have some control over him, and that was what played out during the cash exchange policy. Oshibajo was not part of the team. It was president and him and maybe one other person that colluded together to formulate this policy and carried it out together. So Oshibajo was totally out of them. And look, we don't put this blame on Oshibajo. It doesn't have anything to do with central bank at all. So I'm just advising Bishop to please balance this argument. It shouldn't be two-sided.
Okay. Can I come back? Can I come back now?
Yes, come back.
Now let me correct you. Very, very. I was not a supporter of Tinubu. I was actually and it did not start today. Almost about 5 years ago, I had dreamt of an Oshibajo Rufai presidency, and I so I supported Oshibajo till the day he lost on the primary. And if I give you my Twitter handle, there are evidences. I can screenshot and send you more than 100. So I was actually supporting Oshibajo, and I had my reasons for supporting Oshibajo. It's a discussion for another day if we ever get there, because I foresaw the challenges that was likely to come from this religion matching and the kind of opposition that will come from the eastern part of the east of the Niger, because of what happened in 2015. So you were wrong when you say that I was a Tinubu supporter. I really actually supported Oshibajo until the day he lost the primary. And after he lost the primary, every party man, what we were supposed to do was to rally around. And I was a little bit disappointed, and I almost regretted supporting him, because his attitude after he lost that primary showed that he's not a sportman. He did not take it in good faith. So that is one. Let's put that aside. I actually supported Oshibajo, and I did not delete my tweets supporting him. They are still there. I posted more than 100 pictures of Oshibajo. So let that be. But when you have crossed that bridge, what are we supposed to do? To be moody and be crying over something competition that was so transparent and open, and you lost because you have no backers and you had ill advisors? No. So for me, that is that. Secondly, the question, this man called me in my dream, one man, and that question he asked you, that who has more obligation between Tinubu and Oshibajo in that presidency? who had more access to the president to call him and say, I don't know whether he did. If he did, there should have been instances and opportunity for him to say, look, well, he tried. Because when you had the opportunity of putting the something out of the what they call it, cheese nut, or what do you call it, out of the fire, and you now waited until the horse bolted from the stable before you are not looking, you are not crying crocodile. No, sorry. Kulata said it's alligator cry. You are not shedding alligator tears. There were things Osinbajo should have done. He had more opportunity of doing the right thing. I'm not saying he's guilty or something, but he had more opportunities. And he did not speak when it mattered most. Like I said.
When,
according to Laulu Akonde, he said that they knew when he was corrupt, he was doing this, things were going south. If Akonde could see it, that means his principal knew a lot about what was going wrong. That means maybe they were discussing it. Maybe they were privy to some of his activities. That should have.
Bishop, can I put a question to you, if you don't mind?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Now, okay, swap your position with Osinbajo. Your boss went away. You wanted to put things right. You said, okay. You even went ahead to fire his cousin without even minding the implication. You went ahead to make a lot of appointments. And all of a sudden, you believe your boss will support you. All of a sudden, your boss came and reversed everything you do. And even to the point that they started removing your staff. You understand? The staff you trust start putting their own. How will you feel? Because you are the vice president, but they are giving you someone that you are not even sure whether you can even take food from those people when they give it to you.
Okay,
and
even though I don't know.
Now, with those signals as human beings, will you still continue with that your energy that you were using to say, okay, I will do the right thing? It's now the time. Won't you think that, okay, is this guy?
Are you asking him the question and giving him the answer?
Yeah, I've asked the question now, so I'm asking him, what will you do in that situation?
All right, respond to that, but navigate back to the topic. So respond to that and then navigate back to the topic.
Frank, truth of the matter is this: when are we going to stop being just what do you call it? What is it? I want to say it in Yoruba, and be honorable men for once. If Osinbajo realizes at whatever point that it is not relevant, because what he is being given to do, he cannot even perform there, and he cannot advise his principal in the best interest of the nation, of the country. What stops him from quitting? What stops him from leaving? If you are in now, look, we must have honorable men in position of authority. If he sees what the man was doing and leave, look, we were very lucky. That activity of the CBN governor and how close, you remember how charged the Nigeria was. Just imagine that one of those riot days, they are burning banks, they kill people. They just get on the street and it got out of hand. And you had another NSAS that is now spontaneous in Benin, in Port Harcourt, in Lagos, in Ibadan, in Accuse, imagine where that could have taken us. Blood of people's, blood of innocent blood would have been on his hand. Which one is better? So for me, he would have said it when opportunity, and if it requires him leaving, leave.
Sorry, what if I might just chip in?
Okay. Can I interview after you? Can I interview after?
Let Charles go first, and then Mike, and then round up the space, Bishop. And we want to hear from Ribado at some point, but Charles,
yeah, this is just a simple question. Why is this the right time? With all the explanations you guys have talked about, Nigeria was on fire, it was a heated polity, bad economic policies. Why is it now that my own question is, why is it just right now that making this decision? Why didn't they sack Emefiele then when we all knew that his policies were wrong? That's my own question. Because if we are talking about honor, I don't even think this has anything to do with honor. As far as I'm concerned, I just feel the timing of his sacking is basically they're just looking for, it's not more or less like a fall guy, but more or less like a diversion, especially from the whole what do you call this, Air Nigeria, whatever.
No, I think you're missing the point. I know where you're going. Don't let us.
Hold on, Bishop.
Let me answer.
No, hold on. No.
Okay.
Can you hold on? Let him land, because I think he's on a journey there. Carry on, Charles.
So the real question is, why is it now they're sacking him? Because ordinarily this decision should have been
sorry, are you saying that the sacking and arrest of the governor of the central bank is a diversion from from Hadis Sariki?
Exactly, that is what I'm saying.
Are you joking?
There is no arrest. Okay, let's see how the news goes. And just watch how this news
there is no arrest. We saw the arrest.
What you saw them escorting a man inside the plane with just the security agent.
The DSS told us handcuffs. The DSS told us is in their custody.
If they are put handcuffs in his hand, we will be crying. Why did they want to humiliate him? Why did they do this? Anyway, let me answer your question very directly and quickly, because it's not long. You just muddled some things up now. You say, why was he not sacked? There was this government just came in 10 days ago. Just 10 days. This man was there with the last government. So if you are saying, why didn't they sack him? Who is that? Why didn't they? Who are those they? Is it the past government or the present government? So because you have just you have just supported what I'm saying, that Osinbajo should have exposed this guy. If he has that much information, why did he keep quiet? But we are not talking about that now. You have taken us on a different dimension. Why is it now? Now, this under the same government that they had the Sirika that you are talking about happened, that this one happened. So we don't know whether they will get to the Sirika later. You can't do too many things at the same time. So if they are taking it, just like we were in the intro, there was rumor today that this man was arrested. I will want him arrested, Mele Kyari. Because there should be explanation. If we are consuming 70 million and now we cannot even consume 20 million, because since the day they have removed this thing almost how many days ago, we have not been able to consume 20 million liters, and we've been consuming more than 55, 70, 55, 60. So what happened to the difference? That differential is too much. It's too criminal. Some people were hell bent on.
Sorry, Bishop. Where are you getting those figures from? That we're now consuming less than 20 million.
Yes, I mean we have not exceeded 17 million since that day. I monitor it once in a while. I can send you.
Yes, because that's quite significant. Because
it is significant. We consume as low as 30 million.
Yes, what Mele Kyari had been telling us, and I can dig it up. There was an instance that even Lamido Sanusi was alarming that are we drinking this oil, this amount of so if we are consuming less than 20 million. And for 8-10 years, we have been paying subsidy for 80 to 100 million liters.
No, never got to that level.
Okay, I'll have to double check, but I think they were budgeting for 100 million liters at some point.
No, that was what? No, that was some exaggeration from some people. You know, the people who just talk on the something. NNPC had never given us. I think the largest NNPC quoted or something was about 69 million. But that's now 79 million. I think 69 million. I mean, that's
a colossal amount of money.
That's very extremely colossal. Extremely colossal. I'm just saying that it's not 100. I had the 100 too, but it's just for some random guy that spoke on TV, and people will always speak the higher, the upper limit. But
even at 69 million, that's a colossal amount of money.
Even at 40 million. Even at 40 million.
Because if we are saying that we're consuming less than 20 million now, then that means close to about 40, if not 50 million liters
been stolen.
Was being stolen.
Yeah. Yes. That is the crazy. That is the mind-boggling. That is the. I don't know the right word now. That is the saddest part of it, and that is what I'm waiting for. When the experiment go on, people are saying, oh, people are parking their cars, they are not buying fuel anymore. Okay, for how long will they park their car? Oh, people have now carpooling in Lagos. Oh, somebody is saying that 5 of them now swap their cars to go to VI. Somebody was, I said, okay.
You know, Bishop, it is worth monitoring. Just the figures that will come out in terms of consumption.
Yeah. And you know, they have never really been very definite. So I know a lot of mind-boggling, crazy, illegal activities had gone on. So I'm looking forward to the day they will call Mele Kyari under your watch, come and explain this. So you cannot put all of them together. So if it is this man today, what's his name? Godwin Emefiele, so be it. There is no system anywhere in the world that puts all criminals behind bar at the same time. It is one after the other to serve as a deterrent order. If the thing reach Oshibajo, I will celebrate it. Because it's a principle that I believe strongly in, that is bringing the fear of God. So if he soiled his hand, so be it. So be it. If he soiled his hands, so be it. Let them call him for questions. So I am sure Yoruba people will not come out and say, they want to disgrace our son. No. If he saw it, I would have jailed Begesi, of course. So for me, back to the question the gentleman asked. Yes, it is okay to challenge them, but there is nothing this government that just came in 10 days ago will have done to sack Emefiele 6 months, 1 year ago. All it could do then was to offer an advice. And advice is free. If you like, they will take up. If they don't like, they don't go take up. So if he has given advice and they did not take it, well, but my concern is now, why are the people that were in government be the one that were not celebrating? And somebody said that if he had spoken then, maybe he would have gone against his principle. And that is a good thing. And I said earlier on that if you see you are not effective and this thing is going to stain your name and integrity, why don't you just quit? They say quit when the ovation is loudest. Or is it that you have become so power drunk and so attracted that you don't want to lose your seat and you accommodate all manner of let me borrow rational mind, all manner of shenanigans. Let me add to it, all manner of shenaniganism, if there's anything like that. So for me, it's an eye-opener, but it's a shame on all of the people that we thought were representing us well. And if we cannot call a spade, then it's a shame on us.
Bishop, what do you think the legacy of Yemi Osinbajo would be as the history books are written about the Buhari administration?
We will write. When the time comes, it's too early to write the epithet now. It's too early in the day. Because these people that are coming now, a lot of their activities will unearth some of the things that were done in the past. I believe and I supported President.
Yeah, it's not even so much what he did, but what he did not do. Did he have any? Did he have any impact as a vice president? Because if you ask me what the abiding memory of Yemi Osinbajo is going forward, is him going around market handing out trader money. That's how I will remember him.
Well, the one of the areas we can criticize, and I really want to. I'm very hard when I criticize, and when I love, I love. When I like, I like. When I hate, like a writer said, I don't pretend, I don't deceive, I take the part of honor, I quit. I really did some personal investigation on those what do you call it, this social investment something, because I know people that are cooks in schools, and I know a number of schools that the thing was affecting, at least in more than 3 or 4 states, that the cooking, the school feeding something. And I know people that were my children then in the Lord, that applied for this Empower something, and they got it. And I know people that got all this business support, whatever. So I won't say totally. Maybe they only give out 20% of the money and stole 80%. I am not there, but I know some people did get, and I know the social for the downtrodden something. It was the best. We've been doing it for years. We don't know how the money go. Like the one they do in Shopee, you only see some people that, but under that something, it worked to some extent. Maybe it did not cover the whole sphere, but it actually did work to some extent. So when the time comes to write, look, if you take up responsibility to rule, you must rule well. If you don't rule well, you have failed. Now, when we are judging that failure, are we being fair? That's the question. If we are being fair and we look at things dispassionately, without any, being clouded or be clouded by any sentiment or, personal whatever, then we should be able to say, so they will write their history. Truth will always come out at some point. And as much as I really like Osinbajo, I said, and I've said it, the kind of vendetta that himself and the wife displayed after the primary, I've never seen a Christian display that kind of thing. I've never. So for me, I was put off. So if you say I'm biased now, well, you need just go to and read and see my record of how enamored I was with this gentleman, because I really, really liked him. I really, really liked him, and I know he was, and I was looking forward for a day he will be the president of Nigeria. So, but Tinubu had the opportunity, he cried out. When he actually cried out, it could have worked against him. If he was actually trying to protect his ambition as an interest alone, he probably would not say those things. He said that because he was ready to damn the consequences. And that is the hallmark of a man, the honor. Where is a man where there is no honor? I mean, what is a man where there is no honor? So for me, in that area,
so when a policy is was about to halt his political chances, that is when he cried out. So all the previous policies that have been destroying the economy, he kept quiet.
Let me say something real quick.
This man.
Can I interject real quick?
Hold on.
No, hold on, Bishop. Let Mike come in, and then you wrap up that space. So, Mike, yeah.
Okay. See, we all know a toothless dog is better to go and fight as a dog with tooth than a dog without tooth. Now, another way I can put it is, they say a real man, an intelligent person, when you see something wrong, it's better when you act with action than just act with mere just talk. Now, if Tinubu knew that what's going on, it's better he act with action. He act in a position of power than just a position of just a mere toothless dog. Because as a politician, as a party member back then, his action would have just been a toothless dog backing or fighting. Now, if the guy decided to wait till he actually gain power and actually fight with action, which is what we're seeing right now, arresting Emefiele, you understand? It makes sense. It tells us that this is a smart politician. He's not a low-dope politician. And a low-dope politician like Obedient are the one we expect to do something like that, where you know that it's best you wait to get power. Another low-dope politician I know is I'm a sure FM, or sometimes I just think this guy's a low-dope politician, but this guy will announce how many people he wants to arrest before he becomes president. You wait till you become president before you do that. So people saying Tinubu was wrong for not speaking back then. Come on. By now, you shouldn't be saying it. Now that you should not understand why he didn't say it. He needed to wait till he gain power before he say something, before you actually fight. You fight as a dog with tooth, not as a dog without tooth. So
you think that if Osinbajo is the president today, you think he wouldn't have acted like this, or even more harsher than Tinubu have acted?
I don't know until he become president. We don't know what he will do until he become president. So we only go by what we know. Now we know.
I think it probably would have is the answer to your question, Ajane Koko. Hold on. But
you don't know a man until he gets power. Power.
Hold on. Hold on. A question to you, Ajane Koko. Do you think if Tinubu had been running the critical commentaries that you accuse him of not running, do you think he would be president today? If he had been saying all of these things that you are criticizing him for not saying, do you think he will be president today?
He won't be president today. That is what I was saying earlier, that he kept quiet all this while until when a policy was rolled out that was going to affect his political chances. And that to me is selfish. He doesn't care about,
he's a politician, Ajale Koko.
Yeah, he's a politician.
You need to go and take a political class, man. I understand. In politics,
apply the same measure on Osinbajo. Because
Ajale Koko, one main pillar of politics.
Hold on, people. I'm one man. Everybody hold on. Apply the same measure on Osinbajo because Osinbajo had presidential ambition as well. So he kept quiet. He was playing along so that he will not hurt anybody. The same thing Tinubu did. So you guys just don't rubbish Osinbajo and just start to carry your Tinubu as if it's God. It's saint.
Can I come back?
Sorry, come back and wrap up that space, and then we'll move on. And then you come in next. Ekene, hold on, Ekene. Yeah.
What Michael said now can be summarized in one sentence. The hand of Tinubu had not touched the butt of the handle of the sword there, so he cannot administer justice as at then. Oshimbaju was a team with Buhari. There is more was expected from Oshimbaju. Somewhere along the line, Oshimbaju had allowed, I don't know what word to use here, to divide himself and separate him from the Tinubu camp. If the relationship had been what it has always been, one person that would have been his biggest advisor and fan was supposed to have been Tinubu. Should have been going to him for advice and the rest. So many people shouted that things were going wrong, but we were patching it up. We are about to see how deep the rot was. So will I hold both of them responsible? Maybe yes. Will they have the same level, the same share of culpability? Absolutely no. I will say, if it is between Tinubu and Oshimbaju, Oshimbaju had 80% or 85% of responsibility to speak to his principal and call his attention to things that were going wrong. Because even Tinubu did not have access. Let me finish now, Baba. I kept quiet. Well, we don't know.
Just addressing
it's
your
just,
point.
yeah, we were just speculating.
How do you know?
How do you know that he did? How do you know that he did?
But you are accusing him that he should have called his principal. And
so now the question now is this: if you now call your principal and he did not, as a smart Yoruba man, you will have the opportunity of documenting it.
To the open to make
hold on, Ajanleko.
He will document. He will document it. How was it possible for a minister, ordinary minister, that was far lower than the man, to seek for and saw an opportunity, an instance to document it, that look, this Naira swap that they are doing, the Ministry of Finance is not aware. They did not carry us along. He made that document. So whatever happens today, people exonerate her. So Oshimbaju had a lot of platform that I would have used wisdom to drop it so that people will know that, look, on this area, I don't contribute. But this is a man that is the chairman, superintending committees, about 3 committees that Emefiele was in. And you said there is no opportunity for him to chip in something.
That's because all of them were in the whole thing together. All the hands were dirty.
So maybe
they couldn't do nothing.
That's another angle. That's
why an outsider. That is why they had to wait for an outsider like Tinubu to take that.
That's a critical angle. And finally,
one voice. Yeah.
No. I mean, the chip in was really essential. So, but like we're saying, we're just speculating. We don't have all the facts in our hand. Maybe he went to him. If he had gone to the principal and you were not comfortable, there are things you could have done. Document it in the public space. I'm not saying call your principal out, but let him know that, look, in this area is messy, and address the man straight. So many different fora. Both of them were there together. That the vice president and the CBM man were there. Look, in the best interest of Nigeria, let them do what is best for us. So if Tinubu had learned from all the mistakes and the error they made, all this Naira something, because one of the craziest thing in Nigeria was this Naira dual exchange rate. Some people will just sit in the comfort of their home and they will get allocation of $1 million, $2 million, and they will just go and run trip and take it to the market. And before you know it, they are 500 million naira richer. So for me, Oshimbaju should and could have done better than just waiting till now, before now crying out through Laulu Akande. That is if Laulu was actually speaking on his behalf. Arrest.
All right, brilliant. Well, so stay there, stay steady. I want to bring Ribado into the conversation. We've not heard from Ribado for a good while. So Ribado, are you there? On mute, Ribado.
Yeah, I'm here. Good evening.
Good to have you. Where have you been?
Well, I have been ups and down throughout this inauguration and stuff. I've been traveling all over, and it's good to be here.
Good to have you. So there is really only one topic, and we've not had the chance to document your thoughts yet. So the suspension, now arrest of Emefiele. So that happened yesterday, and the whole place was set agog. And speculations that they're about to suspend Melekari as well. They've debunked that, but should it be suspended? And now Onanaeze in Digo, they've come out to say the suspension and arrest of Emefiele is ethnic cleansing. So all of that, are you following that space? And what are your thoughts, Ribadu?
Yeah, I've been following it, even though not that deeply, but I've been in the platform for some minutes now, and I had the previous speakers and contributors. I think first let me start from Tinubu himself. I think there is this saying they said, actions speak louder than voice. Okay. First of all, I really commend him for kicking up the government in a very positive tone, because I think Emefiele, it's been long we did not had a powerful CBN governor like Emefiele, and there is no any reason or will I say sign that is showing that it has to do with his ethnicity. No, is a very sensitive position he held, and we all know what was going on with the CBN. For him to get the government and get the critical information he needs and know how far, I think naturally that might need to be confined, one. And then secondly, I am eager to talk about Osibanjo, Professor Osibanjo. I heard all what you guys were talking about him. I would like to put a light to one or two things he did. I think Osibanjo was a good man in a bad position, because when the government of Baba Buhari started, he had an issue with Chief of Staff, the late Abakari, and everybody knows how strong Abakari was. And because of the personality of Abakari, Osibanjo couldn't do anything. But if you guys can recall very well, whenever Baba Buhari is out of the country for a month or weeks, we will see a positive change to the administration. For instance, when it comes to payment of salaries, when it's Osibanjo that is in charge, you will see they pay early, and a lot of things used to go smoothly. Even the fake Federal Executive Council meeting, all that. I think if you can follow the antecedent, is that Osibanjo was never given the real power to exercise and interpret his own style in governance. That is my opinion. And then secondly, they use his naivety, sorry if I can use that word, they use his naivety and the ambition, the political ambition he has, to kind of silence him from really putting out his criticism of the way things are being done. And furthermore, he was not diplomatic, because there is a way you can voice out your dislike or your disagreement on government policy without really getting in bad light with your principal. But also in Nigeria, we all know how precarious a VP position can be. If you can remember Atiku and Obasanjo regime, is a very delicate seat. It's a very delicate position. They can easily sideline you. And
do you think the position was too big for him?
No. It wasn't big for him. I think he's a fairly good technocrat. I think what really happened is that You know, him coming, remember, he's an anointee of Asiwaju. It was Asiwaju that brought him. So I think he found himself in a place to prove his loyalty to Buhari, so that because I think from day one we all know that Buhari never liked Tinubu, even though Tinubu was play a very instrumental role in bringing him to power. And so the guy has a lot of challenge in proving his loyalty to Buhari first. And also, it's not just Buhari alone. All those people that are surrounding the kitchen cabinet of Buhari are always, you know, he has all that people around Buhari to fathom with. That is one thing. So before he was even given a chance to be taken into confidence with some certain issues, he's always in delegatory position. It's just when the president delegate this and that to him. That it's one. And the most damaging thing on his part, that he allowed his ambition to be known, and they use that against him softly, you know. And again, if you can, how will I put this? You see, I think by what I have seen in this country, there is nothing like morality as far as you become even a local government chairman in Nigeria. You know, a man with moral, sorry to say, in this our country, a man with morality it's not suitable for governance in Nigeria. And let me convince you. If you can recall Gudaje Kazaure, the member House of Reps from Jigawa, that guy with a very funny English. I think
yes, the one that is always going after the corruption, yes.
Yeah. Do you know, he came out on national TV, and one of the speakers here, I think, said something similar to that. They gave him allocation of $10 million. By his calculation, what he said, within 24 hours, he will make 2.7 billion naira just for him to be quiet. The man refuses, and later they went and sponsored his opposition, and he lost the election. So if you see all these things, when you see all these things surrounding the presidency, you will realize that Osiponjo really does not have a fighting chance. And he was also hoping that maybe Buhari will tip him off for the presidency, which unfortunately it was not like that. So to me, I still respect the VP, the former VP, and but as time goes on, a lot of things will come to surface. Just like when Goodluck Jonathan left the power, it was after when he left we realized where the problem lies. So I think in next 6 months to 1 year, we will all understand what really went on. So apart from all in his ministers, the previous administration, in all the ministers, if not the former governor of Lagos State, Raji Fashola, I don't think there is any one of them that has independent personality. You understand? They are all just there trying to cut their cake and then grab what they can grab. That is just what happened throughout the 8 years of Baba Buhari. I think our last conversation, I was telling you that I hope the Tinubu administration will not fail us like the way Buhari did. Even the wife of the president, that is Aisha Buhari, which is from my village. You know, the first 4 years of Buhari, she was becoming offensive through the administration. People begin to question her loyalty where it lies, if you can recall. But later, what happened?
A lot of people thought she was for the people. Remember, she came out and told us that her husband's administration had been hijacked by
you.
Yes, but then they silenced her. They silenced her eventually.
But the question is how? How did they silence her?
We know how. They threatened her with Sadiya Farouk. They said they were going to marry Sadiya Farouk.
No. That was anyway. That was another topic. But I can tell you with certainty, with certain amount of authority, that after the late chief of staff passed away, what happened? MFLA became a stooge to Aisha Buhari. She became the overall commander of Beirut change in the country. It is a public knowledge. It is there in Abuja. All the dollars that are going through the Beirut change come through her. How do you think she was busy making money? Her son was becoming a billionaire overnight. So what I'm trying to
tell let me ask you a question. If one man permits, so it means that it's not Dangote as a woman was trying to accuse my man, right?
Forget Dangote now. Carry on, Ribadu.
Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you here is the amount of corruption that is tied to MFLA. Even if Tinubu regime want to expose it, it's going to be very, very damaging. That I don't think, even though he has nothing to fear, he don't fear anyone in this country, which I know, I believe all of you knows that Tinubu is an independent person. But
the people involved are too powerful to be gone after.
This is the fear, because it's going, if he is really going to expose the corruption, a lot of, in fact, even the APC national chairman himself, all these the powerful cycle surrounding the presidency, I'm telling you, we are not going to believe it. It's going to be an international disgrace. So I think he's just going to do what he's going to do and trying to minimize the damage, I think, eventually.
Do you think he's trying to fight corruption or stop it? Because there's a distinction. Do you think he's trying to fight the corruption or stop it?
Well, I think it's a bit early for us to, but I can answer you. You see, one thing, the level of success that Tinubu has in monetary terms, he don't need a kobo from this country. One, okay, and secondly, it depends on how serious he is about his legacy. But fighting corruption in Nigeria is a bloody dirty game. Okay, maybe he want to, in my opinion, if you ask me, I think he's trying to close the tap, okay, so that at least the government will have stability and resources. Mind you, federal government is spending 400 billion naira daily on fuel subsidy, okay, and is it Kolata or who said that about 80? I think it's about 80 million barrel per day, liter per day. Sorry, okay, and this fuel, we are only consuming 1/5 out of it. Go to Katsina, there is a border there. Go and see how tankers are leaving Nigeria into Niger, into Chad. That is where these people all make their money. You see a small boy will just open a small filling station, have 20, 30 tankers. In a month, you will not see 2 tankers or 3 tankers in that filling station. Where are the rest of the tankers going? That is what Tinubu is saying, in my own opinion. Okay, so for his government to have stability and then money to finance his projects and policies, he needs to put a stop to these certain things. So it's mean by extension, even if he's not going to fight corruption, but at least he's going to stop it to reasonable amount. Because one man, believe me, this almost a month of 40 days of my travel, I was in Abuja, I was in all those places. If you see what is happening in this country, people like me that are coming from these states that we are not close to the center of power, you will not even believe you are in Nigeria. Because our big men, I was in the villa, I attended the inauguration. These people, they don't even carry naira in their pockets. You see $100 bills, bunch of it in their pockets. Come and see how they are doing transaction. Come and see how they are doing the networking. Where? For heaven's sake, you come out from your own village. Maybe you were, by the grace of God and faith, you become a member House of Reps or a senator. Somehow you become politically relevant. The moment you went to Abuja, come and see what is happening. They are busy buying their girlfriends Mercedes C300s. They are busy spending money like madness. When they are used to that type of a lifestyle, there is no legitimate business that is going to sustain that lifestyle. This
so
is
how are you expecting that lifestyle to respond to Tinubu's Tinubu's stance? Because, like you rightly said, Tinubu is turning off the tap, but they are used to living in a certain way. So that language of corruption fighting back, do you expect it to fight back, and how do you expect it to fight back?
Well, it's all about demand. Okay, it's all, look, there is nothing. Murphy's law say what will go wrong what can go wrong will go wrong, right? The issue is this. I have always said it. It's depend on his intention or how serious he is. That it's one. Mind you, let me bring you comparison before I proceed. Everybody, when Buhari came into power, the first week he came into power, if you can recall, people started dumping money in the airport. Transparency International gave estimation, prediction, a statistic that corruption has fallen down 30%. Everybody was scared. Money was being thrown anyhow because they thought the Buhari people were expecting was going to come gun blazing, arresting this one, jailing that one, exposing this one. That was what all people were thinking. But unfortunately, he chose power over the country, over the integrity of his name. So, if Asiwaju,
no, so sorry, I'm not a Buhari fan, but are you sure that he chose power over his integrity? Because there's a narrative. Remember when Buhari came in, he told us that he was for everybody and for nobody. But then very quickly after that, he fell sick. And he was hostage to that sickness for a very good while. And the people that rallied around him and guided him through that sickness, they then were able to, through that sickness, capture him. A lot of people felt we lost Buhari that we knew to that sickness. And then he just became a hostage to the people that surrounded him.
One man, let's call a spade, okay? What Buhari is supposed to do at that time was, when he came to power and he realized how messy this country is, the most honorable thing for him is to come out and say, fellow Nigerians, I came with full intention to govern you in a best possible way, but I cannot do it because this is a situation, thereby I'm resigning. He will have
no, he can't do that now. A lifelong ambition.
It's a choice. That is why I said he chose power over the country. Okay? That is why I said he chose his power over the country. And eventually posterity, Prof. IBB, right, that Buhari is not what we think he is. Anyway, let me not divert, okay? Oh God, what's the point I'm trying to make? Okay, what I'm trying to say is this. Even after that, okay, this man hijacked Federal Ministry of Petroleum to himself. What did he do? What difference does he make than appointing a minister? He made Kachuku a secretary, just like a secretary, the state minister for petroleum. At the end of the day, what happened? It went from worst to worst to worst to worst. So Buhari is a failure in 360 degrees, okay? He's the worst president that ever come to the corridors of power in Nigeria. That is certain. Everybody knows that. It's a general knowledge. Okay, so back to Tinubu. I think if people will be, if people will advise Tinubu positively, there is 2-3 things. Government is all about policy. Government is all about tools. Okay, just like the way his VP said, is not running a marathon. First of all, I hope he will do it, because by arresting MFLA, he has shown he's going to do that. Bring EFCC, make what make it public what they did for the past 8 years. All this money they confiscated, it's our money. We paid it. It's a taxpayer money. Okay, make it public. I mean, the constitution is there. The law is there. We have the right as citizens of this country to know what our government is going, what is happening. Make EFCC's book open, make it public, make NNPC public. Let us know where all that money that they collected from who and who and who and who oversee and all. What did they do with it? There is no accountability in this country. If he make this public, we will know who and who is involved. We have code of conduct bureau. How much do you have before you go into government? How much? What is the essence of all these?
You can forget that code of conduct bureau, because there's so many vehicles that you can use to hide money. But let me ask you this question, Ribadu.
Yes.
There's the anticipation that there will still be more arrests in the course of this move that Tinubu is embarked upon. But which 3 names would you like to see arrested to give you the confidence that Tinubu is intent on effecting change? So we have Emefiele already in custody. Which other 3 names would you like to see in custody to give you confidence that the right thing might be done?
Well, I if you allow me, I will say all the ministers. All the Buhari ministers should be held in custody and then be freed unless when they are proven innocent. Because
you know who did that? The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, when he wrapped up everybody and locked them up. Well, carry on.
You understand? Look at Malemi. Malemi is the big. Oh goodness! If only investigation would go through the ministry of Malemi, Nigeria will hide its head in the desert out of shame. One man, see, this country is totally rotten from inside out. People that we are seeing them as our leaders. If a common Nigerian on the street will see with his naked eyes what they did to us in this country, nobody will sleep in this country. Do you recall the story when Mele Kere came earlier, when he came early? Do you remember the pipeline that they traced that goes out of the country entirely? Do you recall that?
Yeah, that goes through Morocco or something, yeah.
What happened? Do you remember all these oil tankers that they have been citing? We have seen oil tankers going this and that. I mean, what happened? Nigeria has become a free tap. We have allowed. Look at the story of these 2 criminals, these 2 Indian brothers that were wanted in India. But look at them in the villa. Just look at all this. It's just too numerous that if I said I would start talking about all these things, I may divert from our topic.
Do you think Nigeria is beyond redemption?
No, it is not. It's a problem created by a human being. Okay, there is nothing. It's all about it's all about the intent. Do you, as the head of state, do you have the intention of doing it right, even at the cost of your own life? Because one thing people fail to understand, the price of leadership is responsibility. As far as you have gone so far to the extent that when you find yourself in the seat of president, you yourself once told me that is the most powerful seat in the world. The moment you become a president, it's all about immortality.
You must, if I interject real quick, statement may I just see to become leader, you need more than just the intention. You also have to have the capacity, the competence. For example, when Emefiele did what he did, he had to go manipulate Buhari by discussing with him, because Buhari also have knowledge of the whole financial thing because he's not that educated. Now he did it. When people ask him, why did you do it? He said, well, the president ordered me to do it. And then when they went to the president said, well, he was going by the advice of Emefiele. You understand? So he may have the intention for good, but if he doesn't have the capacity, intelligence and education to get things done, people around you can manipulate you and destroy things. So it doesn't have to be you with the intention to destroy things. But if people around you, if you don't know what the hell is, if you don't have the intelligence, the brain to govern, you can have all the intention you want. Disaster will stay happening. So you need more than just that intention that people always saying. We need a good man, a good man. You have to be more than a good person. You also have to have the brain and the knowledge to be able to.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, okay? To be a good man is not enough. Let me borrow from Wike. He says Nigeria need a madman, okay? To be a good man is to be a civilized beast, okay? If you are just a good man, you are just like a chicken or a rabbit that cannot defend himself. You only get eaten. Okay? What if you want to tell me Buhari, he is the most experienced president we ever had, from a governor to a minister to chief of to the head of state to PTF. He know how this country works. Okay, he know in and out of this country. He only choose his own power. That's just it. It's not like he is not intelligent or he's not smart. No, he is. The only thing is he choose. Okay, if Emefiele come to you and say this, you want to tell me that he don't have the resources in his hands to delegate other people as a advisory role or as a committee to go and check things out? Or you want to tell us that we don't have the academic intelligence here that you can, as a president,
he had Rewan Bismarck as part of and some other Yoruba lady that as part of some super economic team that gives him direct advice. So I don't think he was completely reliant on Emefiele.
This is it.
But one man, remember, even the finance minister said she had no idea. She had no clue. She had no knowledge.
She doesn't matter. She wasn't kept in the loop. But I don't think that decision would have just been a conversation between Buhari and Emefiele, because I think Buhari would have sounded secondary opinion before that decision can be made.
Buhari doesn't have the sense to do that.
Like Ribado said, he has governed that country for a long time. Let's not say he's an idiot. He's not.
One man. Please, when we are talking, let us always keep it at the back of our mind that this is government we are talking about, not individuals. Anything that has to do with government, have memos, have memorandums, have proposals. It's all about paperwork. Anything that has to do with government, even you working to see you, appointment has to be there, has to be lodged, has to be recorded, has to be approved, have to be scrutinized, have to be prioritized based on is it urgent, is it emergency, or So I don't know. I don't know. This Buhari of his thing will just give somebody headache, So in summary, I think we should excuse Osibanjo for now. Let us have patience to see how things will unravel, because a lot of shocking things is going to come up from here to next 6 months ahead. That is one. And then secondly, I pray to Almighty God, may He give Asiwaju the brave heart to stand the pressure that is going to follow all these things, okay? But believe me, all these ministers need to be seriously scrutinized, and I pray he will give us the legacy, will I say? Because let me give you an example what I'm trying to say if I cannot put it in words. In my state now, Adamawa, because of the two previous administration, that is the former governor and the sitting one, because of the level of the work, physical structures and all that they put in the state, I don't think there is any governor that will come and govern Yola in the future that will not supersede their performance and think of coming back for the second tenure. Okay, because everyone, our eyes has been open in Yola now. You cannot come and just play around and think that we will vote you again. No, it's not going to happen. So I pray, let Tinubu select good lieutenant, what is all expected of him. Let us have a very vibrant cabinet, and let him bring the tradition of exposing all these the works, the daily investigation of ICPC, EFCC, all these anti-draft agencies. Let him make it a habit or a culture in the country, so that even after his administration, when new administration come into, Nigeria will say, no, we want to hear this.
Ribadu, a new administration might be coming in 6 months, according to the obedience. They are looking for IREV. They are looking for IREV. You know what I heard, Ribadu? Yeah. I heard that the American government, they've instructed NASA to send a probe to Mars to go and search for base mandates. Did you hear that news?
Good luck to them. The American who are in mess now, as you can see, as you can know, they are in bloody mess. So the dollar is going nowhere, and BRICS is trying to take over. China is dominating the Middle East. So it's all crazy, Anyway, all empires come to an end, they used to say.
So, all right, that was a joke, by the way. I'm sure you got that, but carry on. Yeah.
I want to refer us back. Do you remember the last time we were talking about Konkoso? I was about to ask you why Konkoso did not team up with Atiku. Then my phones went off, if you can recall. So do you see what I said that day? That Konkoso refused to back Atiku because of his political ambition. And look at it, it is happening now. He's trying to come back to APC now. He's coming and shaking hands with Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So it's all about political calculation. Because if he backed...
Is it about political calculation or personal relationships? Because the relationship between Tinubu and Kwakwanso, it goes long and deep. They are actually personal friends. And it doesn't have that established relationship with Atiku. And more to it, the Northerners, they don't especially like Atiku because they find him quite untrustworthy and somewhat flaky. In the North, they're very conservative, and they find him very in Lagos in his behavior. So I think beyond his ambition, I think Kwakwanso did not just have the trust in Atiku.
I will agree with some of your explanation or some of your description of Atiku, but when it comes to Konkoso, it is purely political calculation, because Konkoso is betting on, after 4 or 8 years of Asiwaju, the Northerners may still seek the mandate of the presidency, and he will stand tall among the Northern politicians that is more eligible or more capable with a lot of antecedent and history to go. And maybe thinking by doing that, Tinubu being who he is, he always reward his loyalists. Maybe he may tip him off for the presidency. But if he had it been if he backed Atiku, Atiku will be there for 8 years, and the presidency will go to the Southwest. So you see, his chance is not there. By the time 16 years, by the time it is over, he's old already. So to me, personally, I may be wrong, but to me, that was the calculation that he did. And it still baffled me. It's still baffling me up to tomorrow, how on earth did Atiku allow Konkoso and Wike break away from PDP? You know, it still baffles me really, really, because I was thinking...
His ego, isn't he? His ego got the better of him.
Well, it's very unfortunate for him. Now, as Kashim said, they are going to retire him permanently to Dubai. It has happened. So this is my submission, one man. Let me hear from the rest of you, please. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, well put. So stay there. So that's Ribadu, as you all know. Ribadu, he always says it as he says it. So that was Ribadu. So from Ribadu, the voice that you're most familiar with, Ajanle Koko. Let's see if it's ready to go. Ajanle Koko, you're up next. Are you there?
Yeah, one man. What's up?
Yeah. So Ajanle Koko. So to it then. Ribadu has a different inflection of it. He's somewhat a fan of Oshibando, who you are not. But I pick it up then from Oshibando. No, you are as well a fan of Oshibando, I'm sure. But pick it up then from this Oshibando's commentary on the Emefiele thing, saying that Emefiele should get his just rewards. So saying Emefiele should get his just rewards, it was Emefiele's immediate boss for 8 years. So why didn't he then serve him those just rewards if he thought Emefiele was not fit for purpose? So the double talk as ever of Oshibanjo, who continues, a lot of people will say, to be a disappointment.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button. Share and subscribe if you haven't done so. First of all, it wasn't Oshibado that spoke. It was his chief of staff, or what do you call it?
His spokesman.
Spokesman.
Yes.
And I'm not sure that he spoke on behalf of Oshibado. I think he spoke on his own personal...
Are you joking? His spokesman for 8 years?
In that article,
did
he say that he was speaking on behalf of Oshibaju? They are both private citizens now. He's serving as a spokesman while he was vice president. He's no more his vice. Oshibaju is no more a vice president. He's a private citizen. The guy is a private citizen. I'm not sure if he's still working for him. I'm not sure if he's speaking for him. So we have to clarify that in the first place. So if he did not mention in that article that he was speaking on behalf of Oshibaju, I think we should not misinform people here. So
Ajanle Koko, he was speaking for Oshibaju. Who else would he be speaking for? He's not capacitated to make those commentaries in his capacity as just a functionary, when all he's known for is to be an acolyte, a talking head for the vice president. So those were the voices and the words of Oshibando.
Is that indicated in that article?
It's implicit in it, isn't it?
Oh, so that's by your own opinion then. Speaking for you are not very sure that he was speaking for Oshibaju.
I'm pretty certain. But sure. Carry on anyway, carry on.
So let's even agree that he was speaking on behalf of Oshibaju. Well, they are out of government. If Oshibaju is now speaking in the direction that it is time to fight corruption, I don't think he's doing anything wrong. That's how a citizen that is a patriot and patriotic to his country should do at all time. And that is why Obasanjo, even though that Obasanjo has his own
candidate,
his own way of doing things, but I salute his courage. Most of the time that he never sit back. He always come out to speak at any time that any leader is acting funny or directing the affairs that seems to him that is not good for the country. So if Oshibaju is acting in the same way now, I think yes, he's doing the right thing. Why should people be coming after him and saying that, oh, when he was in government, he didn't do this, he didn't do that? He doesn't have any control over CBN. Not at all. Not at all. If you have anything to prove that CBN was under his control, bring it on. Let us see. Then I will agree with you that, yes, he should have spoken. But if you guys don't have anything to show that CBN operates under his control,
are you saying the vice president of Nigeria does not wield influence over the central bank?
Not at all.
No.
Not a single influence. Not at all. The president, that is the commander-in-chief of armed forces, is the one that have, by authority, something to do with CBN. Sometimes, if he has to, like the Naira designing, yes, the president have to approve that. They didn't mention that is the vice president. So what are you guys talking about? Shibajo have no control over central bank at all. So
So why not Shibanjo? Notice that for 8 years running, Emefiele was looting via multiple exchange rates, and he being the vice president of Nigeria, he was incapacitated to do anything about it.
Yes, he was incapacitated. Do you expect one man? Look, government is structured in such a way that people, by constitution, every office is assigned with their own responsibility. If the responsibility of doing anything with central bank does not fall under its how do I say? Does not fall
purview.
Yeah. So what do you expect from him? What do you have to do? Everybody has his own responsibility to carry out, and you can't be speaking for another office. You cannot. Even though he's the vice president, he cannot cross the line to speak when the president is in place. He cannot do it. And you guys doesn't know, maybe behind the scene, he have met the president several times to say, President, let us do this, let us do this. If he advised the president and the president doesn't take to his advice, what can he do? He just sit down there. He can't do anything. Look, the politics that was going on up there during the time of that Baba Buhari administration was a very, very dangerous policy. Very dirty, very dangerous, and very, what else can I use? Very, very dangerous. You saw what they did to him because he acted well during the time that Buhari was in what do you call it? Was on medical tourism for 6 months. When he came back, they switched. They took a lot of offices out of his control. They changed all his staff, all the security chiefs, all the security attaché, and several offices under his. So they took it away from him. Look, you guys must pity that guy that he was able to have his way throughout that administration. They humiliated him. They did everything to frustrate him out of that administration. So for people to come out start blaming him that he's not my man.
Of what use use was he in? Hold on, Ajahn Lekoko, because it really. I'm trying to align with the thought process of what use was he in the administration when the moment comes for him to act in the national interest. You are saying he's impotent in terms of power and lacking in terms of fortitude. And therefore, is he a T-boy? Was he a T-boy in the administration? What was his role?
Look, let me tell you, one man, he was not a T-boy. But the role of every vice president is to support the president on anything that the president is doing. If sometimes it doesn't agree with the president, it cannot come to the public to say it out. He must not show any body language to indicate that he's not in good relationship with his president. He cannot do that.
Oh man, we all know that the job of a vice president is to be a T-boy for the president. Even
especially on Shibanjo, it's a T-boy.
Exactly. Even Mike Pence, the guy was playing T-boy for Donald Trump.
So you can't. Look, the president is the most powerful commander-in-chief of armed forces. He can hack you down anytime if he want to, if he crosses line. He's the one that gave him all the attaché, the military attaché that are with him.
Atiku stood up to Obasanjo.
He suffered the consequences.
Yeah, but it still stood up.
And that caused him that his ambition that he was pursuing since 1992. It cost him up to today. He never achieved it. If I had said like a T-boy, as you are describing the vice president now, Atiku would have been president after Obasanjo because Obasanjo gave him so much power. But he betrayed Obasanjo, and Obasanjo said, oh, when he betrayed him, then he switched the gear against him. And he humiliated him. You know, Obasanjo fired him out of the government. You know, he fired him. Do you guys remember? He was fired. That thought, since then, every vice president after them have always been calm. Because they realize that the president have so much power that they can even be fired if they want to. So, look, you guys should just, you know.
Ajahn Lekoko, do you think Oshibanjo should be coming out at all, running commentaries on governance under Tinubu's administration? Because you've just described now that he was ineffectual as a vice president, and to Tinubu, he was a treacherous man at Judas Iscariot. So should he just pack away and get out of the way? Do we still want to hear his voice after the 8 years we had with him and his paddyman from Daura, and now what he did to Tinubu at the primaries? Should he just shut up and get out of the way?
Well, I don't know what you mean by shut up. You're saying that he should not make any comment. He should just
Yes. You should just go and spend the billions that he.
Yeah. So, for me, I think every citizen in that country have the right to speak up for their country. So, if at any time that he feel that his boss, his former boss, is not directing the affairs of the state well, he should speak up. If you want to, every leader in that country must emulate Obasanjo. Every leader. It doesn't matter whether you are one-time governor or you are senator. Everybody must speak up at a time when you have a president or an administration that is not governing the space well. When you don't speak and you compromise and you watch from the fence, then you give them the authority to run down the country. That is not good. Every leader that is out of power should be able to speak up for the country, because the country belongs to all of us. It doesn't belong to people in administration. The people in administration are our servants. We should be able to challenge them. We should be able to direct them well if they are acting funny, or they are acting in their own interest alone and not in the interest of the generality of Nigerian people. So that is why I admire Obasanjo. Obasanjo have his own crazy way of doing things sometimes, but his leadership style in speaking up when it's time to speak and writing a very strong letter, open letter for that matter, against a corrupt administration, I think it deserves to be commended and it deserves to be celebrated on that note.
But the letters usually don't make sense. I have to agree on that.
We saw what he did against Jonathan. Do you want to tell that Jonathan administration was not corrupt?
But now, what I did,
hold on. Buhari as well, when he stood up against Buhari, he wrote against him and he spoke up. And now we have seen it.
Buhari doesn't write to the issue, just write his own personal things about what he usually contradicts himself. I mean, just write as an hypocrite. He would tell them that they didn't do something that he himself didn't do. Electricity. He writing letter to Buhari about electricity when you were president for 8 years. You didn't do any electricity.
True, Mike, that's not true.
Leave them now. That is.
I know you two are Obasanjo guy. I know. I don't know why you guys like Obasanjo so much, man. Is it because you're Yoruba man? I don't even understand. Man.
We are educating Nigerians. It's not a matter of.
But he was accusing. He was even Tinubu respond. I'm sorry, not Tinubu. Buhari respond like, you spend 90 billion. Where's the electricity on electricity? Where's the electricity?
Mike, that is where you got it wrong. You prefer to be.
Are you saying Obasanjo didn't accuse Buhari of not handling electricity? Correctly.
See, Obasanjo can accuse Buhari because most turbine they are still installed in Nigeria today, Obasanjo procured them.
What?
So
which turbine?
Most of the power equipment.
Please, let's move on, man. I don't even know which turbine you're talking about.
Educate Nigeria properly. Don't misinform them. That's what I'm saying.
So you're saying the turbine started installing today. It was Obasanjo in 2000 and this and that procured them. Come on, man. Please. That left 2007. I mean, whenever he left, you guys should stop defending Obasanjo, man. The man did nothing, man. He didn't, maybe because he increased the civil servant salary and you guys were civil servant back then. That's why you guys are still happy. But the man didn't build anything, man. No single road, no nothing. The Nigeria, I literally stopped going to Nigeria during that time. It was when Buhari started fixing the road. I even started going to Nigeria. Well, so let's not talk about Obasanjo. He didn't do anything. I'm sorry, he didn't do nothing.
Okay, so but to you, one man, I think Oshibado, I think if he chooses to speak, we want to take Obasanjo's side. Yeah, I think I'm for that. We cannot open our eyes and allow people that I call criminal to destroy our. And that is what we are seeing in what do you call him? Buhari. That's what we have seen. We see some criminals in power destroyed the country. Emefiele, we are seeing him. How do you want to describe Emefiele? Is he not a criminal? How do you want to describe the aviation minister? Is he not a criminal? And some others. So we can't. When they are doing it, we can see it openly. And we cannot speak. And the past leaders cannot speak. I think it's not good for a country like that. Countries should not be run like that. Citizens must stand up, particularly people in the position of leadership that are out of power. They should speak up and, so that their country will not be run down.
Yeah, I think we should speak, but I don't think Obasanjo ever speak to the problem. He only speaks to certain things, personal things. For example, he's speaking about how they run election. Why wasn't he speaking about Emefiele? He speak about how they run election when he himself, the way he ran election was worst. I mean, that's the only thing he speaks about. So why are we giving him credit?
He has to be the biggest hypocrite in Nigeria, you know?
Yeah. He doesn't speak to anything that, that's problem. He just speaks to things that's personal to him. Like, he come out right later about how the election was conducted. He didn't write later about Emefiele stealing money. The only thing right now, when people say he's the only one speaking, he only speaks to rubbish things. He doesn't speak to real issues. He doesn't care about Nigeria.
You know when Yar'Adua was elected president, he, by his own admission, said it was one of the worst elections, and Obasanjo is there lecturing people on how to run elections. Obasanjo, they said they spent 16 billion on electricity, only to buy us darkness, and is the expert now writing open letters all of the time.
Open letter
we are waiting for his first open letter to Tinubu. I wonder how long it will take him to start writing open letter to Tinubu.
Can I just say something to Ajanle Koko's submission? I think it is improper and disgraceful that Obasanjo has never seen anything good in anybody after himself. If you are a leader somewhere, let's use example that you are a pastor, for just as an argument's sake, and you pastor the church for 4 years or 8 years, as the case may be, and you move on. Now, your successor is this successor, the people that come after you, and everything you do is never to write to praise them one day, but to keep criticizing them, writing letters to them. You are just presenting yourself as a busybody and as a agbaya normal Peruvian. Even if you have advice for them, you have a channel, because you have been promoted to whatever you have been promoted. You can advise them, but not to be writing the kind of disgraceful, biased, very myopic letter that Obasanjo is writing. I mean, we cannot celebrate that and say he's being a statesman. If he wants to be a statesman, there are better ways of being you can talk to some issues, but if you want to give advice, there are better channels. You are once a president. People coming after you, they are not your surrogate or your something. So this holier than thou attitude of I know it all and you want to lord it over. Did anybody ever lord it over you? Did anybody ever, write to you in such derogatory manner and dictate as if you are? I mean, if that's what Ajanle Koko is praising, that makes Obasanjo a big man, a courageous man. That kind of courage belongs to in fact, not even does, it belongs to the latrine. It's nonsensical. The kind of scandalous outburst between Obasanjo and Gbenga and Yabo is not something that anybody that is saying that want to should hide his head in. So if that's the kind of example we're looking for, that is not. You can advise, but you know the proper channel. But coming out to write sanctimonious letters and pontificating over everything that does not seem to be going well for you. Who are you? I beg, you shouldn't be the pattern.
Bishop, I think we are unnecessarily be unfair. Look, if all the past presidents, if they be speaking like Obasanjo, probably we won't be here. This same Obasanjo offer himself to help Jonathan negotiate and find a way to end Boko Haram. People never see that and say, oh, it's just a praising himself. Yeah, he may start as praising himself, but for the fact that this guy keep talking, keep shaking his face. See, there are so many things that you will keep quiet about. You may never know the truth of that situation, but something that is documented will always be there for the future generation to learn from, so that someone will not come tomorrow and change the story. That's one of those things Obasanjo is doing. Don't just.
What's Obasanjo saying that we are learning from, that we can learn from? He's saying ridiculous things. We are not saying he shouldn't say things, but he should say things that make sense. He's just coming out to say ridiculous things that are not relevant to the problem.
One of those things that we find Obasanjo.
He's even lying in his books about what happened in the Civil War.
Wait now, tell me one of those things that Obasanjo said that was not true. Just tell me.
All right, I don't want us to debate too heavily into Obasanjo, but Ajanle Koko, take us back away from Obasanjo and back to the talking points. Ajanle Koko, back to you.
Well, let me respond a little bit to people. Look, the problem with us, or people that have problems with Obasanjo, particularly from these Yoruba people, because they fail at all times to separate the messenger from the message. So you mix things up. The messenger has a message, you mix them up, and then you want to go after Obasanjo. What is it that when they write, when they speak, that does not mean good for that country? So that is what I go for. I separate messenger from the message. This message is what.
So you agree with the message that will be one election?
Yeah.
Eh?
Did he tell you that to be? Did he ever say that to be one election?
Oh, now that's what he's telling us now.
Did he ever say
of
that?
course he says so. Of course he says so.
Did he say that? He said they robbed them. So
that's what I mean.
So everybody can say whatever they like on the election. So, but the point is that look, good.
Have you heard the word? Have you heard the saying? Your actions speak so loud, I can't hear what you are saying. Have you heard that statement before? They say your actions speak so loud, I can't even hear what you are saying. Hello?
We can hear you. Carry on. We can hear you. Carry on.
When you say separate the message from the messenger, it's very difficult to do that. Even the Holy Book said that a good man out of the treasure of his heart say what is good. An evil man out of the treasure of his heart say what that is evil. So if a man is evil, nothing good can come out of that dustbin.
Which holy book are you referring to?
All holy book says that the real man is the one that is inside.
All holy books. Read all holy books. All the holy books in this world. You have read them.
All the holy books say the real man is the one that is inside.
All right.
And your action speaks so loud, I can't even hear what you are saying.
Okay.
All right. Ajale Koko, move us from there. Obasanjo's place.
People now referring Obasanjo as one of the worst presidents of the country. I want to understand.
No, not during his tenure, but not during his tenure. He did okay as a president, but subsequent to his tenure, you know that Obasanjo has ruled the country longer than anybody else, and nobody will ever really exceed him again in governing that country. If you look at his military era and you add that to his civilian rulership, he's ruled that country longer than anybody else. So a lot of people feel that in his head, he still thinks he's the president of Nigeria. And some of these commentaries that is always running to whichever government is in situation, a lot of people find it hypocritical. The election he ran to give us a Yar'Adua, it was a total sham. Yar'Adua told us, he talks about the electricity situation in Nigeria. He's been the president of the country longer than anybody else. So who should have fixed it if he knew it was a problem? And every single time, every single tenure, off he goes to his typewriter, bang, bang, bang. He has access to these people, but he wants to grandstand in the public to say, I am still president. So there's a level of hypocrisy to the way he comes across post-governance.
There is no hypocrisy, one man. Obasanjo is not just a Nigerian president. Obasanjo is recognized around the world, even in Africa. So anywhere there is a meeting, we have a world conference meeting or any crisis, anything. If you don't see Obasanjo there, that meeting is not set to begin, and you know that. So I don't get it when people come here to just say anything about him. Obasanjo was the only president to manage the diversity of this nation very well. He might not give us electricity, he might not give us on certain things, but at least he put Nigeria in a position that if other presidents had followed that footstep, our economy would have been better today. So I don't get what people are just saying. Obasanjo, in terms of economy of this country, he put it in a very better position. In terms of fighting corruption, all these things we are talking about EFCC today was all about his initiative.
Yeah, but it's still a megalomaniac, though. It's still a megalomaniac.
There is nothing. The government, like we say, is all about continuity. He put all those things to his own capacity. That even, I know that what disturbed that administration was Yar'Adua, even though that election was sham, but he was able to make a very good choice in Yar'Adua, if not for his death. You understand? So, if Yar'Adua has continued, I believe Yar'Adua
what makes Yar'Adua, please, a question for you. What makes Yar'Adua's choice a very good choice for Nigeria?
Yar'Adua was a very good choice for Nigeria. Every part of this country felt his impact. Everyone in the country felt his impact.
How?
So then you give him the chance to answer now. You say
that's what I'm asking now. He's not answering. He's saying everyone knows.
No.
Hold on now. Give us a few seconds now to talk now, please.
If you ask him, if you ask him how, then give him the moment to respond.
That's what I'm asking. I asked him how. He was saying everyone knows. I say how. Don't tell me everyone knows.
All right. So let him respond. Respond to that, and then we'll move on.
Okay. Yar'Adua is still in the lips of every Nigerian today, because of the little legacy he was about to put a few years he was in office. You understand? In terms of all this fuel of stuff we are talking about today, during the time of Yar'Adua, things were coming down, things were not going up in this country. The prices of things were coming down. And like I can only talk about administration when you affect the life of a common man. If you have not affected the life of a common man on the street, you are not a good administrator.
Can I answer you?
The man didn't rule now. For most part of the time, the man didn't rule.
No, I know what he's referencing. Can I answer you? Can I answer you?
Sorry, Bishop, but I must move on.
Give us a few minutes to discuss this now. We are learning.
All right, thank you. Back to Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, take us from that space. I think it's gone on long enough. Ajanle Koko, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Wama. So, Oshibajo, I think he mandated this guy to speak on his behalf. I don't think he has done anything wrong. He should not, give up on this country. He should not sit back. He should speak up at any time that this administration is acting funny. He should not give a damn about those Yoruba people that will be calling him names. He should emulate a great leader like Obasanjo that speak all the time against bad governance. So that is advice for him. And you see, some of these Yoruba people that are now praising Tinubu that is acting, when Buhari was there, they were praising Buhari every step of the way with all his corruption. Even on this, what do you call this thing? This corruption that this guy perpetrated. Up to the last day, the aviation minister that went to borrow plane and paint it, they put on Nigeria, and we saw people like, what do you call it? Bishop, Ogbeni, Simba, all of them were praising it there. When I was opposing, I was saying this is a package of corruption. So what came out after that? The assembly now rose up after that they didn't even give him approval. Even it's not even been approved. They've not even approved that Nigerian Air to operate. Nothing. And this guy wallowed billions of dollars on this project. Remember one man. Do you know that it was in London? You know, we treated it here. It was in London that they unveiled this plan for Nigerian Air. In London, not in Nigeria. One man, did you forget?
No, but it's an international airline now, so there's nothing. Yeah.
International Nigerian airline that is yet to be operated. You want to unveil that plan, that, this is our plan for Nigeria. You went to London. Do you know how much
to the international community?
Do you know how much it took away there to carry out that what he did? It's just look. Ojibajo has done well if actually is the one that the guy spoke on his behalf. He should not rest. He should keep speaking. I salute his courage. The Mayfield have, it should be investigated. This is what we call for. But, Tinubu, if he's really serious about it, a lot of investigation have to be carried out. Just like Ribadu said, all the ministry, every ministry and parasata under this.
No. But sorry, Ajanle Koko. I thought Ribadu avoided the question somewhat when I was asking him that. Yes, all of the ministries should be investigated, but it is unlikely that all of the ministries will be investigated because that will just consume just a lot of resources. But certain ministries that at the epicenter of the corruption that took place, they certainly should be investigated, if for no other reason that money should be recovered. But which ministries are those? Which ministries do you think was at the epicenter of the corruption that we saw under Buhari's administration?
Yes. Okay, Central Bank is not a ministry. It's just, it's undergoing investigation now. Ministry of Aviation must be investigated. That oil and gas, what do you call NNPC? That should be investigated. And, Ministry of, is it electricity? What do they call it? Is it power?
Power, yes.
Power should be investigated.
Even education.
You see, look, one man, all of them should be, look, it is a corruption galore. You can't.
But to what end though? Do you know the amount of resources that you have to dedicate to the investigation?
Let me tell you this, one man. You don't need to commit so much into this investigation. All you need to do, every minute, you see, we have Auditor General of the Federation. Auditor General of the Federation audited the account for some period of time, and he revealed the.
Are you talking about the Auditor General that was sacked for corruption?
No, that was the Accountant General.
Oh, all right, yeah.
The
Ajari Koko, Festus Kayamo said that his own ministry was not constitutional. So his own ministry should also be investigated.
So, look, Auditor General came up with a report.
He didn't say his ministry was not constitutional. He said his own office. The ministry constitutional is just the office of Minister of State for Labor.
Yes.
How can you say the Ministry of Labor is unconstitutional?
No, it's his office. It's his office. Yeah, right. So one man, Auditor General, came up with a report of corrupt practices all over the ministry. Why did you not do anything?
No, but Oko.
So what Tinubu need to do? Auditor General is a civil servant. Bring out a report.
Koko, it's not that straightforward now, and you know it.
Exactly.
It's not that straightforward.
What man is saying is this. Let me tell you one thing, Ajani Oko.
Yes.
You see, in terms of resources, we are not talking of money alone. The manpower, the presidential time,
the litigations,
and so the time that would have been invested in the opportunity cost of that time and resources in terms of men, in terms of other capacity that would have been used to drive positive things.
Yeah,
you guys, on that. But wait, let me just finish. You now have to weigh the cost benefit. For example, if I'm investigating, just like Kenneth said, Ministry of Labor, what is the total cost of investigating that ministry? Maybe it's 10, maybe it's 20 billion. Maybe the total fraud in that ministry is just about 2 billion. So the cost benefit is not really worth it.
You guys don't know. You guys don't know what you guys are talking about. Look, you don't spend funding when you committed the investigation in the hand of Auditor General of the Federation.
You can't see anything. Why?
Who told you?
Is Auditor General not there? Is Auditor General not there when they are stealing the money?
when they are selling the
Coco, it's not that straightforward now.
It is straightforward. I'm telling you.
No, it is not, though, is it? If the auditor general comes up with a report, then that report will be challenged by whoever stands accused. And then when that person that stands it accused challenges it, then a process has to be gone through to validate that report, which will be which will be an additional set of investigations.
Exactly.
Then the guy will get a senior advocate, which he will use all of his stolen monies to get, and they will start to put legal roadblocks in the middle of the road, and then those legal roadblocks they will continue to block. Let's take Fani Kayode, for instance. He was aviation minister. He was accused of looting 2 billion naira. He was in court 6 months ago. He was aviation minister under Obasanjo. So it's not just a matter of
2007.
Yeah.
Hold on, one man. I don't know why you guys just like to surrender. That nothing good can be done in that country when it comes to critical investigation and unraveling of corruption in that country. You guys will surrender that it's not possible.
No, it is possible, but not the total. No, hold on, not the totality of all of the ministries. Is
what do you mean that is the totality?
Because the resources. No, hold on. Don't worry now. It's not muscles now. We're not. Listen, Ajanle Koko. It's not just from the example. Let's use the Fani Kayode example now. He's been kicking the legal can down the road since Obasanjo till now, and they've still not gotten a verdict. They've got everything, but they've not gotten a verdict. So multiply that by all of the ministries. Then you see it's just a heavy lift, isn't it? And by the way, when he goes to court, the government has to hire lawyers, not their own lawyers, but lawyers that are experts in that field, which is at a cost since 2007 till now, and then multiply that by all of the ministries. So what they essentially have to do is to look for about 5 people to make examples of. That's the most they can do. They can't investigate all the ministries. They don't have the resources.
Who told you that they don't have the resources?
All right. Okay. All right.
Let me tell you why we have the resources. Look, the body language of the president, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, speaks a lot. When the body language communicates to people that is not ready for corruption, is anti-corruption, and he hire the Attorney General that is committed to the same cause, and he have the EFCC that is committed to the same cause, and the Auditor General that is committed to the same force. Look, and I think they have this thing. What do they say? That whoever that, what is that program? The one that if you reveal an information,
whistleblower.
And you have whistleblower, this thing within the ministry. Look, the civil servants have every evidences in their hand of corrupt practices.
It sounds idealistic what you're saying.
You don't want to. This is. I mean,
hello.
Speak like
Please.
this one. It's like, let us just leave it alone. Let it go. Then another person will come and they will corrupt. You say, oh, there's too much money to spend to fight corruption, and let it go again. When will we fight corruption? So what
we'll find. What I'm talking about. So sorry, Roberto, coming in a moment. But what I'm talking about is scapegoating. They have to find about 5 scapegoats and make a real example of them. So that
5 out of how many?
All right. Let Roberto come in. Hold on. Let Roberto come in. Roberto come in.
Okay, thank you. You see, in the issue of corruption, excuse me, can you hear me?
Yeah, you are breaking up a bit, but carry on.
It's echoing. I think I need to log out and log.
All right. I think I think you may be logged in twice. Stay where you are. Let me remove one of you. Maybe you are bouncing off yourself. Let me remove this one. Yeah. All right.
Okay,
carry on. Let's see if that's better. Carry on. Make the point. Yeah, make the point.
You see, issue of this corruption is a topic that is very dear to me. Okay, one thing, it's not like we lack the competency or the ability to fight corruption, but fighting corruption itself is something that is dynamic with its own complexities. Okay, you cannot expect somebody that is sitting in a ministry and then you appoint another parastatal from another ministry to go and hunt the other ministry. There is nowhere in the world that it works like that. Okay, let me give you an example. Like in the United States, that we are busy copying day in, day out. During JFK, do you know when President JFK was assassinated? Immediately after his assassination, the commission that was given the authority to investigate was headed by Allen Dulles, the former CIA, the first civilian director of CIA, which everybody knows he has a lot of hands in that assassination. And do you know, up to date, those documentations, those findings were not made public. Even during Donald Trump, that he vowed to make them public. When one of the guy that wrote the Watergate book, one is a very fine journalist. He asks, you know what Donald Trump tell him? He says, if you have seen what I have seen in that document, you will not even advise me to make it public. So in our own context here, there is no way. What the lesson I draw from that example is, you cannot make a thief to fight a thief. It will never, we will never get it right that way. There is so many templates across the world that we can borrow if we sincerely want to fight corruption. And the only person that can make a reasonable gains in fighting corruption, it must come from the president himself. No any other person in Nigeria that is powerful enough to say he will fight corruption and succeed. That is why I said it's even better for any person in power to say, okay, those the bygones should be bygones. What you have still, you have still. I'm not going to bother you. I'm not going to do that. But henceforth, from this very moment, if anyone or any parastatal or any ministry try to divert the public funds, I will make a very good example out of him. Because if that is not met, if you did not draw the line between the past and the future, those people that are multi-billionaires is like a cabal. They will fight you with all they have in their arsenals. And we have to give it.
But Ribado, that's exactly the point I was trying to get across to Ajanle Koko. Especially if we use this Buhari administration now, some of those people, they're so stupendously rich in American dollars. The average minister, a dollar billionaire. So if you go after them, they will bury you in court till kingdom come. They will bury you in court. You will forever, until the world comes to an end, always been in and out of court. So you just have to pick 2 or 3 and make an example of them. That's all. You can't go after all of them.
But the issue is, even if you want to pick 1 or 2 or 3 and make example of it, Like, okay, I got you. Just like what Putin did with his oligarch. You know, when he came into power, the oligarchs were so powerful they thought he was Yeltsin. You know, but when he made example of one or two that they flew to UK and Australia, the others fell into line, and they are now living peacefully in Russia. So the issue is, if we really want to be honest, okay, if we really want to be honest, is this: you guys that you know what you have did, enough is enough. If you went and hide your money somewhere, bring it back, invest it in the country on your own terms. No government is not going to take it away from you. Then one way of making fighting corruption effective is not through ordinary parastatal. A president of this country has enormous power. You have a presidential, you can set off a lot of panels, a lot of presidential committee, a lot of commissions. You understand? All what you need is to take few vibrant young individuals and give them a mandate. There is, you know, this word tax. If a president tax at a ministry or an organization or a parastatal, that he said, I want this to be done within so period of time. Tell me the resources you want. Tell me what you need. Tell me the kind of security backing you want. Nothing cannot be done. So fighting corruption is the most easiest thing, and at the same event is the most difficult thing. But somebody,
Mr. Ribadi,
yes,
this fighting corruption, how can Tinubu do this? Because I know that a lot of his party members are involved. Another thing in this, how can he fight his party members in the form of fighting corruption? Then another thing is this individuals fighting corruption, I see them as corrupt too, especially the EFCC, because they're not living up to expectation.
Let me have something to something, guys. Listen, see, one problem we have in Africa is we don't try to look at situation and figure like, okay, this thing is like this. Like, what creative way can we or invent a way to solve problems? For example, you guys are saying the people that are fighting the corruption, they can be corrupted themselves. Like someone can bribe them in the process of investigation, like the EFCC, for example. An EFCC agent are supposed to detect corruption and go after it. Sometimes he detects it, and the person that's corrupt, we find when he engages the person will bribe him money to shut up. He will take the money because he wants to be rich. But how about Nigeria come on with a system? Okay, so in that case, it's a human issue. So you actually say, what kind of human being do you now have to put in that position that will not accept that bribe and, you know, reject it? So if someone like me would think, I would say, how about I take all these crippled people? They don't have legs, they don't have arms, so they really don't rely on, so don't want a desire to become billionaire because they can't do anything with that money anyway. They're crippled and they are begging on the road. We take those people, we train them to be the one detecting corruption. And if you want to bribe them money,
what are you talking about now? Why?
No, Ajani Koko. I mean, sorry, one man. It may not make sense, but think about it this way. One man, think about it this way. Let me explain something to you. It doesn't take too much work to detect, to be the person detecting something, right? A person that is a cripple that sits on a wheelchair, that can't take care of himself, his family are taking care of him, right? He doesn't need billions. Now, government take care of that. Say, okay, for the rest of your life, we'll provide the taking care of you and everything. That's part of your package of this employment. Now, the only job you have is to sit on this computer and just be auditing what's going on. And when you detect corruption, you'll be the one to, you understand, to follow it up and everything. Now, he detects corrupt person. And the person that's corrupt want to approach him and say, I'll give you all this money. He's not interested in your money because, but compared to someone like me that, wait. One man, think about it. Let me learn, guy. Compared to someone like me that have both legs, they have a dream of carrying a bunch of girlfriends and they want to travel the world, and I will want to take that money. But him, even if you give him that money, he doesn't have the ability to say he wants to go and spend money on women, and so those kind of people will be tendency will be less corrupt than an ordinary person. But those are tools. That's what Igbo people do in their country. They look for the kind of human being they know
They
that
look for crippled people.
No, not necessarily. They look for someone they know. They put him in his. They do it in their military. They study you. See that okay? Do you have the tendency or the capacity to be corrupted in this thing? They look at you. You know, understand your situation.
All right.
That may not make sense, but if you think about it,
you said it. If it doesn't make sense to you, then it doesn't make sense to probably most of us. But there it is.
But if you think it through, you will come back to me and say, "It makes sense." Trust me.
One man. Let me make my point before I forget it. Okay.
Yeah, go on, Ribado.
For the last speaker, let me tell you something. If history teaches us anything, is a poor man that come from mostly. I'm not saying generally. Mostly, a poor man that come from the scratch when get into power, he become the worst compared to those one that were doing well and when they came into power. But
wait. You say that to counter my point.
No, I'm not trying to counter anything. I'm just trying to tell you.
No, it's not for my info.
So let him just land.
I think he thought I said a poor man, but maybe he didn't pay attention to the fact that I said someone that's crippled, that's disabled. Maybe that's what he missed. He's thinking I'm saying poor person. No, someone that's disabled. It's not because he's poor. It's because he's a disabled person, so he doesn't have the aspiration to say he wants to become rich and travel the world and do things. He just want to be taken care of as a disabled person. So he all he wants in life is just to be taken care of as a disabled person.
Let me ask you a question.
Let me tell you, disability does not stop you.
Hold on. Yeah, go on, Ribado. Yeah, carry on.
Disability does not wipe away the human nature in a person. You understand? Anyway, let's keep this to rest. Before he came in, somebody was saying, how can we fight corruption or something like that, right?
Yes.
How can he still fight, being that most of the people surrounding him are still the members of the party? And you know that almost all of them are corrupt in that party.
Thank you.
So how can he manage it?
I like this. I think, in my own humble opinion, is this. Nigeria, we are losing a lot, okay, on corruption. The first thing is to look at it holistically on a very serious terms. Even if you want to jail everyone that has been into the government, which is quite impossible, we will not recover what has been stolen. So there is two ways to go about it. One is call them, sit down with them. Okay, we know we are all dirty here, okay? But whatever you have stolen, bring it back into the country, put it into the economy, open your own private business with the money you've stolen. The only thing is just bring it back. But if you did not bring it back, then if our investigation lead to any one of you that is harboring this money outside, give them a very harsh threat. That it's on one side, okay? Then on second side is this. We are always, the country is always, we are still advancing. We are becoming more wiser, more smarter, especially with this AI. We can do a lot of things. For instance now, EFCC, okay, yeah. From quarterly or maybe in six months, we want your report made public on the national dailies. How many people you caught? Is it 419? Is it Yahoo? Is it PAMSEC in one ministry, or is it a state minister, or is it that, make it quarterly. How many people did you arrested? How much money did they steal? How many cases are in court? How many cases, how many people were convicted? Make this public. Bring the ownership of transparency to the people. let the Nigerian citizenry own something like that. That will empower our journalists here to develop the culture of investigative journalism on one side. Then on second, and it will also help the administration to gather more funds to be able to run the government. That is another one. Then if EFCC as an parastatal are doing their work, the president has the power to build a committee, okay, that will oversee, not officially, okay, that will oversee the work of EFCC. They will act like an advisory council or advisory rule to the presidency. Create check and balances by policies. I mean, look at our population. Look at Chinese population. If China, if you read
you can't draw parallels with Nigeria and China. China is a technology-based country. Nigeria is a rudimentary country. We're still in sort of like we're nowhere near China.
That is the joy of it. You know, you will not expect us to start from the scratch and develop to the stage of where advanced countries are, but we can borrow something that we know we are capable of implementing. That will save us a lot of time. Go to China, go to Pakistan, go to all these countries that at least have some certain reasonable amount of transparency. Borrow some certain template from them. Bring it together, then tailor it down. Tailor it down to our own peculiarity here. We cannot just begin to do trial by error. When you see something good somewhere, you study it, then you bring it back and then cut it into pieces or cut it to suit our own peculiarities here. Because if we continue the way we are continuing, you will bring 100 EFCC chairmen. You will hardly get 1 or 2 that can tell you black is black and white is white. It will take us 100 years or 50 years to get people of that personality. But we have to find our, even reorientation, even social reorientation alone can go a long way. When a group of journalists will come together and say, okay, we are journalists that have EFCC Transparency Club. We want to know what EFCC are doing, how many cases they have, all this kind of thing. Nigeria.
But Mr. Rivado, the unfortunate thing is this: the people that I can tell you that there are a lot of people that are willing to do this transparency work in this country. But yes. I don't see the people in the position.
I want to wrap that space, but ask that question and then give a short response to it, Ribadu, and then we move on. Give a short response and then we move on. Yeah.
So it starts as in the people that will do the work are there. But how do you get them on board? Even the cabals don't want those people to come on board.
Yeah.
So that is the issue. So how do you do it? It's a very difficult task in this country. So just how can it happen?
Okay, let me summarize it since that one man is ramping. It is not. And let me give you one example, okay? If people from outside will come and do it, let me answer it by giving one example. In Maiduguri here, prior to coming of these NGOs, domestic violence was everywhere. But nobody the women, they don't want to speak out because of the culture. Their family will be disgraced or this and that. But you know what happened? Suddenly, within 1 year or 2 years like this, the Human Rights Commission was able to send women into the communities. Is this, and sensitize. And before you know, if a young man went to his sister's house and found that the husband has beat her up, he will go to the Human Rights. And the Human Rights will come and invite the husband. Before you know, they go to court, 1 or 2 cases. Before you know, all the women that never knew what is even human right, when you touch their daughter, they'll tell you, we are taking him to human right. He beat you, we are taking him to human right. He did not feed you, we are taking it to human right. He did not put your children to school, we are taking it to human right. So it brought some kind of sanity into it. It is not a big deal for a government to go to any universities and say, okay, I want a first-class graduate in sociology or in criminology or in any of these social sciences. Pick them, make it like a platform. This is what the developed worlds do. Go to the university, pick youths, vibrant youth, before their mind even became corrupted. Build them, give them workshops, take them to the training, give them the international exposure, let them go and see where this FBI on this criminal like FSB let them have that exposure. With that mentality, let them come back to the country, let them work for Nigeria. We have the resources to do all that programs. But the issue is, even we are not helping the issue. Our journalists are not helping the issue per se. So this is my summary, please.
All right, well put. You should have a career in politics, Ribadu. Certainly, if you want to run our campaign for you. So that's Ribadu telling us just how it is. So Adanle Koko, back to you if you can remember where you were.
Yeah. So, but you know, my own submission is that there's no way you transfer power from a very corrupt administration to another administration that is ready to corrupt and ready to correct the corruption of the past, that will not carry out that investigation on all the ministries. And like I was saying, the Auditor General, the body language of this president speaks a lot. Auditor General will be committed into the job. They will give them all the resources to succeed. They are the civil servants. They know where the documents are. They can fish out all the documents. Easy. They will fish out all the documents. They know all the policies that guides every government policy, and they know the accounting standard of all the ministry, the accounting policy that guide government services. They are the ones that can do the job the best. So when they are given the resources to succeed, to carry out their job by the president, and you have the Attorney General that is committed as well, that is giving all the resources, as long as you have people that are leading in this job that are not corrupt, they will fish out some good result for the benefit of the country. It is achievable. We can do it. You see, let me tell you what happened. One man, why you have all these ministers and all these things, carry out corrupt practices in government distance, is because they don't follow government rules. They violate all the accounting standard and the government rules on how government services should be carried out. They violate it from A to Z. And that was given to all these corrupt processes in government. But when you have the Auditor General and the Accountant General as well, that are not corrupt, civil service, they will block all the leakages in that civil service, in that and every ministry. They can do it. They can do it as long as they have the sufficient staff
to do it. They are giving all the resources, all the training, and everything to do the job, because they are in. They know the they know the inside. They know what is going on inside every ministry, and every ministry have its own internal auditor. Auditor General of the Federation is the head of all auditors across the ministries, and it can organize them, it can mandate them, and it can commit them to certain cause to achieve results for the government. So we should not see it as unachievable. I'm not saying that they will get everything, but at least they will save us a lot from corrupt practices. They will save or they will prevent a lot of corrupt practices, because Auditor General during the Buhari audited the account. It revealed a lot of corrupt practices. That nothing happened. Even about this Accountant General, there are a lot of things that the guy in his report that was going on in Ministry of Finance and all these things, nothing was done. Buhari did not do anything. So could you imagine Accountant General, the person that's in charge of the account of all ministries, stealing billions? So one man, well, that's my own submission on that. I believe that we just need the president that is really committed to fighting corruption, and he can do it right using the civil servants themselves. They can do the job SLSA well, and they will deliver for Nigerian sake, with working in alliance with Attorney General, working in alliance with the EFCC and other government agencies, and that has to do with fighting corruption in that country. They will achieve results, because they can get access to every document easily. If you're hiding document, they know the document to go for. They know it. They know every document to go for. So that's my take, woman.
All right, brilliant. So brilliant. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So let's go on from your Ajanle Koko. Let's go to Ikene, who's also with us. So Ikene, you wanted to speak on the Oshibanjo space. So Ikene, to you.
Woman, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. First of all, I want to say that the corruption in our country can only be minimized, or can only be ensured. To fight it, first of all, our leaders must learn to act according to the rule of law. That's the first thing. I think there is no law governing us in this country. Everybody just behaving anyhow, especially the ruling class. So those things they have to. I want to see Tinubu governing within the rule of law. So if he can do that, I think he will be a better president. Then on the Osibanjo side, I don't know. Ajali Koko has put some clarification, and Mr. Ribado has put some clarification. But I want to speak like Osibanjo that I know, and what he did as a vice in the country. So I believe Osibanjo was not given a space to really act. I believe if Buhari has given Osibanjo some space, I think he would have helped his government very well. This Buhari government would have been a better government. But he overlooked the man so well. Even though we know his capacity. I know his capacity. I know what Osibanjo can do. Because he has already do that before they were able to sideline him, make him to look unpopular in the eye of the public. Maybe they knew that he was coming for the presidency, so they don't want him to showcase that that God-given talent that he has. So they need to sideline him. It's all about power. It's all about struggle. So I believe they would have allowed him, or Osibanjo would have had a better chance to be the president of this country. Because he has already did something within a short period of time that many people in the country really appreciated, which I will always say it in this platform. He said he did it. People feel it. Because when I talk about government, it's all about how people feel. I don't care how the people, the analysis, the IGR or whatever we want to put in place. The government is all about how the people feel. And the Osibanjo was able to do that once in a Buhari government. Buhari was not able to do it all his 8 years, but Osibanjo was able to do it once when Buhari was not there, and people felt the impact. But what happened? Because of the corrupt system, maybe they don't want the man to come up, they don't want his political career to rise. They put him down. And everyone in this country knows that, including me. There is no way you will not tell me that Osibanjo was not sidelined. Osibanjo was trampled upon. And I know it personally. So there is nothing to criticize the man about. Whether he chooses to keep quiet, whether he chooses to speak up. I already know what happened as a Nigerian. I already know that they don't want the man to showcase his talent. I already know that a lot of cabals want to kill his political career. So he is not in any position to criticize Emefiele. The person that is in a position to criticize Emefiele is Buhari. He appointed him. He signed every policy that Emefiele brought to him. So I don't even see how Osibanjo came into that space. Buhari was so dumped. Buhari was not, he's so, I don't know how to qualify him. That is his government. If he wants his government to strive, he would have allowed the good people in his government to do what is good. So people like Osibanjo, Osibanjo is a very good, loyal vice president to him. Why not give him the opportunity? I believe Osibanjo wouldn't be like Atiku. Osibanjo was one of the most loyal vice presidents I've ever witnessed in this country. What remains is just, you know, you don't have the brain. You already have a vice. I think that is the reason why they have vice president. When you cannot perform, you can borrow from your vice an idea. You don't have an idea. You couldn't even borrow from your vice. You still sideline him. And now people are coming on. I don't even know how Osibanjo came into this picture of Emefiele corruption. Emefiele corruption is between him and the Buhari. They corrupted themselves. They killed the economy. They killed the Naira. They kill everything about this country, about our economy. So why will somebody leave? Why will somebody leave Buhari and be calling Emefiele and be calling Osibanjo? And people are saying that he's supposed to speak up, just like we're talking about the corruption now. He would have resigned. Resign for what? Why would he resign? He has already shown himself, which we recognized him. Nobody in this Buhari regime will not say that he didn't recognize Osibanjo in part when he took over government. Just a little effort for the country to move forward. They came against him, just like hungry lions. They just want to eat him up. All the cabals, they wake up from their lion dens. They want to consume the man. The man decided to keep quiet, then last for a while, then finish his tenure and go. And people say that he would have do this, he would have done that. So let us not bring what is not necessary. to somebody that's not supposed to take the blame. The blame doesn't have to belong to Osibanjo. It's a Buhari incompetence and incapacity that killed this country economy. In fact, Tinubu needs to. In short, I know that Tinubu knows. In one of his speeches, he said that it's only asset and liability that he knows that Buhari didn't. I'm waiting for him to say this is the amount Buhari left in his coffers. This is what he left. That's the next thing I'm hoping to hear from Tinubu.
All right. All right. Thank you, Kenneth. So thank you, Kenneth. So thank you, Kenneth. Kenneth, let's bring Simba into the conversation. Simba, that space now that Kenneth is in, you know, a lot of the traditions that we have in Nigeria, when a new administration comes, they usually run down the exiting administration in order then to manage the expectation of the space. So Ekene was just saying then that his expectation was that Tinubu to be saying then how much was left in the coffers. But do you imagine that we're going to deviate from that tradition of always running down the previous administration because, of course, our same party, same set of people? So what are you making of Ikene's expectations? So from that, then go on then to the headline, ethnic cleansing, Onanaeze Indigbo condemns Emefiele suspension. So all of that, Simba.
Yeah, good man. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, our viewers all over the world.
Good morning.
My own take, I don't think it will be a waste of time if Tinubu wanted to be pursuing corrupt government officials. It is a daunting task to say you want to pursue corruption in Nigeria, because corruption in Nigeria is endemic, and it's like a cartel. Everybody, both civil servants and public servants, are corrupt. Even the EFCC themselves. EFCC in Nigeria is just like a whole company that people are jostling for, because once you join EFCC, you made your millions. So to me, it's not something that I should pursue. We have a lot of problems in that country. It should just face the economy, face all the problems that we have. It should just leave this corruption of it alone. If by the wayside there are some that he can pursue, so be it. But for him to say want to focus and tell us how much everybody has looted is practically impossible, and will just amount to waste of time and waste of resources. So that's what I want to say about that. It's just it's not something that is. Let me tell you, the little experience that I have about EFCC and all those. You know, the other time Babajele Kuko was talking about civil servants. Civil servants are even more corrupt than even the so-called politicians that we're all chatting about. They are there. You see them having mansions, having cars that, if you look at their salary, how much are they earning? They are living, most civil servants in Nigeria are living on corruption. They are not living on their wages. They are not living on their salary. So if you say you want to use civil servants to pursue corruption, you are just wasting your time. In fact, it's just like even the money that you are giving them to prosecute this thing, you are just wasting it, because nothing will come out of it. So I think that's my own take about that. It's just a waste of time. So you should not go in that direction. So what other one are you talking about, woman?
Yes, I'm talking about this headline. You know, it's the fallout from the Emefiele space. And
you know, woman, you know, yesterday when we are talking about this thing, you asked me why am I saying that people will see it from ethnic mirror. You remember?
You know, it's barely 24 hours later, and it's already gone that way. I'm not sure if you heard the readout. It's only a couple of paragraphs. It says the Apex Igbo Social Cultural Organization, Onanaeze Indigbo, on Saturday condemned the suspension of the central bank governor Emefiele, describing the action by President Bola Tinubu as a sign of ethnic cleansing. The group disclosed this in a statement made available to journalists by Mazi Chima Uzo. The organization observed that Emefiele's suspension did not follow due process, etc. So they're just saying it as an ethnic thing. For all of the things that Emefiele has done for 8 years solid that we have been alarming about this guy, finally the law catches up with him and ethnicity comes into play. Unbelievable, Simba.
I told you yesterday, Woma, if you remember, I told you that this is, I know the way Nigerians behave. You know, we like this, what about? And immediately I saw it, I said, this is, and you know, when immediately I said ethnic, and you are telling me that, oh no, he's from a Delta state, and I told you that this guy is from Delta Igbo. That is the way we are in Nigeria. We are not ready to change. And that is why, you know, when we are busy castigating and blaming some people, we are all in this mess. We are all responsible for the state of our nation, woman. Our people are not serious. If we look at everything that this guy has done, all the atrocity that this guy has committed, and the only way we can see it is from ethnic angle. It's not even only Onanaeze. Even Kalu is also using it as a campaign this thing now for his senatorial presidency. No, that is the way we behave. And we are talking about corruption. We cannot control corruption, because if you say, okay, you want to prosecute this one, everybody will come, we say because he's a Muslim, or he's a Yoruba, or he's an Hausa, he's a Igbo, he's a Christian. Those are the way we will look at it. And even the elite are the culprits for this. You can see, so it's, to me, I'm not surprised. It doesn't. I know this is what is going to come, and you will still see more, one man. That is the way we are as Nigerians. We are not serious.
But the person they've used to replace him, does he not further add to that sin? So they removed Emefiele to replace him with Fola Shodun Shonubi, or Adebisi Shonubi, as people call him now. So now removing him and then replacing him in an acting capacity, this Yoruba person, does that not add further fuel to that ethnic narrative?
Okay. The question I want to ask you is that who's next to him in the ranking order in Central Bank?
I don't know, but certainly when they are claiming you removed an Igbo man for ethnicity, and then you replace him with
if this guy is the next, it has not been confirmed. It's just an acting governor, and if he's the one, to me, I think he's the one in the ranking, in the pecking order in Central Bank, and that is why is acting in that capacity. This is not the first time that somebody will act in that capacity, and it will not eventually become the Central Bank governor. I think there was a woman that acted in that capacity before, but eventually did not become the Central Bank governor. And you know, we always postulate, prostacinate. You know, we don't even know. So you can see even the way you are also looking at this one now. He's just acting, and by virtue of his position in that Central Bank, that was why he was acting in that capacity. So yeah, it's not a substance. And then what is wrong, even if he's now confirmed, if he has all the qualification and is qualified? When Jonathan removed Sanusi that time, he put a South person like his own, and heaven does not fall. So, but you know, if we start seeing everything from religious angle, ethnic angle, and everything, then we don't have any way to go in that country. We don't have anywhere to go. We are not looking at merit. We are not looking at capacity. You are not looking at competence. The only thing we're just looking at, okay, this one is not from my ethnic my tribe. This one is not a Christian. This one is a Muslim, and so all those rubbish. I think it's that time we leave all this tribal bigotry and religious this thing, and let us move forward. We should focus on competency and capacity.
Okay, talking about competency and capacity, my conversation with Dola, then I was saying that this guy is a civil engineer, which is an impressive profession, of course, but not especially what you're looking for in banking. So where are the economists? Where are the bankers even? Never mind leapfrogging those two to put a civil engineer in front of and in charge of the nation's foremost bank.
Well, I don't know about central bank, but from even the banking sector in Nigeria, it's not only people that read the economy or accountancy that works in the bank. There are so many things that you can do. Is you build yourself when you are in that profession. You can build yourself, and I'm very sure it's not only civil engineer. Maybe he has civil engineer as his first degree. He might have acquired so many other certificates that might in that banking sector that will have gained a lot of experience to have the capacity
to be fair, he has an MBA. We have to add that, yeah.
So that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. So it's not a first degree is not the only thing that people use in even in civil service. It is like that. So to me, it's too early for us to say, let him continue to act, and then, but whoever is seeing it from, I know that is the way we behave. We can't do without all those ethnicity and tribalism, and if the people will just shout and then we'll move on. That's all.
All right. To this next headline, I'm not sure if you heard the readout, but Presidential Tribunal rejects Peter Obi's request to interrogate electoral body INEC on 12 key areas. So it's all wrapped around that IREV narrative. You remember that a lot of the Obi petition is rested and vested in what the IREV holds for them and interrogating INEC's machineries. But it looks as though the courts have rejected that. I thought they were rejecting it actually off the back of the Osun State judgment, but they said they actually added this as an appendage after they've submitted their petition. So the collapsing line continuously of this Obi petition, you know, there was a time, all we ever talked about is Obi petition, but it's starting to peter away, die a natural death.
I think what is happening presently is just they are just scavenging, looking for ways of extending the judgment. Most of the major petitions that they have been struck out, whether by previous court judgments and so what they are just looking for now. You know that even yesterday or 2 days ago, they went and brought one software engineer that they said he brought one big television to the courtroom. He was trying to show them some things. You know, but they are just beating around the bush because they know that there are major cases that there are no substance to it again, and so they are just looking around doing merry-go-round and. So, you know, by the time all this thing is happening, you know that the case has ended. So they're just using it to buy time to continue to motivate their followers and just to continue and wasting our resources and wasting our time. That's what I can say about it. It's just a waste of time that every day they will be bringing so many things. And, you know, even the lawyers, I don't know why they are behaving like that. Something that you have already do a pre-hearing, you have your cases, then you will now want to be bringing in new things into your petition, which you know that is not allowed under the law of election tribunal. So I don't know why they are doing that, but I know that they are just using it to buy time and then to also instigate the masses, because by the time they hear that, the masses hear that, hey, they are rejecting this and this and this, the gullible masses also will be shouting that the court is trying to undermine, or INEC is trying to undermine their cases, not knowing that they don't even have a good case right from the beginning. So they are just this one to get public sympathy.
All right, I've been able to dig out an answer to your previous question that how is Adebisi Shonobi positioned within the CBN structure. So this is the CBN structure. At the top, you had Emefiele, now suspended. Then at the deputies, Aisha Ahmed, who I think came in about 12 months ago, thereabout. She's the Deputy Governor, Financial System Stability Directorate. And then you have Edward Adamu, Deputy Governor, Corporate Services Directorate. So that would be some sort of administrative sort of position. And then you have Adebisi Shonubi, Deputy Governor, Operations Directorate, which is to say is somewhat of an IT sort of position that might be the lay reading. And then you have Kingsley Obiora, Deputy Governor, Economic Policy Directorate. So now, out of the 4 deputy governors, it seems to me Kingsley Obiora should have been the natural choice because, of course, his CV aligns with economic planning.
Well, that is the way you see it, because you just give operation your own interpretation that is only IT. You know, if somebody is in charge of operation of an establishment like a central bank, and you are just limiting it to IT, I think we don't need to be. You can see now that the deputy, so all the 4 of them are qualified to act in that capacity.
Actually, sorry, Simba.
Okay, yes, you're a banker, so you should know the meaning of all those things. Patrick, come in.
You get it?
No, we didn't hear you.
I said the person who is in charge of the operation like a bank is like COO. You understand? It's like Chief Operating Officer of the bank. So it's more or less next to the Chief Executive Officer of the bank.
Okay.
But my concern with CBN appointment is that anytime they're appointing a governor, they always bring somebody from outside. It means that somebody who has built a career in central bank and has learned the operation of the bank, has learned the economy, has learned everything, cannot aspire to the topmost position and say one day I can be the governor and I can change things. You now go and bring someone from outside. And you know the funny thing now, I don't know of this Shonubi guy. I know of a deputy governor in central bank now who was just a young girl that was an executive director consumer banking, either in Diamond Bank or SMB, but was married or was the daughter of one governor from Niger or something. Now the girl is a deputy governor. Whether Aisha something, I can't remember her name now. I remember
Aisha Ahmed.
Maybe she's the one. She's probably the only girl there. I don't know.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, that girl. She's a young girl. She's inexperienced. How do you put the economy in the hand of people like that? And one day somebody will appoint that as the governor. They'll say she has experience central bank. Somebody who's an executive director in consumer banking, maybe in a commercial bank. Anybody that worked in the commercial bank knows what an ED consumer bank will be doing. They just be chasing deposits now. Be chasing deposits, be chasing FX to make money for the bank. And that's what people like Emefiele were doing. No experience about economy. Sincerely, anybody who worked in the bank in Nigeria knows that the chief executive officer of a bank like Zenith does not necessarily have to be a very intelligent. All he needs to do is be able to chase deposits, chase deals, know how to bribe minister to attract more deposits, know when government budget is out and put money there so that he can outwit maybe UBA, he can beat First Bank Twins and grow his deposits and close deals. Nothing about the economy, and that's why that guy.
I think you are doing this lady a disservice. She holds an MSc in Finance and Management.
I know.
From the UK, an MBA in Finance from Unilag. She has a BSc in Accounting from Abuja.
That's nothing to do with the economy. They don't teach you. They don't teach you real macroeconomics, and they don't those things. Some of us have gone through that. They don't give you the capacity that's required to be able to run a place like that. I'm telling you.
Are you sure you are not fighting old battles when you were skipped for promotion or something?
No. I'm telling you, people who work the bank, they will tell you that somebody who was in the bank, in a commercial bank in Nigeria, became the branch manager, became divisional head, became ED, was probably all they are probably able to do is to grow deposits and book loans and make profit for the branch and the bank. Nothing. And to buy FX and to sell margins. That's the only thing. That's why somebody like Soludo has become a star. All the banks, governors of central bank were there. He's a great banker. There's no great banker there. I challenge anybody who are drugged in the bank industry in Nigeria to stand up to me and tell me what I'm saying is a lie. This is an international platform here. I bet nobody will be able to say that. Not even the MD of Zenith, MD of UBA, any bank in Nigeria can tell me that now. And that's the problem we have in that country. Whereas a young boy who had joined Central Bank as a young boy, had learned the system, had learned the economy, I've watched Nigeria, I've done everything, I've grown, cannot say I want to be the governor to change things. It's not happening.
But it's oftentimes a political appointment, though, isn't it?
That's not the way it should be. I'll give you a good example. In Canada, for example, I was discussing with one of my friends who happened to be a treasurer here yesterday. He told me that the central bank governors here, that's the Bank of Canada, they are probably people who have grown in the system. When they get to that point, they will now go out to the academic and do their one. All of them that I know they are qualified now, they go to the academic, get academic experience, or go to a big corporations like maybe General Electric, all those kind of, get that corporation. After some time, they now come back to Central Bank, a Bank of Canada. Eventually, they can qualify to become the governor, to have a real taste of economy, but they have a good, deep knowledge of the bank. But in our own case, we just look for somebody is a quota, is from this place. Let him be the one that will fill that position, and he will feed the position.
But Soludo came in through that system, Soludo, and you admire him greatly.
I admire him because though he's from outside, he did not come from our commercial banks. That's what I'm trying to point out there. And that's about that girl. Those people in commercial bank in Nigeria cannot manage our central bank. Because nothing in the commercial bank
because you see them as marketing and sales, yeah?
It's just deposits. Forget it. It's just deposit. Grow deposit too. You see a young girl that just left her there's one girl that Shetima mentioned, Ada, in Zenith. That girl grew everybody. That Shetima said the only person that had the most rapid promotion that is faster than him was that girl. What will the girl do? He's closing deals with minister, House of Rep, House of Assembly, Senator. He's bringing deals. And maybe the MD is happy. They just give him promotion. That girl will say became an ED or something. I think she's retired now. That kind of girl, they will say she can become the deputy governor. She's the Senate bank. Nothing. Shebi Sanusi exposed them to now. Nothing. They have nothing. They've learned nothing about economy, on how to manage the economy and how to manage. I'm telling you, this thing is recorded, and I'm happy. Let anybody who's hearing me now, people are hearing me and people that will hear me later, let them tell me that what I'm saying is a lie. I can bet $1 million, $2 million. I don't have it, but I can go and borrow it. Let them prove it's a lie. It's very sad, one man. I'm telling you.
But are you then advocating for the confirmation of this guy? Is that what you're advocating for? The confirmation of this guy?
I'm not, because I don't know him. But if it's someone who has been maybe started his career as an executive trainee in Central Bank and have learned all the operation of the banks to the point that I became chief operating officer of that bank, which is deputy governor operations. If he's not appointed from outside, though, just like the other one, because even deputy governors at times are appointed from outside.
He was. We read the CV. He was.
That's all. You see, I don't even know. I didn't hear you when we read it. Someone like them was CEO in Wema Bank, just came in there. Or all of them, they were just appointing people. When Odeyemi left, they say, oh, Ogun State man left. Obasanjo said, we have to replace another Ogun State man. They brought Tunde Lemon there. They brought it like that. So it is sad. I expect Tinubu. Anyway, Tinubu is not going to. You will see. Tinubu is going to bring an economist to that. Let me not speak for him because he's a human being too. So, but I expect him to bring an economist into that position who has international influence, to be able to lobby for Nigeria, to be able to speak and drive certain, push some button based on his own.
Do you have a name? Do you have a name in mind? It sounds as though you are advocating for a part. Do you have a name in mind? It sounds as though you do.
I don't have a name in mind, but as you have just asked me now, the only name that came to my mind was that man who was deputy governor that contested for presidency. What's his name? That was deputy governor to Sanusi. That
Moghalu.
Yeah, that's the only name. But there will be people who are 10 times better than him. Nigeria have a lot of people. If we don't, then we can get a foreigner. After all, we have had people, Nigerians who became chief justice in Sierra Leone, who became chief justice in Akiola Aguda was a chief judge in one of these South African countries. We've had Nigerians who became chief of army staff in Gambia. Colonel Dada became chief of army staff in Gambia. He's a Nigerian soldier. So if we feel that we don't have enough qualified, we should get some higher Benki, this former Reserve Bank governor.
You know the equivalent of the governor of the central bank, the equivalent of it in the United Kingdom, in the UK or England, is an American.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I didn't know. Beckley, I think he was the Bank of Reserve chairman during Obama time. He did a very good job in that research and everything. So we should go and pay him. Now we use his influence to push things for us and do some things. It's not like you have employed him now.
You're breaking up. Oh, I think we lost you. Back to you, Simba. I think we lost Patrick.
Okay, one man.
All right. So that was Simba. That was Patrick getting excited about banking and whatnot, but he dropped off. Round up that space and then speak to us a little bit about Oshibanjo, who has now come to run commentaries on why Emefiele was gotten rid of. But the back and forth in that space, Simba, that he had 8 years oversight over Emefiele and he couldn't take action.
Yes, in fact, when they were talking, you know, the position of the vice president of Nigeria is that he will be the chairman of the economy team. So if people are now exonerating Osinbajo from the misdeed of Emefiele, I don't think it is correct, because he is supposed to be overseeing what Emefiele is doing, and nobody can say that we can actually remove the role of central bank from the economy of a country. If your central bank is not turning out policies that will actually strengthen your economy, then so what are you doing as the chairman of the economy team of a country? So to me, it's just the same way we behave, you know, whenever it suits us, we try and as much as possible to exonerate somebody from their misdeed. You know, this same person, this same Osinbajo, I remember when Baba Ajale Koko was saying that he did well as the Attorney General of Lagos, that is because he brought, and some people are saying no, it's Tinubu. You know, he said no, it's not for the kudos should go to Osinbajo. And this same Osinbajo now as a vice president, chairman of the economy team, you are now trying to exonerate him from the economy disaster that the administration put us into. He served as the chairman of the economy team. He is the vice president of the country. And now so we want to say that whatever grievance we have against the government, it should be exonerated. And I don't understand why people are saying they didn't give him opportunity to perform whatever. But if he's a man of integrity and he sees that this administration they are not giving him opportunity to put in one or two things that he's supposed to put as the vice president, then he should have resigned. So if he's not like that, that means also on his own is corrupt. In order to perpetuate himself, whether they do good or bad, he's there following them because of his ambition. To me, I cannot exonerate, and he should take all the bashing that people have to give him because of this. He's a partaker in this economic mess that we have found ourselves, and he should also be castigated for it. So there's no need for anybody to be saying that He's not the one in charge. He doesn't have control. No. If you are given the opportunity to serve, and then the people that give you that opportunity, they are now tying your hand, they are not giving you the free hand to work, then the best thing for an honorable person to do is to resign. So there's no justification, no reason for anybody to say that Osinbajo cannot be held responsible for some this mess that we find ourselves. So to me, that's
going forward, do you have the expectation that we should be hearing Osinbajo's commentaries on national matters? Because a lot of people found his tenure as a vice president underwhelming. And then that night of the long knives, when everybody was stepping down for Tinubu, he looked to stab him in the back. So he was ineffectual as a vice president, treacherous as a surrogate, as a protege. So really, should we even be hearing from him at all? Should he just pack his bags and go back to Unilag?
Exactly. He should just go and keep quiet somewhere. Maybe he should go on vacation. At least he has some dollars, millions of dollars that he has, because he cannot tell us that his status has not changed as just a professor in one classroom in Unilag now as a vice president. Also, as I must wait, he should go and enjoy it in wherever I want to go. Maybe you want to go to Southeast Asia or wherever. Enjoy the money, keep quiet, because it doesn't have any authority to even say you want to write a letter or you want to actually criticize any government in Nigeria now. You should just keep quiet, because he has performed woefully. He performed below par, and he should just, so he doesn't have that authority to criticize anybody. That's the way I would put it, Mama.
Oh, all right, brilliant, brilliant. So Simba, we don't have Thomas joining us, and I'm completely beat.
Can I ask Simba a question?
Yeah, go on.
So how do you what was your expectation? I mean, what is your expectation of what Osinbajo should have done different? What do you think you should have done different? How would he have? What would he have done?
I've mentioned it. I've mentioned it. I said if he's there as it. Okay, Babajele Koko. I said if he's as a chairman of the economy team, he's directly in charge of what Emefiele is doing in the central bank. And if you are not saying that, okay, because of the president doesn't give him free hand, he doesn't have control over the central bank, and doesn't even have control over his economy, the team that is actually being the chairman for, then I think the best thing he will have done is for him to have resigned his appointment, and he should let all Nigerians know that, okay, I'm not giving free hand. These are the things that is going on in this government, and these are the reasons why I resigned. I cannot be a part of this government that is wrecking our economy. I cannot be this. So people will know him as a man of integrity. But for him to keep quiet, and they perpetrated all this loot and the wickedness against Nigeria, then he should also be ready to take the blame. So I don't see any reason why we should exonerate him from this mess that we find ourselves in Nigeria.
The chairman of economic team, I mean, every action taken by his team is subject to approval of the president, and his economic team has nothing to do with central bank. Central bank manages the monetary policy. They manage the economic policy or anything that has to do with the fiscal. So they don't have.
Baba, how can you say that you want to remove economy from central bank?
No, what I'm telling you, the policy are different. The monetary policy is different.
It's not only monetary. It's not the monetary policy will affect the economy.
Central bank is not member of his economic team.
I'm not saying it's a member, but I'm saying whatever central bank does affects the economy. It should work hand in hand.
He is subject to president approval. He cannot do anything. That's why they call him vice. Even the president can take all the job from him if he have a very bad president.
As a honorable man, and if he's an honorable man and is a man of integrity, and you are a vice president of your country, and you see that your government, you see the way they are going, you kept quiet, you didn't raise any alarm.
It is the government of the president.
Okay.
It is not his government. It's the government of the president.
Simba. Simba, Ajalekoko is right. The position of the Economic Council is purely advisory. It is even written there. It is entirely purely advisory. So, in that sense, Ajalekoko is correct.
But what do you feel that if I'm the one, I mean, I'm the vice president, and I see the way our team and then our government is going. The best thing, I think we should learn to be honorable in that country.
No, hold on. Maybe you did not listen. You were not with us in the beginning. You are saying exactly what I said. If things were going awry and he cannot talk about it, then there was no reason for him to have remained. You are saying exactly what, but I just wanted to put clarification that as regards the Economic Council, it is purely advisory. So if he gave the advice and the president did not do it, there's nothing he could have done about that. But as per why did he stay on for that long? Well, that's his decision and his choice. That was what I said.
Bishop, we can even easily conclude that he is also a beneficiary of the looting, and that was why he remained there. So he should be blamed. We can blame him. He's part of the government as the vice president number 2. And we are saying the government does not perform well and then want to exonerate the vice president of the country. No, to me, he should be blamed.
I did not exonerate. Okay, like I said, maybe you were not here.
No, I know your own point. I'm just talking to Baba Ajalekoko, who is trying to exonerate Simba Joasi.
No, I'm not exonerating him. But what I'm saying is that, look, when you are putting all the putting all the blame on him or trying to blame him for not speaking, I said he cannot speak because he's extra tire. The position of vice president or vice governor or deputy governor, they are extra tire. They cannot act beyond the authority of their principal. They cannot. Otherwise, one faragbota.
Hey, he should be ready to face that if he's a man of integrity. So he should talk out. If they want to remove, let them remove, and the whole Nigeria will know why they removed him. So why did he remain?
The Constitution does not. The Constitution just put him in a position of boy, and just like an advisor, the closest advisor. When you're looking for the closest advisor to the president, is the one. If
it's not. They call him vice. He take over. When anything happened to the government, the president is the next to take over. So it's not an ordinary advisor. He's number two of the country. You can't say it's just an ordinary advisor.
And you are right, but you see, his advice could only be accepted by the president if the president likes. If he doesn't like his advice, he will not even take to it. If we just allow him to advise, to talk, and that.
Yeah, but I don't know why you are trying to defend this man, Baba Ajalekoko. I don't know.
I'm just letting you to.
When I made mention of you in Lagos when he performed as the Attorney General. You gave kudos to him. He didn't say that his master should be given the kudos. Now you are saying that we should not castigate him just because that time you are saying that it's not Tinubu. So why are you speaking from both sides of your mouth now?
No, hold on. Let me tell you the difference between his position as vice president to Buhari and the commissioner of justice to Tinubu. Tinubu gave him that authority to transform. Tinubu did not hold his hand. Tinubu surrendered that ministry to him. Go and transform it the way you like. and I'll give you all the support to succeed. And he did the job. But Buhari did not allow that because he believed if he gives him more
who should
ground.
we not give? Tabale, who should we not give the credit to? Is it Tinubu or Osinbajo?
No. You give the credit to both of them.
But I remember on this same platform, you said it was Osinbajo, not Tinubu.
No. Wait, no. What I'm saying, because all of you then, or people back then, were saying that, oh, Tinubu did this. I said, no. Wait. Yes, Tinubu was the boss. But this is the guy that engineered all these successes that were recorded in that ministry. Don't let
us. All the experience and all the skill that he now have, where has he ended as the vice president?
And because of his performance and the trust that Tinubu had on him, that was what convinced Tinubu to recommend him for the position of vice president. So what I was saying is that all the credit must not go to Tinubu alone. The person that did a very good job should be given some credit as well. That was my position. That was what I was saying then. So maybe my point, was not so clear to you. Maybe that's why you thought I was saying that you give. No. I was saying both of them should be given that credit of the success they achieved in Lagos. So, but
now that he failed, now all the two of them should also take the failure.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that we should not be blamed. It's an administration. It's part of the administration. It cannot be exonerated. No. But what I'm saying is that if we want to blame him, we should look at the circumstances around him and his position as the vice president. The position did not give him any power to act contrary to the president's wishes or president position. The position did not give him any power at all. Otherwise, a genuine issue. Look, Tinubu had, when he was governor, Tinubu, three vice, three deputies served under Tinubu. The first two stood up against Tinubu, was trying to say, oh, this is why it should do. He fired them. This is the power that the head of the executive enjoy in Nigeria. They have absolute power and absolute power.
So why is he afraid of being sacked? Why is he afraid of being sacked?
No, not afraid of being sacked. You see, let me tell you, we all have different way of doing things. If his way of doing things is to advise and leave
keep quiet,
leave the rest to the boss, because that's what the constitution recommends. Advise him and let him act upon your advice. If he doesn't act, well, you have done your work. The memo or the document is there that this is the role you play, because everything is documented. So if by tomorrow another government now come to investigate them, the record will be there to say this is what Mr. Vice President did with his team, with his economic team. This is what they recommended, and the president did not act upon that. Maybe they have even recommended to the president that he should serve Emefiele, but the president did not act. What will he do? Will he stand up and start fighting, or will he go out in the public and start saying, oh, I don't know? No, he cannot do that, because the administration, he has to take both the praises and the blame. If the successes and the failure, he has to take it. If Buhari had succeeded or been a very successful administration, Osinbajo will be praised as well. That is how it works in
In
presidential.
fact, we can even say he's the one that is the one that has the brain that Buhari does not have the brain. In fact, he might even take more place than Buhari.
Yes, but you see, Buhari with his own style, well, it's just unfortunate. I like what Ribadu said. He said a good man in a very bad position. That was what that guy said. And that was a very powerful statement. A good man in a very bad position.
You think Buhari is a good man?
No. He was saying
Osinbajo is a good man. Okay.
A good man.
So, but when you now think we have this culture of if things are not going the way we want it, whenever we are saddled with a public responsibility, then we should learn to resign.
Well, I hope everybody can have that strong heart like that. But let me tell you this. Look, by occupying that position, he's not occupying it for himself alone. He occupied that position for a particular region. And his presence there matters a lot to that region that is representing as the vice president, because he has to take back information home. He must represent them for them to be present at the highest table of authority in that country. So if he should allow his anger to force him out of that place, somebody from another region will put there, and then your region will be losing out presence in that. So he cannot consider his own interest alone, but rather the interest of his region. That is it. Ribadu describing a good man in a very bad position. That is what happened to Osinbajo. So let us just leave it like that. But I believe he has learned his lesson. That country is just, look, those executives, they have, look, Agbaratoni, the president, the governor, even those governors, those ones are criminal burukula monye. Nobody can stop them. They don't even listen to anything. They just want to do things in their own way, and that's it. So, but, well, we hope everything we hope that Tinubu will continue to probe them and expose them and do some correction that are necessary to put us on the right track. That is.
But Baba Jale Koko, sorry, this topic that is on the platform now, have you spoken about it?
Which one?
This the ethnic this thing that they are giving to the sack of Emefiele. What did you say to that?
That one is nonsensical now. Those one it should not be. Those who are like Pansat, they are like Bishop Friend. They should not be listening to.
Did you see Bishop trying to have a conversation with Pansat yesterday? Even though I was trying to explain to him, he's on a special diet now. It's not of this world. It's from a different planet.
One man. Let me tell you what happened.
Imagine trying to have a conversation with Pansat. I've never seen anybody do that successfully.
One man. Let me tell you what happened to me yesterday. I was at work. I was using Bluetooth this thing. Every time I was just laughing. People are now saying, "What is wrong with this doctor? Why are you laughing?" You understand? But yesterday, when I came back home, I have to play it again on my own. I was just laughing alone, as if like a madman. It was so interesting, in fact.
Ajale Koko will tell you stories about Pansat, and you will call him a liar. When this guy first came on this, Ajale Koko, you were here now. When this guy first came on this platform, he came under the Biafran flag, and he was telling us that Buhari is a hologram. And we thought he was joking. And it went on for about 2 solid hours. That Buhari is a hologram, not a human being. You know, a light projection. That was this was about 10, 12 months ago. This was how he introduced himself to us. And it's been downhill ever since. And they will say, I am old enough to be your father. It's on a special diet. It cannot be.
No, I think it's in his own world. It's just in another realm. It's just
you know, when he first did it, I thought it was trolling. I thought it was just pulling at our balls, you know, but because it was so wild, it couldn't be serious. But Ajanle Koko, we found out that is exactly what he thinks.
And you know, some people still share what that narrative. They still believe in what he believes. A lot of people still believe that woman.
There's another guy you are yet to meet, or Ajanle Koko. He has not met Datao. Datao will tell you till today that Buhari is Jubril. Till today.
Conchero, it is true. What in Sunday ni? Oh man, sorry, Dr. Dameji. Always, you know, confirm it all the time. He's always assertive.
And by the way, Simba, this guy is doing his PhD in metallurgy and material science. So he's not some street person.
But if he's living in America, I know because they have a lot of people like that in America. I think it's that space that is causing them to have some kind of belief that they go and be peddling around. I don't know. But how did they even come about that story of Jubri that is something?
Nnamdi Kanu now. Nnamdi Kanu was the one. Oh, worry one lonely. It's Nnamdi Kanu. So
you know how wild that story is. The storyline is that Buhari died and is buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia. And then they went and found a body.
We saw photograph of all those burial.
We saw it now. When he was in that hospital bed and with the hair gray, you know, we saw, that photo was. If you want to hit on our social media, just put that photograph. It was a clickbait then. And then
they have him on a sick bed taking drips.
I remember when they were telling us that.
No, they showed us burial when he was being buried. They showed us how he was buried.
You know, do you remember when they were talking about his ears? That his ears look like the ears of a 45-year-old man. And then they went on that for about another 4 months.
And you know, let me tell you, in Nigeria at that time, even the pastors of big churches in Nigeria, they were also peddling and they believe it. In fact, for a long time, a pastor of one of the biggest churches in Lagos used it for preaching on his pulpit every Sunday. And I don't know.
Simba, you are talking about pastors. Obasanjo once came to report back to us that he was at an international space, and the international community were asking him if Buhari was Jubril. It was wild though. That's so if you want to understand Passat, that's the bracket. That's his bracket.
Passat.
What if you are me, man?
Dude, Simba.
You know yesterday, you know what he told you? He said one man, anybody that is not listening to you, remove them from the platform. That was when Thomas said he cannot remove. Thomas was angry.
You know, I was just. In fact, if it wasn't so late yesterday, I would have just allowed it for Bishop to go at him a little bit. That would have been, you know, your computers would have melted because you know Bishop he has a giddy and Pansate, something is eating in his head.
I was
so
disappointed. Yes, one man. I was so disappointed in you yesterday that you didn't allow him and Bishop to go on that.
I just couldn't handle it. You know where it would have gone now. You know where it would have gone. I just couldn't. I didn't have the strength for it.
One man, I must tell you, yesterday was the best session I ever had on this show. I'm telling you, on this platform. Yesterday was the best to me. I'm telling you, I've never enjoyed any day on this platform like yesterday. Passat, man, it teared up everywhere yesterday. I was just laughing. I was there. All of them are gone to bed. I was alone, laughing, rolling on the floor.
He said, I'm ready to take you on one-on-one. We do it now. We battle it out. We fight it out, and we duke it out.
He said he has passed this idea of tribalism. He did not say that he was an
and then he went us to yes, he's an anthropologist, not an ethnicist. Said I'm an
anthropologist.
But then he told us the Igbos created Nigeria and all of this.
No, it's Biafra that created Nigeria.
So he said Biafra gave us independence.
And the other thing, if you try to debate him, it's always a moving target. So he will continue to move you on in terms of, so when you're trying to nail him down, he'll move the post a little bit and then move it again. And then there you are just, it's like chasing shadows. It's unbelievable. So that's why I didn't want to allow it yesterday. We were 7 hours in, and I said that after 7 hours, do I want to take compensata?
I said, well, man, after I went and searched for the video again, I rewind it, and in fact, I was just laughing on my bed alone. And in fact, yesterday it was a very good day. Believe me, I laughed and I was shedding tears. Believe me.
Adale Koko will tell you there was a time he came on here and he wound the space up so much that I cleared the screen of all of the panelists, just me and him on the screen, and we had a good about 30-40 minutes shouting at each other. I put everybody else in the background and say, okay, let's have it. And we were shouting at it. Was just, the guy is on a special diet.
When he came, I started attacking Mike and said people like Mark. And there's one guy on this platform. His name was Bishop.
Simba. The most outrageous part of that yesterday's conversation. Are you hearing me?
Okay.
The most outrageous part was that he did not catch the gist.
That is why I was telling you yesterday.
It's a narcissist. Yeah.
I did not know. I did not know until I spoke with the way everybody was. Those his claims were so ridiculously outrageous. I began to wonder.
Tinubu did not win one state. Imagine.
One state.
We started with Chima.
Yes,
Chima started that narrative, and then Pansa came and just built on it and consolidated it.
No, Chima was just having fun with you guys, I suspect. But the one thing that Pansa saw, it will throw something so outrageous at you that when he says that Tinubu did not win a single state, so where do you begin to have that conversation? It's so outlandish, so wild, It's just that's him, though. That's just him. It's on a special diet.
No, but we need such people occasionally, at least to put some life into conversation, and it makes it very, very, very interesting yesterday. Believe me, woman. In fact, Ekene was just laughing. He said, "Woman, today is my birthday on your platform." Prince Daddy also could not actually suppress it. So he just came up and said, "Who is this guy?"
And all the master Daniel,
what kind of weed is this guy smoking, man?
Even the Wale that is mild mannered normally, it will. You know.
Oh God, man.
Maybe if you have his contacts, maybe you should be inviting him occasionally to come.
Yeah, but it will very quickly frustrate you, though. That's just what it does. You know, it will very quickly frustrate you.
The mark a bishop Latanoye. So bishop
it
will deal with you. I think he came because of
but
bishop.
Meanwhile, have you guys forgotten that he has a date now? He said we should have a date. That it should be. He said Thomas should set up a date for me and him alone, so that we can now take it. So I now asked him, what is the topic? What are we going to discuss? And that is where he is told. Nobody, I mean, he never answered me. What topic are we going to be discussing on that day?
We must have that smackdown between him and Bishop. Please, for God's sake. Let him have that debate with Bishop. It's going to be very, very interesting.
You will have to moderate that because I don't think I will have the temperament.
I'm looking forward to that.
No, I think the best way, as you said, the best way to go about it is just to leave the two of them alone and with a moderator, so that other people will not be interjecting and make it rowdy.
Nobody should, just both of them. Let them, you know.
He can just make it. He can just make it a session, and every other person will just be listening.
And then Bishop will be telling him interjections are allowed.
That is not fair, woman. That is not fair. That is not fair.
Oh God! Imagine that.
Well.
And you know I think, have you ever had such because the session went on for almost 12 hours yesterday.
Yes, I thought Thomas would just give it another 2 hours, but then we just went on and on. But there it is, you know.
Wow.
Yeah, because I went to check back. He ended up with Soli and Solomon going back and forth with each other. You know, he was even a Giro. Remember a Giro?
No,
Giro came too.
Yes.
You know, I joined them also.
Oh, okay.
Ejiro came because when we were talking about the NSAS thing, that was when Ejiro came in and we started talking about it. Because that NSAS to me is another mystery that we have not been able to actually have because to me, the massacre, the so-called massacre, is not the.
Imagine if we had Maurice. Do you remember Maurice? If we had Maurice, Vansat, and Bishop on the same, we all just have to run away, won't we?
What? Yeah,
you know, it was just. And remember that there was one other one that used to join us from, was it Turkey or somewhere? Freeman.
Is it Freeman? Is it Freeman? That guy from Akwa Ibom, what's his name?
No, that wasn't. That's not that. That one is mild mannered, although it's a bit wild too. I have his thing. I'm always in touch with him on Instagram. We've gone through. Do you remember Starman Alpha?
I don't know. Yeah, I remember Starman too. Yeah.
Yes, we've gone through some characters on this space, haven't we?
A lot of characters.
A lot of characters, you know.
Wow.
And you don't know how crazy people are until you do see things like this. There's some wild people out there. Wild people.
Passat. Passat.
Do you remember when they came here? They was playing the guitar and they was playing the same song.
They can play guitar very well. Yeah.
Yes.
And they can sing. But it's I
think that guy has got lost. Has got lost in America. He's just behaving like these Caribbean guys. You just believe like these Caribbean, these Rastafarians.
Tinubu did not win one state. Ha! Propaganda, Bruku.
That's not what he even said. He said he did not get 25% in one state.
In one state.
That was the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Not only him that have that belief, there are a lot of them out there that believe that they didn't win one state. They believe they read every state that they won for him.
And when you ask them, if you ask them to explain, they will not be able to give any tangible reason. Even, I'm very sorry, even rational mind also has that kind of belief. Even rational mind.
No, rational mind just has a resentment for Tinubu. I think that's just what it is. But I've heard them say in their space, and I've heard them to say it quite a few times, that Peter Obi won 95% of the votes. 95%. Can you imagine that?
That's what they call delusion of grandeur.
That's what they call madness. That's that's Yaba left, isn't it? That's Yaba left, you know.
Yaba Appleseed.
95%.
Yes, yes. I think it was one of those Niger water or those sort of things. Yeah. I want that judgment. I want that Mufeki judgment. Because I want it to come quickly so that we can end once and for all. It will still carry on. By the way, I'm saying that Peter Obi will be the Awolowo narrative of this generation of our Southeasterners. The way they were talking about, yeah.
But did you see the court proceedings today? I'm really afraid because a lot of people are going to have a meltdown, a serious meltdown. And what I mean is this: if you see the proceedings of today, and you see what they are reporting in the papers, you begin to wonder: is it the same thing that transpired that these people are reporting? Because they are celebrating every day, even when they are being disgraced in the court. When lawsuit justices are telling them that they are incompetent in their filing, they are mixing things up. But they are celebrating. I don't know who is interpreting the thing for them. They have a few persons that keep giving a minute-by-minute update. But it's all premised on falsehoods. And they are buying it, they are lapping it up. So if eventually the judgment comes, the way they have built up their hopes at the crescendo, when the judgment comes and shatters their hope, they will suffer meltdown. Some of them will go into depression. So if they are listening to me now, let them begin to live in reality.
Bishop, what they are trying to do is they are just using it they want to use to instigate the masses against the government. Believe me, that's what they are just doing.
Well,
because they are doing this, giving them false hope, and then by the time the court judgment come and result in favor of them, then you will see people on the street demonstrating that no, that is the government that actually influenced the court judgment, and that's what they are trying to do. They have social media that are promoting that already.
Yes,
you can see what Pastor yesterday. Say after the judgment, then they will know the next line of action that they are going to take. So it has all ended, believe me.
No, like I said, it's going to be the Awolowo narrative of this generation of but there are so many pockets of people exploiting those people. So there's the social media exploitation. So all of these people, they've okay, let's use that Edo Watch platform as an example. So that guy, he will continue to come up with this outlandish sort of storylines, and he'll present it to them to continue to keep the flames burning and continue to, pick their pockets. And as long as he's able to pick their pockets, he will continue to exploit that. And then you have the political jobbers, people like Kenneth Okonkwo, who's trying to build a profile. So he will continue to feed them, and he continues to build this profile. And then Peter Obi, who is now consumed by all of this attention that he's getting, he will continue to milk that. So many pockets of people just milking these people. That's like a gift. It's just, yeah. I cannot wait for it to end, man. It's wild.
But one man, you know that Kenneth Okonkwo was formerly in APC.
Of course now.
Now, until very recent now. himself and that.
So, and I, you know, the way they are going now, they will just continue bringing out frivolous things to join with their petitions, and I think they are just using delay tactics. That's what they are doing.
Okay,
because every day they are not even.
But they did not accept all the things they brought. Ogbeni said it here ago that you cannot add anything, and some people were arguing. But it's playing out now. Like what they asked for today was thrown out. So I was wondering, what were they actually celebrating? Every of their requests today, at least 2 or 3 of them were thrown out.
But Bishop, what do you think? What do you think an average man on the street with the way what will be their view about this? Because to them, they will think that everything should be accepted by the court. But by the time they are.
That is why their leaders should begin to moderate their expectations now. They should begin to tone it down. You know, let them see the reality, the futility in what they are selling today. They're just selling them dummy, and I'm afraid people will have meltdown and they will go to depression. And some people are already threatening suicide. I mean, it's unfair. You're just playing on people's ignorance, taking them for a ride. It's too wide.
This is where Peter Obi should take responsibility
exactly.
and show leadership. You know,
don't keep building people's hope and riling them up. It's not fair on them. Yeah, they are passionate about it, but don't take them for advantage. They took them for granted.
Peter Obi knows that no court is going to tell him that. Yeah. Tell him that he's president. He knows
Peter Obi will never do that. Has he ever done that before? He will never take responsibility for anything.
But that's what damns him even more, isn't it? That's what damns him even more. He knows that no court is going to say that he is now president. How will any court say that? There's nothing to suggest that any court will say that. And he continues to have all of these Twitter spaces, talking in that whining voice, saying, don't worry, the road to freedom is always difficult. They will be fighting you, but stay strong. For once, show leadership, you know.
He will not do that. He lacks. I think maybe no. I don't think he lacks that leadership skill. I think he's a pretender, and he's just using it to just allow his followers to just be following him.
I don't agree with you. You cannot give what you don't have. I've listened to Peter Obi severally. There was a time a couple of months ago, and I did something personally. I took a decision, so I looked for a number of his videos all through the night, and I think I listened to 5 or 6 of them, and I was disgusted. I'm sorry, but that is the truth, because I saw a fellow that is completely devoid of any sound idea or logic. I mean, I listened, and I was very open-minded on that day. I just wanted to give him a fair trial. That was long before now. I mean, that was just at the beginning of this last election, a little over a year ago, before they did the primary and the rest. For him, I said, how can I listened to Fashola just one that same day? I listened to Peter Obi like 5 or 6 times. I couldn't take anything other than just rambling. So you cannot give what you don't have. You are saying you should show leadership. You only show leadership if you have leadership. He doesn't have leadership. I mean, it was an accidental governor in Anambra State, and that's when Ekene and a few of our friends here come and begin to praise Peter Obi. I was telling Ekene, I believe it was Ekene, that I lived in Anambra and I know Anambra till tomorrow. The 3 major cities in Anambra, I know their places very well, from Oka to Newi to Onitsha. I know those cities, and I know some of their hinterland, almost all the local government, because I was very vast. And there is nothing in Anambra to show that somebody that was resourceful governed that place, even till now. But he was saying that what he did was shouting about school, when we know that those are products of miracle centers. So we'll be shouting that what he did in education, what he did in his infrastructure is the best thing. Kennedy said this yesterday. So
Ludo told us he did nothing in infrastructure.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Even Obiano. Obiano. I think I said a video to you now that a video that you were talking about him, the Labour Party chairman then and everybody. that were talking about, even Obiano, what Obiano, immediately after he resumed office, what he told the public about Obi's performance during his tenure. But I don't know why why did he now get the sympathy of the people from that side? Why did he get the sympathy? Or maybe they are used to poor governance, and if somebody just comes and do a little things, then everybody will be excited. I think maybe that is what is responsible.
It's unbelievable. And when you tell them objectively that this guy is not up to it, it very quickly turns into an ethnic thing. And that's what really disappoints me, because you cannot have an objective, fact-led conversation. There was a time I was explaining that Peter Obi, out of the leading candidates, is the most corruptly indictable of all of them. And I was saying that, look, this guy, the official bank for Anambra State was a Fidelity Bank when he was governor, a bank that he was chairman of. And then these are beauty, whatever that he brought in, which he and his wife are directors of. And the person that got the biggest contracts building the government facilities, the government complexes, is his business partner at Next International. All of these things, these are documented things now. But they say,
even one man, the money that he claimed to have saved, he just used that money stylishly to actually bail out that bank during the consolidation of Sanusi now. Because you cannot tell us that you have solved all the problem of Anambra, that you don't know what to use the money for. Then the next thing for you is to go and save money in the bank. No, he deceived them, and they all fall free of that deception.
And a lot of, the figures of the monies that he said he left, all of it in dispute as well. You were talking about Willie Obiano. He was describing it as steaming and ladening in some, when he was on some campaign something. What Peter Obi did then was that he deferred payment of contracts due for the money to come out with the next administration. So the balance book showed the monies in the account when he was leaving, but they were deferred. Did you remember Ajale Koko? We played that clip. There were deferred payments to come into effect, to mature, just as soon as Willie Obiano took over. So he would say, I left you £100, but then of course he had signed post-dated checks for about £60. So by the time then you come in, you see that they are coming in to cash £60, and you see you have £40. So Sakama J, Babi Magbabe, slash of hands. You know the guy is a character.
I think he's very good at that. He always look for opportunity to launch on. Even look at the old subsidy of 18, and he became a medical doctor, a dentist that's now using anesthesia and all those things. I think that is his area of specialization. He always look for opportunity to launch himself and campaign. And well, to me, I think we are very lucky not to have him, because it will be a disaster, and he will not be able to take some of the bold decisions that we are expecting for our president to be able to take, because the contributed people to him is just like a constellation of corrupt people that surrounded him, and by the time he become a president, the cabal will just be dictating to him. To me, we are very lucky.
You know what I'm curious to say now, because we are now at the final stanza of all of this. So what I'm curious to see is how Peter Obi is going to land all of this. How is he going to land it? Because by now you'd have expected by now that he should be finding neutral language to manage the expectations of these people for when the court process is complete. And then he can then carry them through to, we fought a good fight, let's re-energize for next round. So that's where he should be now. But his language is still very much campaigning and very much aggressive. So we're coming towards the end of the legal process. How is he going to land it?
It is not going to change anything. Let me tell you. Is
it going to throw these people on this? Is it going to throw them on the street?
That's what's going to happen. Today's is 11th of June. Mark it, 1 month. After the judgment, the narrative that will be painting that they deny him his mandate, the judiciary is not, they are not being fair to him. And those are the things that you see will come out from Obi. Just mark it. Today's 11th. He will not accept. He will not accept. And he doesn't accept something. And even when he was in Anambra, he did the same thing. He will never accept defeat. That is the kind of man Peter Obi is. So they just have to, the day they want to give that judgment, they should just militarize everywhere so that his angry mob will not put that country into a mess. He will not. Mark it, today's 11th, woman.
It's unbelievable.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Simba, but it's a shame because people that know even know better than Peter Obi, they keep edging him on, and it can only spell doom and disaster if they continue in this same trajectory. You know, trying to raise people's hope, and they know the end even from now, but they keep raising that, and Peter Obi is doing the same thing. So I hope it ends well. I pray.
Yeah, but a lot of people that were with that process, they're somewhat starting to reverse. We're not seeing Akin Oshitokun as prominently as we used to. Patu Tomi, he's in the middle of the sea now, trying to sway back to where he came from. So what we're seeing now is that his narrative is boiling back to his core base where it started, which is an ethnic narrative. So the people standing by him now are his legal team, which are essentially people of his talk and people like Kenneth Okonkwo. So it's boiling back down to where it always was. All right. That seems to be a good spot to round it off.
Okay.
Have the final word, Bishop, and then we'll round it off.
No. I mean, I just wanted to concur with what you say because you've mentioned the name of three people. It's only about him and the legal people and the online vuvulevu. What do they call that? How do they pronounce that word? Vuvulevu in South Africa.
Vuvuzela.
And the Vuvuzela, yes, I said Vuvulevu. Vuvuzela. The one Soludo rightly called the headless mob. The one Professor Wale Soyinka rightly addressed as the fascist whether it's fascist bandits, we were busy here defending, and they are proven to be. There are a number of them I see online that they keep pushing out this narrative, and if you see the number of likes, I really how people are lapping it up, and I began to wonder at their gullibility. Anytime when I wonder, I remember the tamarind seed, so it doesn't take me too much to adjust. Thank you, Mama.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So brilliant. Thank you, Bishop, Simba, and Jan Lekoko. So Thomas are in church, so not able to roll off the after hours with Thomas as often is the case. So we seek to round it off, only to reconvene at the usual time. Thank you, everyone. Let me acknowledge the Ayo with the super sticker. Alexander Gomez joins. Prince Daddy with some regularity now. Kulata, as you know, he chats via that when it's not on the screen. Kulata again and Kulata again. So thank you, one and all. We'll do it again. So I'll leave it here. Carry the conversation on within the comment section. But here I say peace. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Good night.
All right.
Yeah, thank you. Good